What event or incident happened at your job that caused a mass firing or mass quitting? From what I understood, I caused a domino effect at a local big chain pizza place. The pizza place I worked at wasn't a full service restaurant, which they are mainly known for. It was a takeout or delivery only store, located in a shopping center with several other businesses. During the 2 years I worked there, we had gone through 3 store managers. The first manager was awesome. He was firm, strict, but fair. The second manager was a bit of a ditz. He went by the book, but you could tell his heart wasn't really in it. I think he preferred to be a driver than a manager. The third manager was an all-out beach. She mistreated the employees, especially the men, and she'd do things that only benefited her, not others. I was getting fed up. She had put a suggestion box outside her office. I wrote a very lengthy suggestion that she treat her employees with respect. She basically fired me. She said I'd resigned. I didn't care. I was no longer under her tyrannical rule. A friend of mine who still worked there called me a week later and told me 3 other people quit because, like me, they got tired of her shit. Later that same year, I quit late summer, about 2 weeks after Halloween. My parents ordered a pizza from that pizza place's major competitor. They asked me to give the driver the money, and when I did, it turned out to be a driver I knew from the other place. She told me she quit on Halloween night because she wanted to take her 4-year-old trick-or-treating, but the manager said no. Then she, the manager, took off early, in the middle of a faking rush, to take her own 8-year-old daughter trick-or-treating. The driver that was now working for the competitor told me she threw her hat at the manager, told her to fuck off, and quit right there. A year or 2 later, I ran into the old assistant manager, who was now working at an Arby's. She told me many others had quit, and that manager was no longer there. She and her husband were fired due to stealing money from that store. Karma, it works. Beaches. Oh boy. I think I might have a story that wins this thread, but I'm way too late to this party. When I was in high school I took a part-time job doing tech support for a dial-up ISP. The company was pretty small and only had a handful of employees. The owner's wife did hours and accounting. Her brother was in charge of the technical operations and was my boss, plus a web developer and the regular tech support guy, who were best friends. There were also a handful of developers at a sister company which develops custom software. My work schedule was evenings a few days per week plus normal hours on the weekend. My boss was usually there before me on Saturdays, but one week I was surprised to find the office locked. As the day progressed I became increasingly confused by the fact that nobody else had shown up. There was almost always a few people at least passing through, but I'd been there all morning without seeing anyone at all. Finally, after a few hours, my boss walks in and said, "You're probably wondering where everyone is." He told me that everyone except me, the owner, and his wife had quit. He wouldn't say why, but assured me that it wasn't something I needed to worry about, and that, since his job was vital, he was going to stay at the company until a replacement could be found. I tried to find out what was happening, but he said I'd have to talk to the owner. When the owner arrived there was clearly tension between the two of them. He also wouldn't tell me what had happened, but was very eager to make sure I wasn't going to jump ship. Eventually they hired new employees and found a replacement for my boss and things went back to normal. But I still didn't have any idea what the hell had happened, and the owner clearly wasn't interested in discussing it. Cut to a few months later. I'm walking around the show floor at the Macworld conference in New York when I bump into the former tech support guy and former web developer. We spent a few minutes catching up, then the tech support guy grins and says, "Tech, so do you know what happened? Why everyone quit?" Me, "No, but I've certainly been curious. Owner didn't tell me, and I didn't want to pry." Tech, "He and his wife got excommunicated." Me, blank stare at Tech, "Didn't you know we're all Jehovah's Witnesses?" Apparently everyone knew each other from church, and Jehovah's Witnesses aren't allowed to have anything to do with people who have been excommunicated. It wasn't until years later that I learned that the owner and his wife were swingers, and someone in the church found out. Thanks for the gold, stranger. Yay, my first double gilding. Who knew my ridiculous employment adventure would finally pay off all these years later? Train company in Sweden. One day many years ago someone found a document stating some changes to overtime policy. It was just lying on a table in the middle of the break room. One copy only. Due to the nature of the business there tends to be a lot of shifting hours back and forth. Sometimes we, drivers, can get home hours and hours early, and other times we get horrendously late. Hence overtime. This document stated that now overtime forms had to be filled for when we came home early, undertime, so to speak. This otherwise already scheduled time would be withdrawn, and the company would then be able to reuse that time. Negative overtime. One copy on a table, and a few hours later people had come in from all over in a major huff. There were outright and immediate resignations, shouting matches, phone calls to union representatives, a huge outcry overall. Date on the document and the day it was found, April 1st. Much fun was had. Gather round children and let me regale you with a tale of retail misery and woe. About 7 years back I worked at Best Buy. My store was located across from one of the busiest malls in the Northeast, in an area that was a mix of lower and upper class. Around July, the store started doing one of those promotions wherein they offer you magazines at checkout. You sign up for 5 free ones, and then if you don't cancel you start getting charged the yearly subscription fee for them. The cashiers were incentivized to get as many magazine subscriptions as possible. As I worked loss prevention, I really didn't care at all about this program. I didn't care until October. Suddenly we started getting massive complaints about people getting charged for subscriptions who never signed up for them. It started as 1 or 2, and we just assumed they forgot to cancel. But soon, several dozen angry customers were complaining to us, corporate, and anyone who would listen. We started an investigation. Lots of hot and cheaty hours going through camera footage and register logs. Turns out, one of the cashiers, who was never an okay employee even on her best day, figured out she could just sign people up for the magazines, even if they said no, as long as they were a rewards card member and their info was in the system. She used this to get record number of subscriptions, and won the weekly prizes every week, until the other cashiers caught on, and started doing the same. In the end, it turns out that every single front register area cashier had done this, except for one kid who was hired a few weeks before the investigation. Word came down from corporate that we had to fire every single cashier except for the new kid. Oh, and the day they handed down this judgment? The Friday before Black Friday. That's right. With 1 week to spare before the biggest shopping day of the year, we were ordered to fire all of our cashiers. As you can imagine, this did not go over well with management, but their hands were tied. So we tried to hire and train as many people as we could in a week. But as you can imagine, that Black Friday was chaos. Some employees worked 20 hours straight, 10 in their department and 10 on front register. All managers and supervisors worked close to 24 hours. They even tried to convince LP to lend a hand, to which we laughed of course. I don't want to know how much they lost between the lawsuits from the customers for fraud and the labor board fines and complaints filed by employees held late on Black Friday. TLDR abandon ship. In the early 90s I worked for a large construction company in Florida. I was on the road crew. One of the machines we used was called a mixer. The objective of this machine was to mix up the subgrade of a road. It has giant teeth that spin insanely fast. Well, my crew had laid down the dirt, lime rock and clay and now had to run the mixer over it. Well, someone set the blades too low and ripped an international fiber optic cable out of the ground. A clean cut would have been bad, but this cable was shredded beyond belief. It cost $100,000 per hour that this cable was down. Luckily I wasn't at work that day. When I came in the next day anyone who was even near the incident got fired. My whole crew was extinct. To put into perspective, the cable was fatter than your upper leg and composed of thousands of glass strands. Every strand had to be fused back together. It cost the company millions. Total about 40 people were fired, and I was put on another crew. Edit. A lot of you are messaging me confusing a millet machine with a mixer. A millet machine only removes a layer of asphalt from the road for a paving. A road construction mixer is like a giant garden tiller that mixes up the different materials for the subgrade before the asphalt. It goes way deeper and combines different layers of clay, lime rock and dirt. I worked for an $800 million a year system integrator in the Southeast. Each department had 2 leads. The first was typically an MBA who served as a liaison to sales and marketing. The second was the engineering lead that was responsible for platform integration, testing, and coordinating with the support and network services teams. I was the engineering lead. Our VP was one of those guys who promotes a hyper-competitive environment and wanted the company to staffed with sharks not sheep. When I got there, what little documentation there was on systems and processes was horribly outdated or non-existent. I changed all of that, worked obscene hours, and I would personally travel to high-revenue clients' sites if there were problems. That work paid off with a $22 million rugged server contract. At this point, I had served 3 years with this company. It wasn't that old, and I climbed the ranks fast. I was making new college grad pay, which was about $6K below the median household income for my area. I know what you're thinking. Engineering team lead with a dismal salary? The job market wasn't great here, so at that point I was just happy to get my first job. This isn't the place you stay to work in any form of engineering or technology, but I wasn't ready to leave yet. I asked for a raise, and honestly I was only hoping for $1 or $2 an hour raise. I was told that they couldn't do it. Keep in mind I had been working 50 to 60 hour weeks, training the support team on systems, and assisting network engineers in the field. The stress level was unbearable, and it pretty much destroyed my first marriage. I felt really defeated. Fast forward about 3 weeks, and a friend in the field asks me if I'd be interested in doing backups, server maintenance, and interface work for a hospital. He said the pay isn't amazing, but it would be a lot more laid back. At that point, it sounded like heaven. When I put in my notice, the VP completely freaked out. He said, if this is about money, we can get you more money. This is literally about 3 weeks after he told me they couldn't give me a minimal raise. I said that I had already accepted the job, and he offered to double my salary. I was completely floored, but I was also really pissed off. I quit on principle. I spent my last 2 weeks making sure my partner and subordinates knew how things were done, where documentation was, and I did a duty grade wipe of my desktop system when I left. In a complete lack of oversight, they didn't kill my VPN access or email accounts. I thought it was weird, but I figured I'd check my email for a while after I left to make sure that I notified any senders of personal email that I didn't have that address anymore. I then noticed that someone was sending email and signing it with my name. They were even referencing events from interactions I had with some of these people. Needless to say, I set up an auto-respond email on a Friday after I was sure everybody had gone home. I typically got hundreds of emails over the weekend, and they all got an automated response that I hadn't been employed with a company for over a month and left a forwarding address. My former coworkers heard about it, and they thought it was shady as hell. They had also tried to push all of my old work onto them, and one of the guys that I hung around with socially, and still do, told me that they told one guy that he couldn't leave on time one day to see a play his daughter was in. It was an event he told them about weeks in advance. That's when the domino effect began. Within the span of a month the other manager, the team leads, the specialists, and the techs had all quit. There was no more enterprise products engineering department. They hired some kids fresh out of college that ran it into the ground, and subsequently, they lost every single CNE, MCSE, and CCIE. They were super sharp guys when it came to networking, but they needed support on the back end for enterprise hardware. I have never felt so vindicated in my life. I've heard that after that, the VP was moved out of a management position. They asked me to come back more than once, and I refused. I stopped answering their calls. I actually made a little less than I did there at the new job, but now I make about twice what they paid me. I'm also fully vested for retirement and have much better benefits. I guess the double salary thing paid off in the long run, and I went back to school to get another degree. I'm 3 classes from finishing, and I really like this job. I really like my team and the creative freedom I have too. TLDR VP promotes a hostile environment, doesn't reward employees, makes no consideration for employees spending time with their families, and I quit. They offer to double my salary when I quit, and my entire department slowly quits afterward, followed by the upper echelon network engineers. In a team of 30 consultants that had been working a big project for a couple years, the standing offer that governed rates, etc. had been defined and would continue for the next few years. But the renewal deadline for each of our individual contracts with the contracting company, middleman, was just a week away, and we hadn't seen the paperwork, just promises that we were being renewed. Finally get the paperwork and see a 10% cut in rates. Quite surprised because the standing offer didn't have any such change. Contracting company says the client department renegotiated new rates by saying that another company could be used instead. We were shocked that the client would put such a big project at risk. People made inquiries. It turns out the client department made no such changes. The contracting company was just making a grab for a bigger piece of the pie. There was outrage. People quit. Other yelled and got fired, etc. The company had to quickly backpedal and claim it was an administrative error. Yeah, right. But the damage was done. It didn't end there though. About 6 months later, a small group of consultants on another project merged with us. They had been working under the same contract vehicle. As we're getting to know these 5 guys, one of them says that 30% cut 6 months ago was nasty, eh? Turns out the company got from these guys what they couldn't get from us, and these poor suckers hadn't known it was a fiction. Shit hits the fan once again. The 5 quit en masse. Problem was their jobs were critical. They got hired back with hefty raises, almost double their original if memory serves. Stupid greedy company. I worked in the corporate headquarters for a large national retailer. After 20 years in business, the company was sold to an arrogant billionaire who put his son in charge. His first job, after completing his MBA, the son decided to relocate headquarters 500 miles away, close to his dad's headquarters. He gave us 30 days notice to move with no moving compensation or lose our jobs. Out of 300 employees, 1 moved. I had already been looking for a job. The writing was on the wall. I accepted a new position the day after the announcement and gave 2 weeks notice. My boss went ballistic, said what are we supported to do? No one can fill your job here, and we won't have anyone new until we move. You're not a team player. Bonus, the company was out of business within 60 days after the move, 4 months after the acquisition. They had spent $50 million to buy it. I was in the Navy for 6 years, and I saw people get kicked out for various reasons. Some people were using a closet as a paint storage room / smoke break room. It caught fire, and we nearly lost the ship. The COZO and everyone involved were canned. I've posted a more in-depth description of this event before edit, since people are asking me about the fire. Here's the other comment I made. http www.reddit.com/ I was a nuclear reactor operator. The nuclear power operators are continuously having their level of knowledge about nuclear physics and reactor operations tested. I'm not talking multiple choice questions either. Every question was essay style. This incentivizes cheating, and cheating rings are busted up frequently. The machinery division and the training division on my ship lost a bunch of people due to a cheating ring. There is a no tolerance policy for drugs in the military, and we lost 3 people in a drug sweep once. 2 for marijuana, and 1 for coke. Edit one more I just remembered. At the nuclear training command, there was a guy with a lot of drug offenses on his record. He got waivers for them, so no big deal. During the routine background check, it was discovered that he forgot to include an offense. The command took him off to the side and the TLDR of what they told him was this: we know you're still doing drugs and doing them with people here on base because you're a shitty person and lied on your enlistment paperwork. We are going to kick you out of the military with a dishonorable discharge unless you tell us who you're doing drugs with. If you tell us, we'll just kick you out with another than honorable. The difference between dishonorable and off is that under a dishonorable discharge you are considered a felon. Edit this isn't quite accurate. If you are discharged dishonorably, you aren't exactly considered a felon. You do lose all that GI and tuition assistance benefits, and it's a permanent mark on your job record. You also are not eligible for hire by the government, and certain businesses have contracts with the government to not ever hire someone with a dishonorable discharge. McDonald's is one example. Edit. Because of the offer, the guy said he was doing drugs with 5 other people in his class. They were all pulled out of training and put on hold for a few months. They were screened for drugs and questioned. Nothing was uncovered. After a few months, the co decided that they were untrustworthy anyway, so he kicked them out of the nuclear power program and sent them as undesignated rates to work on ships. One of the 5 killed himself because of this. We lost a third of our staff over the course of 3 months. People hate where I work, including myself. I work in hours. Try having to deal with 100 staff leaving in a short time frame. Generally, people were fed up with the stupid shit that goes on here. False promises, failing to deliver, promising change, keeping poor performers because they are too desperate for staff, hiring stupid faking people. I did say I work in hours, but I have no pull. I'm just the lowest on the totem pole. Practically a glorified secretary. Also, I have to be chipper and supportive of the bad decisions that get made around here. I'm convinced my managers don't like me, especially my direct report, because I speak my mind. I want to get the fuck out of here. Job interview of my life is tomorrow. Perhaps I can put all this nonsense behind me here. Update 1. First off, holy shit, Reddit. Your kindness and belief in me will fuel the fire to tomorrow's interview. Thank you everyone for your support. I'm so sorry I haven't got back to you yet. I finished work then headed to the airport, which will bring me to the next part of the update. Here's a preamble to this job. I applied to it on a whim. I threw my name in the hat thinking there isn't a chance in hell these guys are going to call me back. Sure enough they did, to which I couldn't even eat that day, and the only words I could say were holy faking shit. So, I had to do a phone interview with these guys and I knocked it out of the park. I never felt so confident in an interview in my life. I took a huge risk at the end of my interview by making a joke about one of their local sports teams that happens to have a huge fan base. I said it isn't going to be an issue, that I'm not a local sports team fan, is it? And they loved it. Huge risk. I wasn't trying to sound cocky, I just wanted to lighten the situation, and it paid off, because right now I'm sitting in an airport hotel and getting ready to leave for my flight to interview with these guys tomorrow. It's in a city that's a 9-hour drive from where I currently live, and they're flying me out there. I can't believe it. Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself here. They're flying me out there, yes, but I still have to do an interview tomorrow and it's down to me and probably 2 to 3 other candidates. I will mention I'm the only out of area candidate they're flying in. I have to deliver tomorrow and it will be all business, but it happens that I have a real nice green tie that will complement the local sports team's colors. Once again Reddit, I'm grateful for all of your support. You've given me a lot of inspiration with your kindness. I'm going to be listening to this song on the flight on repeat. If you remember the scene, you'll know why. I love you guys. Quick edit, I probably won't get back to you guys until Saturday for the update. Please stay tuned. Update 2. Alright, so now I'm sitting in the airport for my return trip home. The interview went really well, but I feel the examples they asked about, I don't really have any good ones, or simple ones to explain. Overall, I think it went well. But of course, as soon as I was finished with the interview, I just started having my doubts about it. I don't know, I was in the same position a year ago when I applied for my job I have right now. Felt the interview wasn't strong, but still got the job. I get to sit and wait for 4 to 5 grueling days waiting for the call. I really want this job. It would be a huge step forward for my career and my life. I would get to be in a city, make real money, and start living the life I wanted. Yes, I would be further away from home, as I would be about 14 to 15 hours away from my home. But this is what I set out to do when I finished school, get myself situated and stable, regardless of location. My goals are very financially driven. But N0 Remark, money isn't everything, no, but stability and comfort, knowing that I won't have to worry about money like I do now is what I really seek. To all you new graduates out there that are struggling to find a job, I just want to say, keep swinging and don't give up. This job market is so dog eat dog, and don't be afraid to make huge sacrifices along the way, like moving away from family and friends. It's not easy to do, but with the right attitude, you can make it happen. Thanks again everyone. I'll give you the results when I've heard. Update 3. Tomorrow is the big day. Update 4. And I'm still waiting for the phone call. Maybe it's Monday? Update 5. I'm still waiting for that phone call, but I've made my peace. I probably won't be getting this job. Time will tell when I get my phone call. Final update. I didn't get the job, but I got some amazing experience along the way. It was a mass firing of many of the employees from a distribution center. It was a consumer electronics company, TVs, VCRs. This was in the 1970s. Cassette players, amplifiers, tuners, equalizers, etc. I was the parts department supervisor at the time, so I spent my time making sure that repair parts were sent out on a timely basis. The company had 3 categories of stock. A, which was new and could be sold to the retail market. B, which was refurbished and was only sold to a limited market with a limited warranty. And C, which was cosmetically damaged and could only be purchased by employees and was never supposed to be resold. Prices were dirt cheap just to move the goods, so they didn't sit around the warehouse for too long. Senior management got the bright idea of reclassifying A stock to C stock and buying it themselves. They were, of course, reselling the materials to anyone and everyone, including some of the retail stores that they had established relationships with. I knew this was going on, but I was young, married and had a child and a mortgage and simply could not afford to buy anything, even if I could turn a profit on it. So one day a senior VP from corporate headquarters walks in unannounced. We usually had advance notice of their coming in. He walks straight into the branch manager's office without saying anything to anyone and closes the door. About a half hour later the branch manager comes out of his office, white as a ghost, and leaves the building. The SVP, who has now taken over the branch manager's office, sends for the sales manager who goes in, closes the door, and exits about 1/2 hour later, also white as a ghost, and he promptly leaves the building. On it goes. Rumors are running rampant, but since each person leaves the building, and this is before cell phones and texting, no one is really sure what is happening. The service manager, my boss, then the office manager, then the quality control manager, the warehouse manager, then they start with the supervisors. Eventually they get around to me, and I'm sheeting bricks. So I go into the office and said, "Hi, Dave, I knew him from past meetings, etc." And he immediately asks me what I knew about the C stock sales. I feigned ignorance about what the others were doing and told him that I had all the equipment I needed and could afford, so I hadn't bought any. He tells me that he is firing people who were obviously abusing the employee purchase program and that, because I hadn't abused it, I would not be let go. But he says I have to leave the building without saying anything to anyone and to go home until I heard from him. He took down my phone number and away I went. Several hours later Dave calls me back into the building and asks if I'm familiar with inventory and cycle counting, and I said sure. We did cycle counting in the parts department regularly and had an annual physical inventory of the entire building once a year. He tells me to schedule one to be done over the upcoming weekend for all the finished goods. He also tells me that I'm now the highest ranking employee at the site and that I would be running the building until they could hire replacements for the individuals that were let go. I ran that building for 4 or 5 months and never even got a raise or promotion, although Dave took my wife and I out to a very expensive dinner as a thank you for keeping my nose clean. Edit. Wow. Sorry for the wall of text. When typing it up I thought I was being concise. Web development gig. Just 12 employees. Small firm, but about 200 clients that paid a monthly fee of €500 and they streamed in the necessary amount of work that would keep us all busy. A good 40-hour job for everyone involved. €100,000 a month, basically for free. At €200 per person per hour for custom work, we made crazy money. Practically no costs and well, let's summarize the deal here. The owner got himself a brand new Porsche, and then another, and then a Ferrari. He didn't sell cars, he just kept them. He bought himself a huge house with garage boxes capable of storing 20 cars or so. He was flaunting his wealth. So naturally, he was hesitant to hire new employees. They take time to train, and that means he has to pay more money to someone else every month. He didn't make the connection that we'd be able to do more work. So he basically ramped up our workload. We went to 44 hours without much complaint. We didn't know where the work was coming from, but a boost in sales was probably it, right? Let's be happy, more money is good for all of us. Then 47 hours on average. And then 50, 55, 60. Months went by, and no new people joined. Nobody got a raise. Nobody got their overtime paid for. Nobody was happy. Nobody was happy. So the tech lead decided he would leave. Then his best friend in the office did too. Then I did too. Then the guys I trained did too. Then all of the others did too. And all of this was decided within 1 hour. It was supposed to be a retrospective, scrum, session, but it turned out to be a let's quit meet. We handed in our resignation to him on the spot the very same day, and the 12 of us started a new company by ourselves. We'll let LinkedIn do its magic. More than 100 customers noticed us all getting together in our own company, and more than 100 customers joined us. It took a few months, and we had pretty much all customers working with us. Our old boss was still filthy rich at that point, but he had huge costs each month too. Turns out, he didn't really buy all those cars that had cost money, he just leased them. Imagine the costs of 15 or so luxury sports cars every month. And the cost of the house he was renting every month. The idiot didn't buy anything because that'd make him responsible for maintaining all that shit too. 3 years later he was bankrupted. And that was 5 years ago. Last I heard he's an accountant somewhere. He's also remarried. His ex-wife was bloody hot. His new one, a great personality. I worked at a place that provided parts and home services. I started a quitting chain there. When I started, we had an awesome manager. Dude was funny and took his job seriously. So as an employee, it was awesome to come to work and have a laugh with the boss, then get a no nonsense, no bullshit explanation of what was expected for the day. And then he finally got his promotion. Awesome for him, shit for everyone else. And here's why. The company is failing, especially the home services area. Lots of people were let go just before the manager left. So now we've got a bunch of people doing double the work for the same pay and rip-off hours. Work 7.5 hours a day instead of 8. That way they don't have to consider you full-time and pay benefits. The new manager was a total beach. She got transferred from a different location because she wasn't getting along with her other employees. Yeah, give her an off chance in a bigger store with more people. Makes perfect sense. So, I'm starting to get real angry whenever I come into work because I've been moved from front counter to the back. I actually like dealing with people and telling them the truth. According to new manager lady, I should be ripping people off. I.e., lady comes in with a vacuum, my power head stopped working, I take it, plug it in, and hit the red reset button. Vacuum head works. Manager finds out and yells at me, should have put that in to be repaired. You cost us money. Yeah, cause charging some other $96 to press a button isn't just the shittiest thing ever. Anyhow, end up in the back doing some other guy's job. Turns out he was the king of pooch pounding, so I could actually do all the work they expected to take a week in a day. They were also too cheap to replace my computer monitor and replaced it with a barely working TV that was returned. So naturally, I brought in my Xbox and spent a lot of time getting paid to play Batman. Whenever the manager was coming, my buddy would make bird sounds and I'd change back over to the comp. Then, unfortunately, my grandfather passed and I missed 2 days of work. When I came back, I was yelled at for a long time about it from beachy manager. Whatever, she's just stupid. I go on about my day and keep working. Everyone comes up to me, did she just yell at you for mourning your grandfather? What a beach. The next day begins, and this is where it gets a little fuzzy for me. Stupid beach calls me into her office to give me shit about being so far behind, and then I lost it. Basically, if someone close to you passed away, would you come into work? She replied with something about my grandfather's death being my fault and I saw red. I faking lost my shit. I called her a fat faking cunt of a hoe for sure, because my friend told me it was hilarious. I said a lot more than that though, and left. About 30 minutes later she picked a fight with someone else, who quit. Then a few front staff quit. Then a few data entry people quit. A week or two goes by, and more of the backside has quit. Another week or two goes by and friend A has quit. A few days after, that friends B and C have quit, and that's a major blow, since the dumb beach manager was relying on friend B to run the front and friend C to run the back. Last I heard, the company finally fired stupid beach. Whatever, they did it to themselves. The company is dying, and I'm happy it is. Worked in a bar in a nightclub. Restaurant by day, club by night, 5 bartenders behind the bar on any given Friday and Saturday, plus bar backs. Thought something was weird about our credit card tips. Went to bar manager. We collect receipts and checkouts plus paychecks for a few weeks. Examine them. Someone is withholding quite a bit of our tips. Fast forward to a Friday night. Busy as fuck. Owner comes in to see how things are going. Bar manager confronts him. Owner denies wrongdoing. Claims what he's doing is legal. It wasn't. He was pocketing the withheld tips. Bar manager signals for me to come over. Threatens to quit if the owner doesn't return the money he stole. Owner more or less says tough shit. Bar manager walks out. I lean into the bar long enough to tell one of the other bartenders what happened, give the owner a snarky wave, and follow him out. 5 minutes later, the rest of the bar staff joins us, and we wander down the road to another bar to commiserate over the bullshit. Left over 500 people in the club with no bar staff. Zero facts given. Found out a few days later that the daytime serving staff heard what happened and quit too. Last I heard, they had to shut down for a few weeks to restaff. Still overly proud of myself for that fact. That guy. I worked in a tech support call center for some very shitty online backup software. The supervisors treat you like computers. They don't care about your feelings or workload. They just wanted short call times. They didn't care that you were snowed in or bedridden. If you call out you're eaten up. The place had a 155% turnover rate 1 year from people having enough. This year is on track for being the same. Personally, I quit when they tried to stop my wedding by calling me 2 days before my wedding and saying my time off wasn't approved. The time that had been put into the system and approved 6 months prior. What sucks is that the business probably won't go under anytime soon. The product rips people off so much that the company is making bank, and the economy is so bad that they know for every call center rep that quits, there's a poor sap that needs to pay rent to take their place. Edit. Yes, I'm under an NDA, and since it was a tech support center there were many people that know of Reddit and would know who I'm through my username. They're the kind of company that would send lawyers after me. Also, yes, 155% is the average of what they went through 1 year. For every 2 people they hire, 3 walk out. I was working retail and many of the workers engaged in mass exodus because the only manager anybody really liked quit. The way it happened was this. One employee was a recent hire. He basically got the position because 2 of his friends already worked there and vouched for him. He regularly slacked off, got caught taking extra breaks, was never around when anybody needed him, and was generally a waste of space. One day, the manager everyone loves is on duty. He sends this kid out to collect carts from the lot. Now, a big group of this kid's friends had just arrived in the store. The kid goes and finds another employee and says, "Hey, the manager told me to tell you to go get carts out of the lot," and proceeds to follow his friends around the store doing nothing. Manager sees the other employee collecting carts and asks him why he's doing it as it's not his usual duty. "Oh, so and so told me that you wanted me to get carts." Manager, knowing the kid has a record as a piss poor employee, is furious. Hunts him down in the store and takes him to the office for a reprimand. After the reprimand, the kid leaves out the front of the store. He brings back 2 carts over the next 20 minutes. Finally, manager notices that we are completely out of carts. It's now been half an hour since he reprimanded this kid and sent him to the lot. So he goes outside to see what's up. Kid is leaning against the front wall of the building on his phone with his girlfriend. Manager fires him on the spot. The kid goes 2 hours to get his last check the next day. Sits down with the hour manager and says that the manager everyone likes is selling drugs to employees, many of whom were minors, on work time. Then goes outside and calls the manager's work phone and leaves a message that he's going to fuck him up for firing him. The whole store goes nuts. There are accusations flying from management at everybody. Every single employee is pulled to hours and interrogated. Did this manager ever sell you drugs? Have you ever seen him sell someone else drugs? Have you ever seen him use drugs? Have you ever heard him talk about using drugs? No, 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 no. And everybody they talk to points the finger at this disgruntled ex-employee. Everyone knows he started the rumor mill going to try to get back at this manager. The manager plays the recorded message for management that this kid left on his work cell, but they dismiss it because there's no way to know it's him. Grilling continues for 3 or 4 days. Some people are pulled in for multiple interviews. Gossip starts that they are going to fire this manager. They don't have any solid evidence against him, but this ex-employee and his 2 friends who still work at the store have provided stories that match one another well. No sheet. They hang out every day and these interviews lasted almost a week, enough that they think the manager needs to be fired. Manager doesn't wait for them to do it. He walks in one day and says, "Fuck this, I quit. I drafted my letter of resignation when this sheet started. Here's my keys." About half of the employees on shift walked out right there when he did. Almost everyone else quit within the next week. The last I heard, the only people who didn't quit were the 2 friends of the kid who never did his job. I worked at a locally owned pizza shop and I can say a combination of poor management and me quitting caused the business to go under completely. When I worked there, this was years ago, I was maybe 15 to 16. I got paid $5.35 an hour. I worked almost every day after school plus the rush nights. Sun, every week. I worked hard in there, in a sheety faking sweaty, hot, smelly environment to get sheet right and get it to the customers. I came in early on days when I didn't have school to make sauce, make dough, to kitchen prep, etc. After a while of this, I went to my lazy ass boss and said, "Hey Pat, I do an awful lot of the work around here and I think I deserve a raise." Pat said, "Okay, we'll see what we can do." Fast forward to next paycheck. Sure enough, I got a raise, 5 faking cents per hour. 5 cents. I said fuck that, went to Pat again to put in my 2 weeks. She told me how entitled I was acting and how my job title of line cook was a minimum wage position. I might as well have been the manager considering she took off promptly at 6 PM every night. Her 8 hours were 10 to 6 weekdays, didn't work weekends, and left me and the crew to handle in a rush. Anyway, long story short, I quit on the spot after the entitlement comment, walked inside to grab my sheet, told the rest of the crew what happened, and everyone else walked out with me. Everyone. Both her drivers, both the other line cooks, and even the drunk faker who was a dishwasher. Within 6 months that pizza shop, which had been in my town for at least a decade, possibly longer, was a hair salon with a new owner. I worked at Wendy's. One of the shift managers quit for personal reasons, so the regional manager had all the other shift managers cover the now open shifts. The shift managers were now working overtime and didn't want to. They gave the regional manager a deadline of a month to get a new shift manager. A month goes by and the shift managers confront the regional manager because there's been no replacement. Turns out he hasn't even posted a job listing yet. They were so livid that all of them quit on the same day. Now the regional manager had to take all the shifts until he could hire new people and he did a terrible job too. Normally 4 to 6 people were working at a time at a location because it wasn't dead slow, but wasn't a hotspot 6 usually only hitting for a few hour overlap during expected rushes. With him as manager he expected 7 people to be working always. This means he increased all of our hours as well and had no respect for the hours people usually worked. This caused another mass exodus of normal workers including me because I didn't want to work full time while going to school. My mom used to work for a college. She started there as a secretary when the college was just starting out and gradually moved up until she was running the whole business department. Without her knowing, the college ran interviews and hired a woman to be her superior. They never asked my mom to apply for the position and never mentioned it to her until the day this woman is introduced to her, and my mom's boss informed my mom she was supposed to train this woman to be her boss for the department. My mom was clearly hurt and upset, but she needed her job and just couldn't quit, so she sucked it up and trained this woman while putting on her best face and being cordial. All the rest of the people who worked under my mom in the department could not stand this woman and were incredibly upset by the situation as well. One morning, my mom walks through the doors and the boss of the college is waiting for her. He brings her into his office and fires her. Within the month, the rest of the department all quit as well, leaving them to hire and train all new people right before fall semester started. 6 months later, the woman they hired to replace my mom quit, and they had the balls to call my mom and ask her back. You can guess where she told them to shove it. Remember Walden Books, the bookstore in the mall? I had a friend who worked there as a store manager. They hired him to clean up the store. It was a total wreck, dozens of unopened shipment boxes crammed in the back room, behind the cash wrap, even under shelves. He found new releases from 3 months back that were never available to buy. It was really bad. On top of that, the district manager who hired him told him he had 3 weeks to get the store in order without extra hours and without sales dropping. If you've worked retail before, you know this is impossible. My friend argues with the DM and the DM basically tells him he doesn't care if they work off the clock to get it done. It will be done, or he'll turn the entire staff, fire them. So for 3 weeks my friend and his staff worked 24/7, only clocking in for allotted shifts. My friend would even sleep in the back room in a sleeping bag. And miracle upon miracles, he got it cleaned up before the deadline. The deadline comes, and the DM comes back with 2 LP operatives. They start pulling the staff one by one to the back and grill them until they get them to admit to working off the clock. When they get to my friend, he tells them outright that the DM told him to do it, and the DM sat there and denied the whole thing. So he says to the LP guys, how else would we get this done within the deadline time allotted? You knew what this store looked like before, and you know how much time we had. The LP guys just looked at each other, then fired the entire staff. That same day a manager and 3 associates who hired the DM already had them in the wings and was just waiting for my friend to get the store in working order to pass it off to his friend. Not an en masse walkout, but sort of snowball effect. I worked for help desk that had pretty awful management. It didn't seem too bad when I was a grunt. After I got promoted to a tier 2 is when it became abundantly clear that management had no idea what they were doing. It started pretty simply when I asked if I would get any training on how to do my new position. I was told that it was on the job training, which is fine if that's what they actually gave me. What they meant was figure it out on your own. That was annoying, but if that was only issue, I wouldn't be posting this. The wheels slowly started coming off. A couple people left, another got promoted out of the department. They never hired people to fill those places. Instead, they blamed my team for the lowered productivity. After about 6 months of declining productivity and management convinced the issue was with the team, which was now down to half its original size, they instituted a policy where we had to report everything we did to management in real time. This was the beginning of the end for me. The proverbial straw, for me, came when they instituted a no talking policy in which we had to ask permission from a supervisor to speak. I left the company shortly after that, and so did about 80% of my team. Last I heard they'd only replaced one of the 5 people that left around the same time as me. Late to the thread, but it's probably for the best, because this is going to come off as egotistical. In college I worked for 2 grocery stores so that I could get full-time hours. One was a much bigger retailer, and the other was a smaller store that only had a couple dozen locations in the state. The first job will always go down as the worst job I ever had. It was dehumanizing. Do not talk, do not move from this spot. They dictated what you could say to customers, and the head manager spent his entire shift in the office watching the cameras. From the day I was hired until the day I quit I never said 6 words to him. I had to get the second job because due to the economic downturn the store began cutting hours, to the point I went from 39 hours to 10 if I was lucky. Worse than that, I was only ever scheduled for 3 or 4, and they'd tell me to be on call, as if I were a doctor or firefighter. They'd call during school hours, which they knew, and when I couldn't come in they'd use that as proof I didn't really want the hours. The second job didn't have enough hours to go around, but the manager was a really good guy, easily the best manager I've had, and would try to pencil in people where he could. Things changed at the start of the new year, where the second store had seen higher profits and better performance than other stores in the area, and as a result were getting better funding and attention from corporate. Suddenly we had more hours to spare, and the money to hire more help. They offered me a management position and I took it, but my first job was suddenly determined to make me see through my 2 weeks notice, so I tried to honor that. I had been at the first job for 2 years, and knew all of my coworkers. I had a good reputation, because I kept people laughing, made the shifts go faster, and just got along well with everyone. When I put in my 2 weeks I had a lot of them asking where I was going, and if they were hiring, so I went to my other manager with their names and applications, to see if there was anything he could do. He hired 13 new employees straight from the competition. I worked that job until I graduated and some of those employees are still there. At one point the first job offered me a position in management with a pay raise. I told them I'd call them and let them know. Told my other manager what they offered me. He did $1 better. My team of 5 was asked to replace a major piece of software that was critical to a large revenue generating department in 11 months. Normal timeline for implementation is 18 to 24 months, and we were on the larger side of facilities going to his software. We were already understaffed, and over the year we worked countless overtime hours, traveled to the software vendor for training many times and got the project ready on time. Go Live was a mess of 12 straight 16+ hour days, but eventually we had the system in and stable and it started to make the department better. The staff were promised bonuses for meeting the deadline and not slipping the date, to be paid out from unused project funds. Despite hitting the Go Live date and having more than $1 million left in the project pot, the IT team was criticized for most of the issues that happened during the 12-day Go Live. The team lead was dismissed and no bonuses were paid out. Within 3 months, 3 of the 4 remaining members left and all the positions are still unfilled. The one who was fired got multiple job offers the same day, and the 3 who left all got multiple offers within a month of the project ending. The team lost 30 years of experience in a week, simply because management wasn't willing to protect them. Ironically, the manager who threw the team lead under the bus was canned 6 weeks later. I work at an advertising agency in South Africa. We once had to do a Christmas festive season card for one of our major mobile networks, MTN. The concept was to show a summer road trip, an image of map with stops at some of the major tourist attractions in the country. The idea being that, wherever you go in South Africa, MTN has you covered. At each stop they gave a quirky description of the fun you could have there. A team then had to take the same concept and create a Christmas card for MTN Swaziland. Swaziland is a tiny landlocked country within SA that's very badly run by a terrible king with 15 wives. The team created a card showing the tourist spots in Swaziland and made a quirky comment about seeing all the king's 15 wives spending like there's no tomorrow at a local mall. Needless to say, the card actually ended up going to King Mswati himself, who was very insulted. Swaziland is incredibly poor and the king is incredibly rich and abuses with his wealth, but doesn't want to come across that way. The king insisted that people were fired over the incident. People at MTN lost their jobs, and we told Swaziland that people had been disciplined over the incident, while really we all just thought it was ridiculous. I worked for a pretty famous hotel in Virginia Beach. Some of you may have heard of it, the Cavalier. The original hotel was erected in 1927 and a new hotel was built across the street in 1973. I worked in the banquets department where we set and ran parties and events at both the hotel and one of our many banquet halls. Some of the people in my department had worked there since the 1950s. One little old lady I worked with had been there since they had renovated the old original building and before they had even erected the new modern hotel across the street. Up until 2 years ago the hotel was run by Mr. and Mrs. Dixon who made their fortunes running car night. Mines. Well, some of the Dixon family members sued Mr. and Mrs. Dixon on the grounds that they were not getting their fair share of the money. When the verdict came down, they had to liquefy all of their assets. While they kept a hold of the mines, the hotels were auctioned off to the highest bidder, who just so happened to be Bruce Thompson of PHR/Gold Key Resorts. Now Bruce for the past decade or so has been buying property all over Virginia Beach, and with his wealth has been funding politicians and people of power and influence to gain favor in the local government. As of today, he has the mayor, the governor, and many city councilmen on his side due to his funding of their campaigns. With all that power and influence, has been able to raise the taxes of the people in Va Beach to get city funding on all his development projects, so his company spends little of its actual money to do anything it wants really. When Bruce finally finalized the deal for the hotel underwent a gradual shift from a family-owned company to a corporate machine. Our breaks were cut in half. Many departments were terminated with no notice. They literally hung a sign up on the door telling our painting and maintenance department their services were no longer required. Me and the people in banquets were none to shade, except our then boss, but that's an entirely different story. Seeing as most of our money in the non-tourist seasons came from weddings and parties, we all kept our jobs and actually got a pretty good increase in hours due to us now having to do the functions of all the departments that were let go. So if we had no parties to set for, we were painting parking lots or clearing out basements. Well, this continues for a few months until the next fall. The banquet team was tasked with setting up a room with 50 rows of chairs, about 500 chairs or so in all, in our main function hall. After we spend most of the morning setting this room up, we are told to wait in the room for our next instructions. As we're sitting there, we start to notice more people that work with us start walking into the room. Now, we weren't idiots, we know what the hell was going on, we've all been expecting it for months. So a representative of the company comes up and tells us what we all knew, since they were doing a complete renovation of the hotel and all the surrounding area, including buying out people's mortgages. They no longer needed to keep the hotel open, thus no longer needing the workers, and in one fell swoop they let everyone go. The president, who had been there for 30+ years, starting in the banquet department, the little old lady who had spent most of her life in the hotel, the college students trying to make enough money for education, and me, the banquet captain, who was looking forward to an unemployment check. TLDR, local property mogul buys historic hotel I worked at and makes us set up the room in which we would be terminated. Edit. I may have lost my job, but at least I now have my first gold. Thank you, kind stranger. A friend I work with used to have a job with a large hardware store chain in the Midwestern US. When he was out of high school, he got to go to different stores and try to steal stuff without getting caught. If he got caught, he had an ID number in the store chain owner's personal phone number for emergencies. He told me about the time he went into one store and grabbed a couple of things and nonchalantly walked out. He wasn't caught, so he set the items in his rental car and went back. This time he stuffed a couple of things under his shirt. Nobody noticed. The cashier waved. The third time, he went in and got something big that took 2 arms to carry. Nobody said anything as he walked out the door. So the fourth time, and several times after that, he got a cart and got big stuff, like a roll of carpet and a chandelier, and wheeled them out, and the employees actually helped him with all of it. Finally, he was standing there, and it was 8 p.m, and he had a parking space full of stolen sheet in the parking lot, and nobody had said anything. So he called the store owner directly and told him what had happened over the course of the day. My friend said you could hear the angry silence on the phone for about 30 seconds. The owner told him to rent a U-Haul and put all the stuff in the U-Haul and then get a hotel room for the night. The owner then said he would be there first thing in the morning. The owner walked into the store the next day and promptly fired everyone who my friend had seen or interacted with who hadn't followed security protocol, and fired the manager and assistant manager as well. My brother used to work at a sushi restaurant and was on the sushi line. The owner had been pretty hands-off the entire time my brother was there and had basically allowed the managers to run the restaurant, and it was doing pretty well. Always busy and got generally good reviews. One day, the owner stepped back in and decided to take control again. After being out of the picture for over 2 years, He decided that he needed to clean house and fired half of the managers. Everyone was pissed about it, but decided to stick around still. A couple days later the owner decides to fire 5 out of his 7 sushi chefs, including my brother. The 2 remaining sushi chefs quit on the spot when they found out about it, and by the end of the day all the remaining managers, all the remaining kitchen staff, and almost all the servers had quit. The owner had to shut the restaurant down until he could hire new staff. The problem with that was that this happened in a relatively small town and all the restaurant workers had heard about what happened, so nobody was applying to work there. He ended up having to close the restaurant. My brother now works at a much fancier sushi restaurant. I did work for a software development company. The guy who was the current CEO, you could tell, really cared about the company and the people who worked there. My boss got along with him. Hell, all of the senior positions and team leads got along with him great. Hell, everyone did. All around nice guy. Well, there was another man on the board of directors who was without a doubt in my mind legitimately bipolar. Previously this didn't matter so much as nobody really reported to him or did anything with him aside from an occasional interaction, so it really didn't matter much. You'd sometimes hear him going off about something or another in a public fit of rage, but it didn't really affect anyone since he actually had little influence on the work that was done there. Well, over time the bipolar guy ended up with more money and bought the aging CEO out of the company and took the reins. I mean, the guy was nearing his mid-70s at least. You can't blame him for wanting out. I'm sure he has retired very comfortably at this point. Now you had very intelligent and smart individuals leading pretty much all of the teams that worked there, and their team members looked up to them without a doubt, who all would now be reporting to the bipolar guy. Needless to say, this didn't last very long, and they started leaving very quickly. You can't take incredibly talented employees and expect them to report to somebody who they'll constantly be wondering if they'll be talking to Jekyll or Hyde that morning. Over the span of about a month all of the team leads left, including my boss and roughly 40 employees out of the 80ish that worked there. There was a very drastic change of culture from what used to be a laid-back professional environment of mutual respect for everyone to one of accountability and corporate formality. This also started to become a penny pinching era, and some of the devs were shafted on their overtime pay, which led to another exodus of about 10 more of them. It was honestly weird how quickly the office became a ghost town, although the whole thing amazed me quite a bit at how large of an impact one person in leadership can have. I used to literally work in hell. The real hell. This place was run by the most insanely tyrannical woman I've ever met. The industry is fairly specialized, but with the right in, you can break into it with certain background experience. That is, it was medically related, so you can either have the specific education or a background in nursing, med-assisting, etc. The staff was about 60 to 70 people. When I started, only about 5 to 7 of those people had been there greater than 1 year. In the year I worked there, I saw 36 people quit and 1 fired. After I left, 4 others followed within a month. These resignations would come in waves. Once 4 people put in their 2 weeks within 4 days of each other. One was a manager. The management was kind, but really run down due to the owner/CEO/president. Here's some of the problems. Huge pay gap. I was making less than $20,000 a year with industry-specific education, but found out the pay range was anywhere from what I had to $55,000 for doing the same job with similar background. The work distribution was skewed. I had 9 projects when I left, but others in my role had 2 to 3. Another reason the pay was so frustrating. The people making the least amount of money had majority of the work. They lied. My area was hit with a sizable snowstorm in February 14th. We were promised office closure at 11 AM pending that we all showed up at 7 instead of 8. This was so everyone could get home before the weather deteriorated. At 11 AM they announced that they changed their mind, and if anyone left, it would be taken out of their PTO. It started snowing really badly within 20 minutes. They released us at noon because all appointments had been cancelled and majority of the staff got stuck in the snow. Many took anywhere from 3 to 7 hours to commute. If we had left at 11, it wouldn't have been that bad. My boss got stuck and had to abandon her car and walk home. Sweet justice. Those were the biggest ones that I recall right now, but instances like #3 happened all the time. They were extremely manipulative and disloyal. They didn't value their employees and didn't care that we were mistreated. Good hard-working people are quitting all the time. I've seen people start working and quit within a month. I can't wait for the day they go out of business. And yes, I'm very bitter. I work/ed for Sushi, a sushi chain out of San Antonio with 8 stores across San Antonio, Austin, and the Dallas area. About 2 years ago on a Thursday night right around closing time, every single kitchen employee across all 8 stores walked out. Every single chef, cook, prep cook, even the dishwashers. The owner is from Mexico, and he had hired another fellow from Mexico to be the head chef of the company. Pretty sure both of their names are public record, but I'll leave them out. So corporate chef bro goes about getting jobs for all of his family and buddies back in Mexico. As the company expanded over 10 years from 1 store to 8, he gave virtually all of the head chef positions at all 8 stores to his brothers and brothers-in-law. They in turn hired people they knew back home, cousins, uncles, in-laws, etc. See where this is going? It gets better. In your typical restaurant, there's a pretty firm division between front of house and back of house, with a general manager, GM, presiding over all. Not so in the old sushi. The GM couldn't tell the head chef sheet. The kitchen was solely answerable to corporate chef bro, and then to the owner. Eventually ICE decided to do an audit of the company. Word gets to corporate chef bro, who is obviously not thrilled that a bunch of his family and friends will be out of work. He is informed that current chefs will be training new chefs to replace them. This notwithstanding long forgotten empty promises that had been made to chefs/kitchen staff about getting them work visa/permits. So, not willing to train their replacements and fearful that ICE could come at any moment, they decided upon a date and set about finding gainful employment elsewhere. On the chosen night, many of them also took all of the various sauces that are used on the rolls and dumped them in the streets. Why? So corporate couldn't reverse engineer them, cause only the chefs knew the recipes. There was no corporate record of any of the recipes. Lol. In the days and weeks that followed, the company scrambled to reverse engineer the signature sauces and the entire menu, along with hiring and training completely new kitchen staff. The new chefs were for the most part slower and more expensive, but that's another story for another time. When I was 16, I started a job at a grocery store working in the grocery department, stocking shelves. We had a large crew, 15 to 20 crew members every night. My first night there, I walked into the back room to find all of them opening cases of concentrated cans of Welch's grape juice. They then were throwing them against a wall up some stairs. It made massive holes and the walls were stained purple. I remember a kid handing me a can and I just went, no thanks, I have to go see the manager for training. I never told anyone about it since it was my first day and all. As I worked there, I noticed they were all getting food from the deli that clerks weren't weighing, making it something small like 0.02 cents for a stack of meat. Even the cashiers were in on it, pretending to scan items and not doing it. One night I was walking back to my car and looked above the store to see a whole mess of them on top. They climbed a dumpster to reach roof access. They started throwing 3L bottles of soda off the roof right into the parking lot and entryway. Some dude nearly got nailed and fell to the ground. Then he ran full speed inside and told the manager. The workers escaped. They had it on camera, but couldn't tell who the people were. They questioned every employee in the store. Thankfully they never made it to me, as one of the culprits confessed. He also implicated every single employee that was part of the grape incident, soda incident, and stealing. They mostly cared about stealing. All in all, 30 employees were fired on a single day. In the grocery department we went from 20 people to 3. The only people left were me and a girl that started the same day, and some older guy. Went from 0 seniority to top part-time seniority. It was wacky. Never seen anything like it since. This will probably get buried, but I have to share this because the Red Lobster I cook at is currently embroiled in chaos. Everyone knows restaurants have high turnover, right? Crazy places that suck to work at. People quit a lot. It's a given. Well, in the past 10 days all of my managers have quit, except for one who put in his 2 weeks, 1.5 weeks ago. One of my bosses decided to go back to school, another one got into an argument with the GM and walked out. The GM himself walked out 2 days later, giving some vague explanation about his bosses being assholes. So, to be clear, the only manager left in the entire store is the one who already has a new job lined up and is planning on quitting this week. So approximately nobody gives a fuck right now. I could steal thousands of dollars of shrimp, fish, steak, and lobster meat tonight if I wanted to, and I wouldn't get caught because there's nobody to do thorough inventory or just notice that the cook is pulling boxes of shrimp out of the freezer. I could hide rubber duckies all over the store and cover the line in flamboyant confetti if I felt like it. All I have to do is answer to myself and my fellow employees. It's pretty great. Does threatening a mass quitting in order to enact change count? I'm an ESL teacher in Korea. My first job was a bit unique for teachers here. Most teachers are either employed by a public school through the JEPIC or a similar program, or are directly employed by a private hagwon, which is like a cram school. I taught at a private elementary school for age kids, but was employed by another company that was contracted to the school to run the English program. This other company was also a publicly owned company, and by all accounts, was not doing very well. They normally employed teachers at hagwons, owned by the company. We were their only contracted workers, and there were only 11 of us. From the start they treated us badly. Very little help setting us up in our new location, literally the other side of the planet for all of us, which they were contractual obligated to do. No help with things like materials and no communication. We had one person who was supposed to be something of an intermediary between us and the company, but he disappeared after a week and would show up maybe once a month to exert the iron fist of authority over our workplace, then fuck off not to be seen for another month. I could tell stories for days about how much of a twat this guy was. So arrogant and convinced of his own superiority, horribly condescending to all his underlings. But, you get the idea, they basically didn't give a shit about fulfilling their end of the contract, but demanded that our end be followed to the letter. They were required to provide us with furnished housing. We had one couple working there that was under a bit of a special contract together. They had separate contracts, but the housing portion was for a one apartment together. When they arrived they were put into a filthy, rundown, one-room apartment with nothing but a mattress on the floor. They went straight to the company and threatened to take them to the labor board if they didn't fix that. Shortly they had significantly better housing. Most things weren't like that. It was generally little things. We were required to work until 5 p.m. despite school ending at 3 and generally being able to finish things like lesson planning in far less than 10 hours a week. They didn't care if we did anything. They just demanded that we be at our desks. A lot of people slept. That was perfectly acceptable. Our supervisor thought this was stupid and started letting us leave when we were finished teaching. One day the company man shows up, sees that many of us weren't there, and blows his stack. Says that if he ever sees that again we are losing pay for every minute we are not there. That was pretty much the extent of the interaction between us and the company. They never saw normal working conditions, never offered any form of assistance to us, just showed up occasionally to try and catch us doing something wrong so they could threaten us. Finally, during the summer vacation, we had a week off. Now, the kids were off for several weeks, but there was a summer camp that we ran for the first 2. Then we had our vacation. Then there was another week that the kids were gone, but we were required to be at work. We had literally nothing to do. We'd already busted our asses working the camp, and our lessons for most of the next semester were already prepared. They just wanted us to sit at our desks with our thumbs up our asses for a week straight. Our supervisor, awesome lady that she was, again thought this was incredibly stupid. She gave us an extra 2 days off at the beginning of the week, and said we only had to go in for Wednesday, Friday. This was fantastic for us, because we were all planning trips out of the country. An extra 2 days on a beach in the Philippines, or a few days in Tokyo for me specifically, was a desperately needed relief from the workplace we were in. Now, we were actually getting paid that Friday during the vacation. A lot of the teachers were relying on this money to pay for the extra vacation time and ticket home, since we were only paid once a month. Friday comes, and there's no money in our accounts. Saturday passes, still no money. People are stretched thin now, and we are all wondering what's up. Monday, still no money. We all receive emails and texts from our supervisor. The president of the company has found out about the extra days off I gave you and has decided to hold your pay until Tuesday. I'm doing everything I can. The president of the company had decided that, since we weren't going to work until Tuesday, that he could just hold the money until then and quite literally stranded about 9 people in foreign countries. After some quick messages between all of us, we told our supervisor to tell him that if we didn't have the money in our accounts by the end of the day, that we would not be returning until we were paid, and that we would be going directly to the labor board upon return. The money was promptly deposited and everybody managed to get home. That was the last straw, however. We demanded a meeting with the company's representative to discuss this. We sat down, and he started to try to explain the company's position. We stopped him right there and said, stop, we don't care. If you ever try to pull that sheet again, every single one of us is quitting, and you will need to find 11 new teachers with 0 notice. As it turns out, unbeknownst to us, the company was on the verge of collapse. Their contract with the school, where we taught, was the only thing keeping the company afloat. Losing 11 employees would be the end of it. The school was rich and the principal a very powerful and influential man. The parents of the students were diplomats, politicians, lawyers, doctors, entertainment stars. To have every single one of your English teachers walk out because they were being treated so badly, some very powerful people would be rather upset with them. Now for the justice-born portion of the story. In Korea, drinking with your coworkers and bosses is a pretty common thing. The principal was a tiny little Korean man, the man in the middle of this picture actually. He often took us out for drinks and dinner. He was a fantastic man. We loved him, and he was very proud of the English department. After this incident we were out drinking, and we mentioned it to him. He had no idea. He'd never heard anything about the things this company was doing to us. He had no idea, and drilled us for more information. After a while he told us not to worry about it anymore. He'd take care of it. We never had a problem with the company again. At the end of the year, when it was time to renew the contract, the school dumped them and offered contracts to all the teachers directly. As far as I know, that company no longer exists. Worked in a call center for a not so reputable credit card company. Basically our job was to get people to sign up and offer balance transfers. They would transfer their current balance from one credit card to ours. I never figured out how, but I was shockingly good at this job. Hated it, but I was good at it. Now this was a few years ago, and security wasn't exactly on anyone's mind. One of my team members was a super nice guy, but then one day he didn't show up to work, and then we had a big meeting across the street at the local hotel. We were pretty much all told, 400 of us I believe, that we were all being laid off as they had to do some major restructuring security wise. The story is that teammate was writing down credit card numbers to a simple pad of paper and taking it home nightly. Somehow he was able to make a lot of cash advances on now empty credit cards and fled the country. To my knowledge he never got caught. Their security solution was that no paper was allowed in the center anymore. Most people found new jobs by the time they took us all back, so we were down to maybe 50 people. I had another job but went back. I quit about an hour into it after some snide comments from a team leader how everyone was complaining how hard the last 2 months had been without a job. Back in my last year of high school, a co-op opened up 2 minutes walking distance from my house. And like a boy wanting money, I got that $11 hour back beach job, $3.50 over minimum wage at the time. Everything's going great, making shrimp stacks, working with cool cats my age. Then hockey season starts. Tryouts are over, and I get my hockey schedule for the next 2 months. Eagerly, I go to the front-end supervisor and request those days off. What's this for? They ask hockey. I enthusiastically reply, we don't work around your hockey schedule here. Excuse me? Here, calls over manager. Yeah, you're going to have to quit hockey, arguably tasty, because we don't work around that here, the manager tells me. What a coincidence, I don't work here. I announce boldly. I'll be back in half an hour with my written notice, so I head home, write up my notice, and head back. Of course, People heard me and asked why I quit, so I explained to them why. But here's the kicker, this is Canada, so more than half of these employees play hockey. Most of the rest don't want to work there if all their friends quit. By the end of the next day, half their cashiers and all their back beachers, bar 2, gave in their notice. When I dropped by for some delicious jalapeno dill chips a few weeks after my last day, the front-end manager's picture was taken off the wall and the store's hours were cut. Fucking Noon thought he didn't have to work around hockey in Canada. I was a server administrator at an office with 2 bosses. One was the management boss and the other was the doctor. The doctor boss was always incredibly busy, so you'd take requests/complaints/etc to the management boss. The problem here was that the doctor had veto power. This would work just fine seeing as how it's a normal hierarchy situation, except that the management boss was basically the embodiment of a power trip. We had a log we had to fill out for when and how long you went to the bathroom/. She stopped me once while walking in after an hour and 5-minute lunch to say taking extra long lunches now are we? I was the only person running 6 servers for hosting several different programs and told her once that I didn't get a printer fixed because I had a lot of projects going on at the time, and she spat back, "You have a lot of projects? You have no idea how many projects I have," then stormed off and didn't say another word of it. I gave them 5 weeks notice because I had no help and there was too much work to effectively get things done, and about 70% of the office also notified them they were quitting due to similar reasons, also including verbal abuse. I stayed on for a bit because we had negotiated a raise on the terms that stayed on to help keep it afloat/stabilize things. Management boss promised me the raise would be on my next paycheck. Of course it wasn't. So when I mentioned that I didn't get it, she kept saying to talk to the doctor who kept saying to talk to the management boss. After 2 rounds of that, and well, we didn't say when it started, I quit on the spot. Found out one of my favorite coworkers there, maybe even of all time, had stayed on, but was given so much work that he ended up hospitalized from the stress. That same coworker had put it best when he told me, "Lonvone, when you're driving to the coast you don't remember all the rest stops you take a piss at." No idea how they're doing now. Don't care either. One day some bean counter at corporate headquarters comes up with the bright idea to increase profits by laying off a large group of the most highly paid, well-liked supervisors and key employees. Somehow it didn't occur to them that those people were responsible for both creating money and keeping the company from losing money. Meanwhile, all of the top executives remained in place under shade. Those top dog compensation boys had more than tenfold of the average worker, yet performed virtually no real function other than golf buddies, cousins, and brother-in-laws to the CEO. The immediate result was that morale and productivity went down to zero. Huge and costly errors were continually made. Clients and contracts were lost. The laid-off employees went to the competition and I, with the remaining good employees, followed them shortly after. Less than a year the company closed. The sad shame of it all was that this all happened while the company was at its peak and the economy was great. They were once the most highly respected and innovated in the industry. We all thought we would happily retire from there someday as old men and women. The CEO died of massive heart attack about a year after they closed down. I worked through a staffing agency at the VW plant in Chattanooga. Everyone had to do a minimum of 6 months with the staffing agency before they could become a VW employee and get the extra awesome benefits. It was okay. I enjoyed having the gym and the cafe. I got in awesome shape while I worked there, especially since the job itself is very physically demanding. I really liked my coworkers. But the swing shift schedule they had going was horrible. It switched every few days. I believe that they now have a manageable shift schedule. It also really sucked to be part of a huge corporation like that. You're a number, and if you do exceptional work you get no recognition and are often left picking up other slack. If you do good work, you get stuck with the harder jobs because they don't want a lazy person doing it. With the staffing agency you only get 3 paid days off in a year and are written up for any unpaid day that you take. After 3 write-ups you are fired. Anyways, the plant made 20,000 more cars than they needed and ended up laying off 700 of the staffing agency employees. I think it left less than 100 members of the staffing agency. When we were hired, we were told that there would never be layoffs. We thought we had job security. They said that they would keep us on a list to be called back if they needed us. Nearly all of us got a call back, but I only know of a handful of people that actually went back. I probably would have gone back if it wasn't for the swing shifts. That's definitely not for everyone. Also, I would be afraid of being left with the staffing agency and laid off again. Amazon Fulfillment Center, the floor managers, AMs, were instructed that no overtime be given frequently throughout the year, and upper management, ops, told the AMs to fix the overtime problem via adjusting associates' time punches. This went on for 3 years until the labor board had over 100 complaints. Associates had quit by the hundreds by the time corporate came down with lawyers in tow. Associates were interviewed, but didn't understand why, and were being asked to sign pre-printed surveys stating they were not instructed to come in early or stay late by management. This threw a huge red flag, as some associates wanted copies to have them reviewed by their lawyers. Bowers refused to provide copies and held the associates in the office until they signed the documents. Bowers then started to explain that the longer they waited, that their numbers and daily tasks were being neglected, and it would be documented as insubordination. Associates then tried to leave using personal time that you can use at any moment at any time, and Bowers said they could not use personal, and they would have to take points, negative attendance. The labor board just happened to send in a representative that arrived on site 10 minutes prior, that security escorted to ours. The representative had listened to this tirade and then instructed the hour person of the labor laws and legal ramifications of what they just stated to the associates. Bowers then instructed the associates to go back to work. 2 days later, only 3 hours personnel were left from 9, 4 AMs and 3 ops managers were fired. Of the associates that quit due to this practice, lawsuits were sorted out with labor board support. So before people start to praise this bastard of a workplace, understand the mindfuck they use daily to lie, cheat and steal to get associates to hurt themselves and lie through their hours and management's intimidation. I worked at a small survey collection agency, and well, they are always mass hiring and mass firing. What made me and many others quit were the emails. But first, some background. The owners hire mostly P/T student on a regular basis, but give all the incentives to the full-time supervisors. The supervisors tried to make it seem like convincing someone to take a 20-minute survey was no problem. Your preferred schedule is based on your performance. People went weeks without any shifts. They reluctantly gave out bathroom breaks, and did so at a first-come first-serve basis. If you are on a call, even both times, you miss your break. And it was only recently that you were allowed to go to the bathroom whenever. So when they hire people, their only requirement is to read a script and click a mouse. Perhaps some persuasion skills, but honestly they'll hire anyone with a heartbeat. About 40% of the calling floor workforce were immature students working part-time at a job that was already pretty dreadful. Of course they doodled on the walls, stealing headsets, taking long as breaks, etc. It didn't take long before ours started sending out demeaning emails to everyone with stuff like, and remember, if you stay past the 15-minute break time your paycheck will be held. At that point I realized how incompetent ours is to hold everyone responsible for the few hats that they hired, on top of the Nazi regime-like supervision. Others felt the same and quite a few of us left, but last I heard they fired everyone, except the supervisors and ours, and started over. I worked in the accounting office of a corporation my first semester of college, doing entry-level stuff and a large portion of their accounts payable duties. Eventually the time came for the end of quarter statements to be completed. 2 months later they still weren't done. The CFO fired everyone in the office but me, and kept me on to familiarize the new staff, before I was to be terminated a month later. Temporary employment through college. I taught people what they needed to know, and they eventually had to scrap almost everything and start over. The head of the office had incorrectly entered information on every single account, never reconciled cash or bank statements, processed every single check manually, and never reconciled or recorded processing them. In short, he was running the office by hand, and not using any of the computer software the office was designed to use. He had everything written down in a ledger, which went missing after he left. He was sued after being terminated, and the other few members of staff were decided to be unusable in the new system. That same office currently runs with one guy doing all of the paperwork and accounting, 9 to 5.5 days on Fridays, and a single clerk whose job consists of sorting mail and posting bills to the accounts payable system. And they redecorated in their spare time. Anyone who worked at my job is going to recognize this story, but here goes anyways. I worked at movie theater during high school. It was a well-known fact that we all loved to work hard so that we could slack off hard later between showings, letting out and whatnot, usher shift. Now, in theater #14, there was this little cranny against the wall under the stairs where the doors opened up to put the massive garbage cans in. Now, behind these cans a hole had formed in the wall, and through and behind that hole was just empty space. This area would be under the seats of the theater. Over time, many of the employees started putting things in this space: a couch, a hammock, chairs, table, mini fridge, etc. It came to be known as Apartment 14 and was an area for employees to sneak off to without exiting the building for a nap, etc. When upper management found out, they were furious, of course, and also impressed. From what I could tell from the rehashings of the story, almost everyone who knew about it was fired. This is how I was hired. Yay, spots open. But I'm sorry to everyone who lost their jobs. The story was great, and it proves that we are capable of making great things if only upper management would let us. That was my perception as a high school student at the time. Now that I'm older, I can see the headaches of lawsuits if something happened in that space or something. The decrease in productivity. If an emergency happened, that person wouldn't be able to be found, so they might be at risk, etc. I was working at a well-known tire and wheel shop. The mass exodus happened in 2 stages, one led to the other. Saturdays were always 12-hour days for us. Also, it's our biggest day due to the fact that most people are off. So we open at 8 AM, but we are all there prepping at 7 AM. One Saturday, out of the blue, they had a drug test waiting for us when we got there. A little surprising, since you don't have to take one to get hired. Anyways, all the grease monkeys, the kids in the bay changing tires and wheels, started freaking out. I was one of them. Being 17 and in high school, I smoked my fair share of pot, so I was a bit worried. My manager notices and grabs us up and tells us not to worry. He's the one who checks the results and he's not firing anybody over some pot or coke. Needless to say, 2 out of the 5 of us walked out the door on the spot. The remaining 3 of us took the test and busted our ass for 12 hours straight. We even skipped lunch to continue working. This goes on for a week. The 3 of us work overtime for a week and skip every lunch to keep up with the demand. To put things into perspective, there were 5 salesmen selling tire and wheel deals and 3 people to do all the actual work. And during this hell week, only one of those sales guys actually came out to the base to help when he had a chance. The rest of them just kept selling shit. On the following Saturday, I was the only grease monkey to show up. I wasn't surprised. I knew what was about to happen. So I agreed to work the Saturday and ask if I could at least get 2 of the sales guys in the base to help me out. Only one of them comes out to help. He helped all day and didn't make a single sale. Mad respect to him. Closing time comes and I'm left, along with the other guy, to clean up the entire garage, consisting of 5 full bays. Inside, the sales guys are chilling, laughing, probably talking about how much commission they earned for the day. So I walk in and ask for a raise. Couple of the guys chuckle, but I'm dead faking serious. I figured I had proved my loyalty and work ethic tenfold. I was the best guy in the garage and I knew I'd be expected to train every single person to hire in the near future. At the time I was making $7.50 an hour, which was pretty good for a 17-year-old in 2005. But it didn't reflect my actual worth, my opinion. I asked the lead manager for $9.50 an hour. I was shooting high in hopes of an acceptable rebuttal. He simply said, "I don't make that decision." Bro, you're the store manager. How the fuck do you not have any input concerning the pay of your own employees? I told all of them to go fuck themselves, except for the one cool guy. I stopped by a week later to get my check, and they still hadn't hired anybody. I get a smile out of seeing all those pricks making sales, then doing all the work themselves on a nice hot humid Florida day. I worked for a post-production company that was small. Owner and 3 employees. Boss treated us like crap, even though our work was the only thing keeping the company going. He didn't do anything but order us around, and, quite frankly, his ideas were very dated and bad. He was the kind of guy who hasn't changed his opinion on what's good in the last 15 years, and in my industry, if you don't keep up with the times, you're dimmed. The clients all also hated working with him, but loved the work we, the employees, were doing. So much so that the biggest client he had contacted one of the other guys and said if he wanted to start his own company, they would loan startup costs and use the new company for all their work. So after working out all the details for about 6 months, while we all kept working, he finally quit one day. 2 weeks later, his new office is up and running. When that happened, me and the 3rd employee quit and started working for him. So the original company lost all 3 guys in the span of a few weeks, lost their biggest client, and went out of business less than a year later. We're all working happily at the new place, doing better work, and making more money. So it all worked out for us. And to any bosses out there, remember this as a lesson, to work with your employees, and not treat them like shit. I used to work at a fast food restaurant next to a busy theme park. We were originally corporate owned, but one summer we were told that our location had been purchased by a franchise. A lot of people weren't comfortable working for new owners, so they quit. This in itself wasn't a problem. They put their 2 weeks in, so management was able to hire new people in time. The problem was when most of them failed to show up for their final shift, which was on a Saturday, our busiest day thanks to the theme park. I distinctly remember that night. The theme park was closing, all of their patrons were hungry and coming our way, and we only had 4 people to man the entire store, dine-in and drive-through. So we had 1 person at each drive-through window, 1 person taking and assembling orders up front, and our shift manager making all the food by himself. I'd worked busy nights before, but nothing like this. The line up front was just an angry hungry mob. The drive-through line went out to the road. Why people kept getting in line when it was that long is still a mystery to me. Somehow the shift manager eventually got a hold of some people who were willing to come in and help close. When they got there he said, "Lock the door, let people out, but don't let anyone in. We are closing early. I've had enough. Most stressful day of fast food I ever worked. I don't miss it one bit." This is probably late to the party, but it was so awful I need to share. I worked at a sub shop in a college town. A kid who used to work with us moved away to Kentucky. Now one of my coworkers still kept in contact and was probably this kid's best friend. One day, we all get news that this fun-loving happy kid we all knew and loved had committed suicide. Fast forward to the next weekend, and my coworker, the one who was best friends with the kid who had just died, was out at the bars and sees our area manager. They get into a verbal argument because the area manager is kind of a dick anyway. As the AM is walking away, he turns to my coworker and says, "Hey, I've got an idea. Why don't you go kill yourself like your friend?" Mind you, this is about a week after it had all happened. If other friends hadn't pulled my coworker off the manager, he would have been killed that night. Instead, when we all heard what went down, many of us quit and those that couldn't afford to lost all respect for him. It was a dark time. Worked as a phone rep for a company some call the ultimate pulverizing service. Job had always been draconian. For example, on our first day the males were told the only facial hair allowed were mustaches. This particular rule was not mentioned in the month-long interview process. 4 beards died that day, and 1 beard quit. The job itself was soul-sucking, but some of us discovered it was also pointless. The field reps who used to own our accounts still had administrative access to the system, and would take back any accounts that we sold to boost their own sales. When management was informed, they created the push-up account. We were now required to push up a company every month. 5 of the reps who had all of their hard work stolen quit that day. Next was the work sick initiative. You see, a lot of people were really stressed out, which led to ill health and more sick time. Their logic was that since we were on the phone we couldn't get the customer sick. If you've ever tried to sell anything with someone sitting next to you puking into a trash can so they can hit their numbers, it's not easy. Two sweet old ladies and a guy, so dehydrated he left in an ambulance, left that day. Then came the coup de grace. I, along with 90% of the department, left when they began requiring supervisor permission for bathroom breaks. Yes, that's right, adult college graduates had to raise their hands for permission to piss. TLDR, ultimate pulverizing service call center denuded by piss permission preposterousness. I live smack dab in oil country. Generally how it works is that an employee from out of town gets paid whatever they get paid, a lot, plus sub, which is a living allowance. Depending on the company you work for, sub can range from $110 to $200, which will result in a nice fat paycheck if you don't live in a hotel and eat all your meals from restaurants. There aren't hotels in this region that can house more than 200 people, all combined. So pipeline employees band together, rent a house, which would cost, at most, $750 a month per person, which means most of their sub goes nicely into their pockets, plus their wages. Some company had the brilliant idea of building a camp inside the town. Camp is just basically utility trailers joined together. Everyone shares bathrooms. It's tight, space-wise, and a last resort. Especially when it costs $110 a day to live there. Well, people were basically saying thanks, but no thanks, because the majority already had their cozy little setups all over town in various houses and apartments. So the company said, your sub from now on will go to this camp to pay for your accommodations, because we sunk so much money into building it, and now you're not utilizing it. I don't know how many quit over it, but it was a lot. Thanks but no thanks. You can't tell us how to spend our sub. But it's pipelining. Lots more people, where they came from, and those people had no problem picking work up. I worked in a call center doing tech support once upon a time. One day management decided to take us out to lunch and give out some recognitions, because we had been doing a really good job. So they shut the phones down, unheard of since we were a 24/7 shop, and took us out to lunch. Gave out some gift cards for people with the highest satisfaction survey scores, lowest call times, etc. Sweet, free lunch, a pat on the back, and some loot feels Goodman Point JPG. Coming back to the office, several people were having issues with their badges not working. That's weird. About an hour later I see several of my coworkers getting escorted by security to gather their belongings, and out the door they went. What the fuck? Come to find out, upper management decided our call times were too good and our satisfaction scores were so good that we could afford to cut some heads, and even the frontline managers were not aware of their plan. So just imagine that, your company takes you out to lunch and recognizes you for doing such an awesome job, and then fires you for doing such an awesome job. Most faked up thing I've ever seen in my professional career. And that was the day I realized call center work was a soul crushing pit of hell, and I quit a month later. I worked for a startup in San Francisco. The years prior to 2013 they had great years. 200% revenue increase in 2011 and 390% in 2012. It was immediately added to the list of the best places to work for. In mid-2012 the company did massive hirings. The company had their main office in San Francisco, which housed around 25 people, and the developer/engineers had an office in Nebraska. Around this time they hired around 20 to 30 more people for all sorts of new positions and more bodies for already current positions. In less than 1 year, a company that was finally seeing real profit blew it all by trying to compete with the SF startup mentality. Here are a list of ways to lose millions of dollars in less than a year. Catered lunches for all 45 plus people. An actual chef would come in-house once a week and cook for you in front of you. Keg Fridays. Every Friday, here are a couple kegs so everyone sticks around and plays board games. Monthly messages. They would come to us. New teams and fields that make zero profit for the company and cost millions. Video team section. Sports teams. Parties. Oh god, so many extravagant parties at events. If there was an event for our industry, and it was somewhere else on the planet other than San Francisco, didn't matter, had a party in whatever venue they chose. Traveling to events, they would send 1000% the needed to travel across the world because they could events, held many events in the office, meet and greets, social events, exhibition matches for our teams etc. And just the overall fact you hired 25 to 30 new people with San Francisco salaries. The company announced in March of 2013 that they were moving to Nebraska. We were all invited to move, and they even offered us small moving packages, but they knew nobody wanted to. Most of the newer employees want to be in San Francisco. It's where all the tech is happening. Out of all the newer employees invited out to Nebraska, one went. And of the former employees, only a handful went. I worked for a print company that specialized in retail in Flower Mound, Texas, catering to grocery chains and Walmart/Sam's Club as the sole digital asset manager. I worked that job for 6 years managing over 1 million images for around 15 different companies all by my lonesome. After firing the pre-press manager, they hired another manager that loved micromanaging people and I ended up getting rolled into pre-press. Now, I used to do pre-press, but after busting my hump to get into my position, they tried to downgrade me into pre-press. No thanks. During this time, we heard a lot of grumbles about the higher-ups getting pay raises, while the workers below them received nothing in bonuses or raises for 5 years. Also, we bought a printing company in China to take over their printing for the largest grocery chain, Lianhe. After dumping roughly 10 million to this process, Lianhe said "fuck off" and took their business elsewhere. So naturally, the higher-ups got their payout and then went through every department and gutted it down to a handful of people each. And since I was the only one in the imaging department, I got the axe. Looked for work for 3 months, was about to get kicked out of my apartment and they hired me back after getting another large client. That and no one else knew how to do my job. A few years later I quit and moved to Chicago. A few years after starting at said company, there was an incident regarding sexual harassment. They rounded up all of the men and basically tried to force them to sign a sheet of paper saying that they were the ones sexually harassing the women. I refused to sign it because they wouldn't let me know what was said, regardless if I wanted to know who it was said by. They told me that it didn't matter and just sign the paper. I told them I don't think so, since I wouldn't take the blame for something I didn't say or do. They didn't like it and said that they would fire me for it. I told them go ahead, and if they did they'd be talking to my lawyer shortly. Unfortunately, my friend signed it, and since he did, he was canned the next day. Sucked because he was a great guy and a great worker. Not quite in line with Op's question, but similar I guess. I was part of a plant shutdown. I'll never forget that day. All of a sudden a ton of corporate suits were there right away in the morning. By noon, everyone in the company was called outside. They gave a BS speech about turning markets, blah blah blah. We have to shut the plant down a month before Christmas, so that was sure nice. /s. What stuck with me though was part of the reasoning for the shutdown. The guy said we've had considerable product costing problems. That right there was a faking lie, because I was the guy doing the costing. On more occasions than I can possibly count, the costing would come in at X, but the head of the sales department told my boss's boss that we can't make sales look bad, and the numbers were all adjusted down to whatever faking magical number they wanted. The end result is we lost money on this product because the supplies costs more than expected, labor was higher, raw material higher, etc. I hated that sales guy with a passion. He was a classic 80s corporate America high roller epic douchebag. I can still see his retarded loafers. I got him back though. After everyone was let go and the property was sold to a new firm, I found out the head sales guy just happened to kiss enough as to get a VP position at the company that took over. There were a lot of hush-hush rumors that the sales team was taking kickbacks in the old company, so I made a phone call. The company's lawyer gets on the phone with me, and you could hear this click click and random coughing. I knew he was recording. I told him about the rumors, told him about how I had to change costing data to make sales look good, and told him that I wasn't looking for a damn thing. I just didn't want to see the same thing happen to another company and 300 people lose their jobs. 2 months later I got wind that the faker was fired right after he bought a new $750,000 house. One of our project directors is an alcoholic and gave all responsibility to the senior engineers below him. We did well from it as we took on a lot of sheet and did get recognition / pay rises etc. But he was a nightmare to work for and would turn against people all the time and generally had the world's craziest ideas about how to run the company. He was also a compulsive liar. But none of this mattered. We stayed out of his way and he stayed in the pub reaping the benefits of our work. Then one day upper management decided to promote him based on his performance to be in charge of our entire division, making business decisions. 30 people walked into our unit director's office and said we were leaving if the promotion went ahead. He listened and cancelled the promotion. The powers that be decided that his performance was so good that they had to do something. So they moved him to a different office and gave him an even bigger promotion. Same promotion really, but an even bigger team. He went out with clients trying to drum up new business, something we never let him do, and within weeks, had a series of complaints against him from clients. He was fired within a month. Happened twice at my first job, at a certain pizza place. Basically, this was the first job I had gotten in high school, thanks to a family friend, and I wound up working at this pizza place with a lot of other people my age, under a very lax manager. Before I get too far into the story, the manager of this store was actually demoted from corporate for sexual misconduct. Working there was pretty chill for the first year or so, and we could pretty much get away with anything. Like one kid didn't come into work for about a month and still had a job afterwards, and half the time we just faked around and had food fights. To sum it up, the manager just didn't give a fuck. He made sure all the pizzas went out, that we were quality to customers, that the store was excellent at the end of the day. However, that was pretty much it. As it was my first job, I always made sure to do it to the best of my abilities, not goof off that much, and in the end, learned how to manage everything in the store to the point where I was the one training new employees. I wound up making really good friends with a few co-workers my age, and most of the older drivers, who, because the store was so lax, would help out in the store making pizzas, cleaning, and delivering out of area. Eventually, a lot of drama happened with the supervisors the manager had hired. All 3 were women, and the first mass firing occurred. One of the female supervisors, for whatever reasons which elude me at the moment, liked to fuck with the other supervisors' shifts by turning the ovens off or on, and generally trying to sabotage the store. She was eventually fired for this, but not before she brought it to the attention of the higher-ups that the manager was sexually harassing her. The second supervisor forced the manager to hire her boyfriend, who was some thuggish gangster guy, who wound up threatening to pummel the manager for sexual advances on his girlfriend when this all went down, getting both of them fired. The final supervisor didn't get sexually molested by the manager, but did have sex in the back room with one of the drivers, and stole from the register, and was let go as well. Several other staff members were also let go at this point. I was one of the ones who actually managed to keep my job, and the week after all this went down, met the new manager, and got the details. The new manager was pretty cool, and certainly more strict than the last one, which was definitely better at the start of his position in this pizza place. He fired anyone who was seriously faking around on the job. One guy who lied about being in a car wreck so he could avoid work wound up being ordered to bring a transcript of the accident or lose his job, making me go sit after hearing that in the store. The problem was, he eventually got real dissish as well and treated the remaining employees like slaves and made sure we realized we were expendable. To top it up, he also made this 20-year-old stoner kid his assistant manager, not realizing he knew nothing about what was going on, and things went to shit from there. He tried to make it mandatory that the drivers work in the front doing all duties and deliver out of order, which when some of them refused, including this retired guy we all loved who just wanted to work a bit to help his grandchildren and children out, they were told they could find a new job and that the manager would just find someone on the street to replace them. He fired half my co-workers in the store my age because they couldn't make a pizza in 2 to 3 minutes with 5 minutes in the microwave, even though these co-workers were some of the few who took the job seriously, always came into work, and always made pizzas under the mandatory 15-minute waiting time. At one point, one of the girls' mothers in this group wound up coming and asking why her daughter was crying at losing her job, and was told that they had just found better employees, which they hadn't. This went on for quite a while, with the manager hiring new people, then firing them a few weeks later, or keeping them if they were up to par, which wound up ruining the morale of everyone working there and making life a general living sheet. I would wind up doing most things in the store, from supervising cash to making pizzas, handling ovens, trying to make sure the new employees were trained, and doing stock prior to leaving. Stoner assistant manager later would wing up treating me like garbage and taking all the sudden hate towards management out on his employees for reasons I don't fully understand. At one point in early autumn, as I was still in high school and biking to work, I wound up wiping out and bashed in my knee prior to getting to work. Basically, I thought I did the responsible thing by calling in to tell my assistant manager I would be 10-15 minutes late for my shift as I had to head home, change my pants, and then head back to work. However, when I wound up making it back to work, I was in for a tirade of yelling and verbal slurs. I almost quit right there, but really needed the cash. I decided there to look for a new job. I finally quit when, on Halloween, one of the busiest days of the year. Prior to Halloween, for about a month, I had asked for the day off to head with my family out of town. High school kid, to no avail, the manager telling me he needed to ensure competent employees were there during the day. When Halloween came around, we were understaffed, and the manager himself skipped the day, which pissed me off even more. We wound up having to call the manager and ask him to come in, as we were getting behind due, and when he finally came in, he basically told everyone working there that, because we had done such a shitty job, he was halving all our hours. I was furious, as even understaffed, and with hundreds of customers coming in, we hadn't given up, taken a break, and were basically each doing multiple jobs at once, with a lot of the employees being near brand new, and basically told my manager that either we maintain the hours, or I'd find a better job. I remember saying something like, "We may be expendable to you, and you may be able to find a dozen high school kids to do this job, but guess what? Fast food jobs are the same to us, and we can find another better job than this." Like that manager wound up saying, "If that's the way you feel, leave," and so I left. Not sure if I was being a dick or immature, but one of the drivers wound up passing by me on the street saying I didn't deserve any of that, and I found out a week later from him that the remainder of the staff, except for a few other people, had quit. Stoner assistant manager wound up quitting as well, as I saw him on the street half a year ago, blaming everything and his dissish behavior on the manager, which I'm guessing just means that without me or any experienced staff things fell apart fast, and they took it out on each other. By December, everyone I had worked with in the store over the course of 2 years was gone, including the second manager, and whenever I go back there, it's always a new manager and new staff. Sorry for the TLDR and bad grammar. Back in 1989 I started working for a very large company in Northern Virginia, in Tyson's Corner. We were working on a government project for the armed services. The company hired around 150 temporary employees, and was spending way too much money on them. They would buy lunch and dinner, usually tons of shrimp, and maintain 10 rooms at a local hotel in case anyone didn't want to drive home for the night. Since most of us were temps, they put us on a mandatory 80-hour work week. Fantastic money, but I have no memory of 1991. The company was creating new things that didn't exist at that time, like color monitors on the computers, scanners, computerized graphic programs, etc. I was the AA for the engineering department, 183 people, and also worked as the graphic illustrator and general fill-in guy for missing employees. We worked on that project for 2 years, 89, 91. Came into work one day and were told to clean out our desks by noon, and were all laid off at once. At the time there were 3 companies bidding on this project and the other 2 companies joined forces, leaving us without a leg to stand on. For that time period, we had guys earning upwards of $200 an hour, so this probably came as a major shock to their finances. Being I was the AA, I was the lowest paid on the totem pole, did the most work, and was able to leave that job and go to another within several days. At the time I could type over 120 WPM, error free. Out of the 183 employees in the engineering department, only about 20 were full-time employees. The rest of us were all temps and got our walking papers. It was a shame, since the company had spent nearly $3 million on that project, and then to have it all just stop. Such a shame. Since we were all temps, the company was able to just end our assignments. Mine lasted 2 years, without worrying about any retributions. We just ceased to exist in their eyes. That company is big enough to have just absorbed the remaining full-time employees into different departments or different branches around the country. They probably have over 50,000 employees worldwide, so 183 engineers just vanished without a trace. I quit before this happened, but I heard about it later. One of the guys working the production crew at an industrial bakery kept trying to move to a different shift. He had time on people. The boss kept refusing because the lead person kept saying he was a vital piece of that shift, etc, etc. The union is shit, so getting them involved only hurt him more. So someone on the shift he wanted to go to goes on vacation, and the boss moves him down for a week and a half and tells the guy that he'll be staying on this shift for the foreseeable future. When the guy comes back from vacation, the boss puts up a new schedule that day, putting him right back to the shift he didn't want to be on. End of Act 1. So he goes back with the promise that he'll only be on this shift another few days and then back to the good shift again. But that doesn't work out. He goes to the boss again, and this time shows him the fact he recorded the last meeting where he made the promises, and tells him that it's time to stop faking with him. Boss agrees and then calls in the union rep. This is a shitty union, who basically agrees with the boss the whole time and tells the guy to buck up and take it. So he walks out, drives to the plant manager's house, and interrupts his dinner. Plant manager sides with the employee and tells the boss that now he stays on the shift he wants and stop the bullshit. End Act 2. So he's on the shift he wants for a month. Except now he's working longer than everyone else. Someone else goes on vacation, and you guessed it, he's back to the shift he doesn't want. Guy comes back from vacation, and he stays on that shift. Next schedule goes up. He works past the end of the shift knowing that tomorrow is a down day where they won't run at all for 10 plus hours, so they can clean, supposedly does something, and walks out. First production shift doesn't come in at all next day. They're off. Half of second shows up, not enough to actually run, and one person from third comes in. Next day, first is supposed to be back, except wait, the production shift again doesn't come in, so the bosses get some people from a temp agency in, and figure they'll run with a few supervisors, because now they're actively losing money by staying down. Nothing runs right. The mixer keeps going into manual rotation mode, the pan conveyors are somehow reversed, and the batch tank keeps reading, as if the nutrient tanks are full, when they're really empty. Mechanics don't get anything running right for a week. Moral of the story, don't fuck with your employees. I used to work for a department of local government responsible for building new roads, bikeways, etc. as a graduate engineer. When I first started it was fine. The general manager was a bit strict, but he knew his stuff. The middle management were a bit rough around the edges, guys who'd worked on road crews, but didn't have any technical or managerial training, the school of hard knocks type. As it happened, the GM left to go on to bigger and better things, and a couple of the rough edges stepped up to the plate. They started by giving themselves raises, while continually promising to review our salaries. You can guess that they never raised them one iota. Our pay was actually frozen for 6 months, while things kept getting pushed to the limit. They introduced draconian working hours along with their expectation that we would do overtime hours as necessary without pay. They attempted to push as much of the legal/contractual responsibility of project management onto the grads and away from themselves, making us sign documents and fill out paperwork. They had an unofficial policy of never answering emails or putting anything in writing. Emailed questions or clarifications were always met with a chat and never a written response. They retained their positions in the central suburban office and tried to push as many of us as possible to the outer suburban areas and city limit depots, ensuring they had an easy commute, while it would take us an hour just to get to the office in the morning. The system of each grad engineer getting a car for site visits was retracted to a pool system of around 4 cars for the use of 10 people, making it almost impossible to secure a booking unless you booked weeks in advance, forcing you to use your personal car every time you wanted to conduct an inspection. They all retained their company cars and fuel cards, of course, even though they never went on site. I was the third one to leave, struck out for private industry, and never looked back. Fuck those knuckle-dragging idiots. They were the real reason public money was considered wasted in local government. I'd seen both in the same company, although the firing was actually a massive layoff. In my first adult job many years ago, I was hired as a support technician for a software company in the financial industry. On the technical side, I was great at my job, but I was completely clueless when it came to the industry, which was a bit disheartening. I was still a DJ at the time, so I had a hard time getting in on time every morning due to events or practice from the night before. I'd noticed quite a bit of animosity within the 10 or so person team, but being that it was my first job of such caliber, as well as the high stress nature of our clientele, I figured it was standard. After about 2 weeks of being 5 to 30 minutes late almost every day, which always included a short meeting with a red-faced manager about punctuality, I decided it was time to move on. I went to the aforementioned manager and told him we should talk. He said he needed to run to a meeting and we'd talk after. I went out to handle a couple clients, and when I got back a couple hours later he was just getting back from his meeting. He suggested that he speak first and explained that he was leaving within a week and that I'd be taking over as manager of the department. Now, did you still have something to talk to me about? He asked, to which I replied, nope. Within 2 weeks, everyone in the office was gone. Turns out they all just plain hated each other, and as soon as my manager left, everyone else followed suit. I never really found out what set everyone off, but it seems like everyone just finally gave up on dealing with one another and just said fuck it. This left me at 19 as manager of the region of a small internationally respected company for whom I'd only worked for about a month. Over the next couple months I'd spent full days with the VP of the company, regional managers from the larger, more lucrative offices, head of sales, etc. as they made sure I could potentially handle the task at hand and then trained me to do so. Not that I would handle sales, but I needed to be a local representative, a face for the sales team. I'd basically become an account manager tasked with losing as few customers as possible while trying to pull the whole office back together. Within a year, I'd helped hire a whole new staff and we were even starting to make sales again. We lost very few customers after the mass exodus, although I had to drop out of school to keep up. After another 6 months, I'd called the head of one of the larger offices in a bigger city and asked if there might be opportunities for me elsewhere. They helped me move to that office within 3 weeks. While in the new office, I continued to do on-site technical support, but then worked on an intranet in the evenings and during downtime. After a few months of tweaking it with people in our local office, the whole company started using said intranet. Within about 2 years, there was a mass layoff of about 75% of the company. Our competitors had finally caught up to us, one of the originals in the industry, now comparably resembling a dinosaur. It took an extra 2 days for me to find out I was on that layoff list. 2 very depressing days as so many people were leaving because all those managers and leads from before had been trying to vouch for me to stay on. As I understand, that company still exists, but only has maybe 5 employees worldwide. From what I heard, they're still using that old intranet I started. A company I used to work for banked on getting 4 major contracts signed within a few months. Well, they hired about 35 people fresh out of college. Very nice, smart, talented people with a lot of ambition and that special twinkle in their eyes knowing they got a job and their other college friends didn't. One of those contracts got signed, and the rest went to competitors. 4 months later, all but 6 of those college new hires were laid off all at once. I worked in it, and I got the email at 5 AM regarding the layoff, and to be prepared to recoup equipment and disable accounts 5 minutes prior to the layoff I got the list of accounts to be disabled. My heart sank. These kids came in, drank the free coffee, ate the free donuts, and were corralled into a large conference room to be told to GTFO. Later that day, I overheard one of the hour's goons say, "Sucks for them, but it'll teach them a lesson they wouldn't have learned in college, how to recover from being laid off." They just laughed about it. Unfortunately, that company never learned from this, and I had to witness this event 2 more times. The CEO of my old agency filmed the CEO of another company naked and drunk on a beach in India, and then posted the video to his public FB account. He had something like 30k followers, and tweeted it from the agency's account. The story was picked up by a few outlets, major clients cut ties with us, and much of the executive team resigned. Since the people who resigned were basically the ones keeping the place running, because, our CEO was nuts, the agency was unable to get new clients to replace the ones we lost. Except the CEO didn't act like that was the case. He continued to spend lots of money on travel and pet projects that didn't bring in business, perhaps even more than ever, because there were less people around to keep him in check. A few months later, all but one of the higher-ups resigned en masse. There was just a flood of emails at midnight one night that all had the same "I've resigned" subject line. Later I learned that the CEO had called them up out of the blue and asked them to lay off most of the company since he wasn't going to be able to make payroll. Rather than do that, they all quit. The director who stayed told me he remained in order to get some of our few client projects finished, so money would be coming from which to pay us. The next day, all but 5 or 6 of us were laid off. The CEO was not there. In fact, I never saw him again after the India incident. He basically just stayed abroad the whole time. He did call me that morning and promote me though. The handful of remaining employees were expected to do the work of a 30 to 40 person agency. It was insane. It lasted about 2 days. As soon as payday came and none of us got a check, we left one by one. I was the last person to send my resignation email. He immediately started calling people he just had laid off and asked them to come back to work for free as a favor to him. No one went back, so he just hired his girlfriend. She's the one I had to talk to in order to get the 6k owed to me. They still run the agency to this day. I opened an Outback steakhouse. I was a server. Outback's motto is no rules, just right. Well, that damn sure didn't apply to the employees. Outback has about a million little rules to keep franchises running properly. The thing is though, they're really good rules. There is a lot of sense behind them, and if everyone is following them, the store runs smoothly. The franchise owner decided he didn't like some of the rules. One of the rules he decided to toss out was the 3 tables per section rule. Another one was a rule mandating rotating sections so that everybody gets a chance to make some money in the good sections. Smoking section was where the money was at. The owner did away with those rules because he wanted to play favorites with the staff, so that some servers got sections with 4 tables in the smoking section, night after night. I'm pretty sure he was sleeping with the servers in question. Outback is a money house. An Outback server ought to be able to make bank, as long as they're not completely terrible at their job. Well, only about 4 of us were making decent money, and the rest of us were completely shut out. After a few weeks of this bullshit, about 10 of us walked out together. The rest of the waitstaff left within a month after that, after finding better jobs. 3 months after opening, the only original staff left were the 4 servers who were getting preferential treatment. Word of all this got around, and the place's reputation as a sheet waiting job spread throughout the city. A year later, I got a letter from the unclaimed property department of my state. Apparently the son of a beach owner was also skimming on the taxes, which meant that I was owed money. He got fined to hell and back, nearly lost the franchise, and the last time I went in there to eat it was pretty obvious they were still having serious turnover problems. All the staff were high school age and had clearly never waited tables before in their lives. TLDR, Outback franchise owner ran off all his opening staff, established reputation as a sheet boss within 3 months of opening a new store, has been struggling ever since. It wasn't a big company, but I worked at a small production company that consisted of 6 employees plus the owner. When I started, the owner was the best faking boss I ever had. He was just cool all around and very supportive of everyone's personal issues. In return, all of the employees were really committed to the work and the company. We had something good going on and work being made was coming out amazing. However, the owner had to move to another country for personal reasons. This wasn't an issue because the company basically ran itself without his input already, and at first it was fantastic because even though the boss was a cool guy, not having him around allowed us to be way more expressive in the workplace, and in a company where employees need to be constantly creative, this was pure gold. However, as time went by, the owner started getting more and more paranoid. I firmly believe that the fact that he had so much ego that it affected him, that the company was running so well without him. So he started to find ways to force himself into our team dynamic. Some of the greatest hits were always making stupid changes to the finished work, only so he could say he helped, monitoring the internet activity, putting on cameras pointed at the screens to see what everyone was doing. The office basically became Big Brother, and it was a pain in the ass to work there. Add to that the fact that he promised to give everyone a raise, and then failing to fulfill the agreement, while he lived like a faking king. The entire team changed within a year. The company shut down entirely 3 weeks ago. That's how you don't run a company. When I graduated from college, I was lucky enough to get a job in PR right away. Or so I thought. I started working at this really small luxury PR firm with a minimal salary and was promised a significant raise after 3 months. Within 1 week, I was working 12-hour days and half of the staff had been fired because they weren't dedicated enough. The boss, a woman with severe emotional issues masquerading as a typer, would fire you for things like becoming friends with your coworkers, not writing a good enough to-do list. Seriously, she would check randomly to make sure you had been updating it, and would straight out yell at her employees and call them retarded or sloppy, would time our bathroom breaks, and wouldn't let us leave for lunches. Employees were screamed at in front of clients. Piles of newspapers blocked fire exits and precariously teetered over us in the hallways. Worst of all, her husband was the hour manager. Within that first week, I knew I would have to leave, but unfortunately was helping my parents pay the bills. My mom had just been diagnosed with cancer and had to make ends meet. I made friends with some of the other amazing ladies who worked there, and the owner was so pissed about it that she started picking us off one by one and asking us to tattletale on each other. One day, she was upset over my taking the initiative to organize the magazines the wrong way and jokingly choked me out in front of the whole office. I walked out and so did the others. Basically, we quit en masse. We still get together for casual therapy drinks to get over our post-traumatic stress from this physically abusive and emotionally abusive employer. My first real job was at an office supply store working in the electronics department. As with every job I've had since then, I eventually was a jack of all trades, working in the print center, other departments and occasionally running the register, so I saw/knew everyone in the store. One day I came in for my shift and there was a huge commotion and police cars parked outside the store. I wasn't sure what was going on, figured a customer tried to steal something or whatever, and went about getting myself situated for my shift. Then I noticed that the only person running the register was the manager. We typically had 2 dedicated cashiers on at any given time, and then certain people could jump on the other registers if it got busy. There were certain things that not everyone could do on the registers, like voiding transactions, doing returns, etc., but the dedicated cashiers had those privileges. Curious, I found a co-worker who worked in the print center and asked what was up. Apparently the head cashier figured out that she could ring up those cell phone minute cards, activate them, use the code on her phone, and then void the transaction. She was also kind enough to teach a few other cashiers how to do it. One of the cashiers she taught got caught by the manager, and then the manager started looking into all the transaction logs to see exactly how many of these cell phone cards the head cashier had voided. As I understand it, it ended up being somewhere around $5,000 in cards. I believe this was back when you could use those prorated minutes to purchase sheets through your phone, but I'm not sure. They fired her and agreed not to prosecute her if her father paid the money. She was a minor, but honestly I don't think her family was all that well off, so this was a serious punishment in itself. They also fired the 3 other cashiers who she had shown this to, and who had done it to a much lesser extent. 4 people probably doesn't sound like a mass firing, but for a store that had maybe 15 employees, not all full time, firing the majority of our cashiers was a pretty huge deal. This happened in a casino I was working at the time, but thankfully wasn't there when it happened. You may have heard of similar stories, as this seems to almost be a fairly common occurrence. When you work as a dealer, you're usually assigned to a swing, which is yourself plus a small group of other dealers, and you rotate between different tables. So in one very high limit game called Baccarat, a dealer and floorman were given a pre-shuffled box of 8 decks. But the problem was, they weren't pre-shuffled, they were in sequence. The pit boss, who personally handed them the cards, then instructed them to cut and deal. So after a few hands, the players began to notice a pattern. They began betting accordingly and raked over $200,000 from the table, which prompted the pit boss to alert his shift manager, who then closed the table early pending an investigation. They didn't bother to ask back for the patron's money. Upon investigation, it was revealed that the error was, obviously, using cards that were not shuffled, which prompted the State Gaming Commission to immediately fine not just the casino, but every employee involved in that swing. So not only did dealers who had no knowledge of the event fined every supervisor in that swing, every pit boss, and the shift manager. Upper management further fired all of the above employees, including 2 shift managers who were at home sleeping. They have to be available 24/7 to handle any contingencies that the general manager sees fit. It may not have been a mass firing, but it was one of the biggest in the casino's history. I worked at a small company, about 150 people, as the director. I had 1 person working for me, and we were always overworked. There should have been about 6 people on my team, not 2. It was actually a 7-person company when I was hired. They managed to grow it to 150 within 6 months of hiring me, because I was able to create the infrastructure to support a lot more business. The owner/president of the company didn't like having to do the management aspects of his job, so he hired a new VP to handle some day-to-day stuff. On her first morning of her first day, she called in my assistant and fired her. My assistant came to me in tears. I had hired her off of welfare, and the job I gave her had enabled her to get an apartment for her and her child, and put food on their table, and have some dignity for the first time in her life. She worked very hard and did great work, and my employee review of her had been extremely positive. I told her to wait in her office and let me deal with it. I went to see the VP and asked her what the hell she was doing telling my assistant that she's fired, and she just said she is fired. I can fire her if I want to. She works for me. I told her that no, actually, assistant works for me and I work for the owner. 10 minutes later, she had a formal letter for the owner telling me I now work for her. Then she fired my assistant again. Then she hired a new director who was utterly incompetent and demoted me. Then the 2 of them treated me very abusively for several months while I looked for new work to try to get me to quit, but I didn't. They tried to manufacture excuses to fire me. It didn't work. They accused me of being mentally ill and said that my coworkers, who liked me a lot because I got things done, were frightened of me and said that they were going to have to let me go. I pointed out to them that actually I'm one of the few people you'll ever meet who has undergone a thorough psychiatric evaluation so that it could be certified in court that I'm not mentally ill. That's a long story. So if they fired me over this, I'd sue the company and subpoena the entire staff to testify about whether they had accused me of being mentally ill, which of course would mean they'd have to close the company. For days while I had everyone in court, VP lady withdrew the accusation. Finally, they ordered me to sit silently at my desk and do nothing. I was explicitly instructed that, if I did or said anything, I would be fired. They put my desk in a hallway where everyone could see me and took away everything. Just an empty desk, no computer, no paper, no pens, nothing. Everyone came by to ask me what the hell was going on, and I couldn't say anything to them. I had to sit there and stare like an idiot. This went on for 2 days. Then I wrote a letter at home, politely asking for something to do, and put it on my boss's desk the next morning. Within minutes I was fired for insubordination, but given a few $1,000s not to sue. As I was walking out, I could hear the alarm on the power supply for the server that ran the entire company's computing system screaming because my idiot replacement had overloaded it and thrown a screaming fit at me when I tried to tell him. I'm told that within minutes of my walking out the door it shut down and took the entire company network with it, and he couldn't figure out how to get it started again. 2 days later they discovered that I'd set passwords on the firmware on all the equipment, and they had never thought to ask me what those were. They had someone at the company they knew I liked call me to ask what the passwords were. I said, if I tell you, will they give you any kind of bonus? She said no. I asked, if I don't tell you, will they fire you or give you a hard time? She said no. I told her, gee, I can't remember what the passwords were. They had to replace every computer in the entire company. A month later my replacement had a nervous breakdown. He ended up giving up his career in computers and became a waiter. They failed to meet a bunch of contractual obligations because their systems didn't work right because I wasn't there to keep them working, and their biggest client dropped them. They had to lay off people. Within 6 months they went from having 150 people to 3. The idiot owner kept VP lady. I used to work for Montgomery Wards and there was mass theft going on in that store. Employees were literally taking whatever they wanted. It was absolute insanity. I remember my friend told kids from our high school to come by and would walk them around the store filling up carts full of whatever and then just walk them out the front door. When the PlayStation came out, my other buddy opted to work the receiving shift to unload the truck, and there was like this 2-foot gap between the top of the top and the top of the dock. When he was unloading them, he would take one for the store and put one through the crack. Ended up stealing like 8 PlayStations and selling all but one for thousands of dollars. There was hardly any working cameras, and the few that did would have dirty lenses, etc. Point because the management was too lazy and cheap to do anything about it. Right before Montgomery Wards went under, they hired private investigators to investigate, and they ended up nailing employees for anywhere from $10,000 $100,000 in damages. Told them they pay it back, or they are giving the information to the police. A few weeks after this the store went under, and I'd say about half the people that got busted didn't pay a dime and got off scot-free. I know one dude paid like $30,000 and was kicking himself in the ass for it. I used to work for a cram school in a small but wealthy city in China. I started as a teacher, but gradually rose to be head of foreign teachers, one of the school's 5 management positions. The 5 of us ran everything, and the owner treated it like an investment, made no decisions, and only checked in about an hour every 2 months. There was almost no turnover for 3 years. We were the only one in town for years. Then, one day, all these ads popped up all over downtown for a new cram school called American School that was to open later that year. A couple weeks later, a massive company called Zindangfang, big name in China, announced they'd open a cram school in that city. The owner panicked. He started hanging around all time and took over management. The only problem was that he had never run a school, so his decisions drove up the budget, caused scheduling conflicts, and made the parents, i.e. paying customers, infuriated. He started withholding salary. This was basically legal in China at the time, as a punishment for very small offenses. He also hired about 40 marketing experts. They were all 22 years old, extremely rude to the staff, children, and parents, and they didn't have offices or any idea what they were supposed to do, so they just wandered around causing trouble like some frat boys. I was one of the last to leave. Only one manager stayed, and only 3 of the 40+ teachers stayed. The school lost more than half of its students before either of the competing schools had even opened. This was over the course of 2 months. Late in the thread, but here goes. I worked late shift at a gas station ages ago. I was only working there part-time while going to school, because who can afford a college education without supplemental income? But I really enjoyed it, because my manager was the best. She would always answer her phone if weird things were going down. She was super sweet and legitimately interested in her employees' well-being. She had also been hired on as manager 1 week after being hired into the assistant manager position when the old manager was fired. With her minimal training, she kept the store running without issues for a good 8 or 9 months. Then, when the store was bought out by a new company, she was let go with no reason. They brought in a new manager who ignored all of our scheduling needs. I wasn't able to get to classes occasionally because I was threatened with being fired if I didn't come in. He told me that I would become assistant manager if I kept up the hard work because I knew the operations of the store. He also told me that he was going to let everyone else go and that if I kept quiet about it, that he would definitely make me AM. Naturally, since everyone at the store was friends with each other, I let everyone know that their positions were in danger and that they should seek employment elsewhere. They told me that they had been told they were being made into an assistant manager, but only because they had the most potential and everyone else would be let go. As soon as it was known that he had told that to everyone, we all stopped showing up for work at the same time. He had to work 5 AM to midnight 3 days running, and I don't feel the tiniest bit sorry for him. I work for a railroad company in Canada, and we got a new CEO about 2 years ago, and since then we've lost a couple thousand people, lots of them having been here for over 20 years. Most people are being fired for reasons like having a cell phone in your lunch bag, or for getting into a vehicle accident. It's to the point now where they track you with the GPS in the truck and come and take pictures of you doing something not quite by the book, and after that you're out the door. And it's not big things, it's things like forgetting to put your glasses on when rolling down your window to talk to someone quickly. Also, now if there were 2 guys doing 2 jobs, one employee is getting laid off and the other one now has to do 2 jobs, and if he can't keep up, well, he's then fired and a new hire is put in his place, and the process is repeated until work that is the bare minimum is now being produced. Our engine mechanics from across Western Canada were all moved into the main yard in a big city and were told to work nights beside the residential zones. A few months later there was enough pressure from the citizens to the city that the city got the shop shut down and those people laid off. Turns out if the company wasn't the ones who wanted the employees laid off, they didn't have to pay any type of severance. So now you've got a bunch of people that were forced to move from their homes to a city where they have no job. Because of the way it's run now, we have managers that have no idea how to manage, and all brand new employees that have no idea what's going on and nobody to train them. The same CEO was in charge of our competitor Railway a number of years ago, and the same thing happened there, and they are only now recovering from it. I guess for the shareholders it's exactly what they want, as shares have almost quadrupled in these 2 years, but as an employee, it's easily one of the worst employers in Canada. It's hard to explain how bad it really is, but there are lots of us looking for new places to work. I worked at a hot dog restaurant with a bunch of other high school dropouts and recent college grads. Initially, it was a ton of fun. We got to dick around, but we did a good job. Right around when I started, they hired a new manager. At first he seemed cool, but then several female staff members complained that he was harassing them. He would make inappropriate comments towards them. He didn't hire one woman because she was too old, another because then he couldn't fuck her. It all came to a head when he invited one of our staff members to his friend's house for an employee pool party without telling anyone else. When she showed up it was just this douche and his friends. He then offered her a 25C raise, faking weak, to kiss him. The owners were made aware of the situation but did nothing. Finally they called a meeting to discuss people showing up late, taking too many smoke breaks, etc. We basically hijacked the meeting. Everyone said their piece about our manager. The owners agreed to hire an outside investigator who, after only 45 minutes of interviews, told the owners to fire the manager as they were in legal hot water if they kept him around. Everyone was happy. We'd won. The problem was, instead of filling the role from within, they hired yet another manager who also was a misogynistic d-bag. He changed a lot of things for the worse and started making comments towards my female co-workers. The best one that comes to mind is, your husband would be mad if he knew what I'm thinking about doing to you. Finally we'd had enough, and about 20 people out of a 30-person staff quit in the span of 2 days. Fuck those guys. Mine's a bit of both. In 2006 I was working at a breakfast restaurant as a hostess. Mostly nights with the exception of weekend mornings, which was our busiest time. I picked things up rather quickly and in about 4 months was the top hostess. They had me training others. I could run a shift by myself where no one else could. About a year into working there, one of our managers, who was the same one, decided she needed time off to help out her daughter with a new baby. The other manager was an uptight man who didn't like to be challenged. While the female manager was gone, he instituted all sorts of new policies. The biggest one was affecting the way the night shift ran. Our only night supervisor questioned him and was immediately fired. The next day 2 servers quit because of it. At this time they were down 3 servers. They hired 2 to replace them, one being a crotchety old hag who worked for a competing restaurant for 20 years. They decided to finally train me as a server to fill the other gap. Training is supposed to be a 2-week process. I started on a Wednesday. The following weekend was Mother's Day, a huge holiday that was one of our busiest days of the year. I was supposed to be hosting, but I came in that morning to find out the manager had fired 2 more servers for questioning his authority. They had me serve. It was a sink or swim situation. I floated at best. They skipped the rest of my training. A week later they fired the replacement night supervisor and a host for becoming involved in a relationship. The night supervisor was trying to use her power to have the host be trained as a waiter. She said if he didn't get trained she would quit. They both got fired. So here I am, coming in not properly trained to find out I'm now in charge. Remember that hag I mentioned earlier? She's livid now, since I'm the supervisor. She thought since she was older and experienced at another restaurant she deserved it, even though she still couldn't use a system right. The night went as smooth as it could go. They decided to put me on the rest of the week as supervisor. It was a Tuesday night. Really slow. One of the other servers came in on her night off to hang out. We were going out after work. Everything went fine. The next morning me and the other server came in for our shift. The manager pulls us into his office. He had our termination notices on the desk. Apparently the hag had said we were doing all sorts of things and stealing money, even though there's a camera in the manager's office and the deposits were all on. But he believed the hag instead of us. The manager tried to get us to sign the notices. We said no. He said they'll withhold our last checks until we did. We walked out. The female manager comes back the next day, sees what happened, called us and said come in on Friday and she'll give us our last check and she's sorry she can't undo what the other guy has done. We are a bit nervous when Friday comes. We went together to get our checks. On the way there 2 cop cars pass us. We pull into the parking lot of the restaurant. They have the hag on her stomach in the parking lot. Turns out she has outstanding warrants and was arrested while in her work uniform. We notice 3 more cop cars also in the parking lot. We walk in and they have the male manager in handcuffs. Apparently he was the one stealing money. The female manager said she still couldn't give us our jobs back, but she was sorry. The servers on duty all thought that was ridiculous, so they all walked out. Turns out they had offers from other places in the area. They lost 11 servers and 4 hostess in the span of 3 weeks. And the dick of a manger. TLDR, one manager goes on vacation. Other manager fires night crew. Old hag works with other manager and gets me fired. Old hag and cheat time manager get arrested while at work. So, I used to work for an outsourcing company for customer service. The client account that I worked on was for a certain blue and white colored satellite provider. We used to get all kinds of awesome perks. Some were from the company that I worked for, and some were from the client. I'm talking large screen HD TVs. This was back in the early 2000s, when they were still super expensive and HD was still making its big push. Nintendo Wii's. Remember when you couldn't get any? We had 5 to give away. Xbox 360s, PS2s, really expensive sheet. At one point the client sent us a large box filled with iPod Nanos, not for prizes but as gifts. There were over 300 Nanos sent to us, one for every person on the account. Anyway, the account manager, we will call him D for douchebag, would make a big show out of bringing in all these items. He would put them in a big pile and take pictures to show to the client. Well, the only problem is, no one ever really got the prizes. They would just kinda disappear. Fast forward a few months, and one day we get a visit from the head of ours for the company. Not our site, the entire multinational company. We knew right away that shit was about to go down. We were right. About 30 people got fired that day. Included in the firing was the D, the account manager, our site director, a couple floor managers, and the rest were all agents. Here is what happened. D had a bit of a drug problem, among other things. He had a few scams going on. He would purchase items on his P card and then have a group of certain agents take it back to the retailer for store credit, sometimes even cash. He would give the items that couldn't be returned to the same certain agents in exchange for drugs. He had a few girls on the account that he would give items to in exchange for sexual favors. He would sit in his office doing coke and getting drunk. Ironically, these were the best days to be there, as he would always be in a good mood. The site director got fired because he was covering for D. The floor managers got fired because they were in on it. The agents got fired because, well, they were selling either drugs or search for what was essentially at that point stolen items. I have so many stories from this place, I seriously considered scripting a television show around it. I worked as a lifeguard at a water park. One day, there was a lightning storm headed toward the park. It was already overcast, cold, and windy, so the park was basically empty. One of the policies at the water park was that if there was a birthday party or large group event scheduled, we would stay open through inclement weather until their reserved time was up. On this day, the only people in the park were part of a birthday party. So, we stayed open. Some of the places lifeguards had to stand were on the top of 50-foot metal structures, or actually in the water. Needless to say, these are both unsafe places to be in a lightning storm. Someone saw lightning and radioed to the managers that he saw lightning. This is supposed to start our emergency protocol for inclement weather. However, that day it did not. So we had 10 lifeguards standing on top of slides and 5 standing at spots in water for the next 20 minutes as rain is pouring down and lightning is striking. We are still open, endangering not only the staff but the guests as well. I was one of the 5 lifeguards stationed at a spot in water, and I told every person I saw playing in the water that they should get out. Lightning is in the area, and it is not safe. Eventually, after enough complaining from the staff, the owner decided it was time to go on delay. That is where the park remains open, but no one can go in the water or anything. During this time, about 10 lifeguards went to the managers and handed in their whistles and emergency packs and left. I have never seen such a callous disregard for employee and guest safety as this. Thank goodness no one got hurt. From then on, it was a steady stream of people leaving. Usually 1 or 2 lifeguards per week would leave. I stuck it out until it was time to go back to college. I needed the money. But that was the turning point for a lot of people who had worked there for a long time. I used to work in the directional drilling division of Halliburton, and I consulted as an engineer for Chevron and House. One day in 2008, after the market crash and natural gas prices plummeted, a lower level Chevron VP visited and closed the entire office. Just like that, no more work. It was weird. I think there were probably 50-ish people in that office. A few days later I drove into the Halliburton yard and noticed armed guards in front of a building. Found out later they laid off 600 or 700 people off en masse in a large conference room. A few days after that I saw armed guards again, and they had another round of layoffs, which I heard was also 600 to 700 people. I got transferred to the field and managed to escape the layoffs. I think the majority of the field office got laid off those 2 days, and they were one of the largest employers in Grand Junction. Most of the other oil companies and service providers followed suit around the same time. Within a week many streets were vacant, and I'd see nothing but endless rows of for sale signs in all directions. Having spent time in Vegas after the crash, it was just as bad if not worse in some parts, though not televised. It still hasn't recovered. I used to work for a large defense contractor. There was work being performed for decades and 3 projects, with international partners, thousands of small business, the whole 9 yards. We had recently launched one of our projects with astounding success, and any issues that cropped up were resolved almost immediately due to the enormity of our think tank's genius. I'm talking the majority of the absolute brightest minds on the planet, the brightest minds in history. One day this man was elected president. He decided the nation didn't want or need this. We needed a bold new direction. Within 2 weeks tens of thousands of people were laid off. In months many more. The world lost the majority of its collective knowledge on these aspects of heavy lift and spaceflight. Due to requirements this couldn't be rolled into a new project. Literally, it set humanity back hundreds of millions man-hours of work. There was likely more work into these projects than all projects before combined. I was devastated. I decided to change careers. The lucky ones worked on this their entire lives and retired and died. All the dreams of all these engineers and scientists were ruined, and we know this work can't be completed in our lifetimes now. Somehow the president determined we needed private companies to take over LEO exploration and delivery, and that the extended flights needed to use a different system. Sadly, the thousands of companies involved were private companies. Everything this fool wanted already existed. The taxpayers had been paying knowingly and unknowingly for our work for all of their lives, and will continue to do so for many generations. What would have revolutionized space flights and made it an affordable possibility to do so manned is gone. Nobody reading this today will ever see what we had already made possible. I changed my career. I'm still an engineer, but now I ensure Born, Reddit, and everything else flows freely to the masses. I can't describe how large a piece of me died that day. If only I could be honest. Those in the know what harm has been done. Other projects I had seen have all been touched the same way. Sacrificing generations of work for a few minutes of coverage for poll ratings. It would be like dismembering your children in public for publicity, but your children don't matter nearly as much. I used to work for a Fortune 500 retailer. There was an incident that happened at my location that got about 30% of the staff fired. One of my direct supervisors had a coupon that gave the bearer $5 of a purchase of $5 or more. Normally, this retailer has two different kinds of coupons, ones that have to be sent in for redemption, manufacturer's coupons, and those that are in-house and don't need to be sent in. At the end of the night, the draws are counted and coupons are reconciled with a journal. Only manufacturer's coupons get counted. This means that someone could theoretically use the same in-house coupon over and over. So this is what they did. I first got brought into this scam when my direct supervisor asked me to ring up her purchases. This was normal protocol. What was weird about it was the fact that she was breaking her purchases up into the nearest $5 amount she could and then using the coupon over and over again. See, I was fresh out of the Navy with a mentality that supervisors could be trusted. Yeah, I was one of those guys, SMH, so I didn't really question this. These purchases went on for quite some time until the manager started letting other people in on the coupon. One day, she asked me if I wanted to use it, and naturally, I said yes. I ended up buying some household supplies for my apartment. Of all the people who were using the coupon, I had to be the one to muck it up. Late one night, I saw that we had Monster energy drinks on sale, and that I could get them for about a nickel a piece if I used the coupon. Did I buy just one or two? No, I had to buy about 10. This drew the attention of the other manager, who was from another store, filling in for someone else. I laughed and just said that I really liked Monster, and he left us alone. I thought we were in the clear. The next time I came to work, I was told that loss prevention wanted to talk to me. Now I'm no hero. I went in there trying to save my own skin. After being shown the journal and video of me making the purchases, I ratted on everyone I knew had used the coupon in a rather feeble attempt to save my job. My manager wanted me to stay, but LP said I had to be terminated and pay for the drinks. They never found out about the household goods. I paid for the stuff, and they gave me my last check in cash. I found out that a lot of people were in on this scam, and most of them faced the same fate I did. I think I feel most guilty about ratting one of my friends out. She was a single mom already struggling to make ends meet, and she lost her job over this. I learned a valuable lesson that day. Don't always trust management, and if something doesn't seem right, speak up. Not mass, but I was promised a raise. My boss left before I got it. New boss said I wouldn't be getting it. I was pissed. Found another job. They wanted me to start right away. I gave new boss 3 days notice. He got mad that I didn't give 2 weeks notice and started yelling at me. I explained that they needed me as soon as possible, which was true, even though I don't believe in giving 2 weeks, since they don't give you 2 weeks when they fire you. Everyone heard him, I think, even though we were behind a closed door. I'm a calm dude, but I wanted to beat his ass. Nobody yells at me like that except my mother. Instead, I told him to fuck off and quit right then and there. I found out a couple weeks later, friend with a coworker, that he, friend, and many others quit soon after me. Coincidence? Maybe, but he didn't think so. This is the same place where I was called into hours and told I sexually harassed someone, but wasn't told who, what, when, etc. All I could think of was the time I told a female buddy of mine that her jeans looked nice. No, not her as in those jeans, but it was what I was thinking. Nobody else was around, and she said thanks. Anyway, I gave her the cold shoulder after that. So after the quitting incident above, I phoned the jeans gal and asked why she reported me. She said she didn't. She investigated and it turned out that some other female did overhear me say that, and she reported me. Now, I'm white, jeans gal is black, fine as hell, and tattletale is white, not cute either and overweight. So, I don't know if it was a jealous or race thing for her. Shrug. My first job was at a movie theater. The original owner was a nice guy, but he sold it to an older prejudiced douchebag. One day he announced to crew that he would stop hiring immigrants. I, as a Russian immigrant from when I was 7, was angered, but since I was an assistant manager, I decided to just ignore it. Nobody quit, but that's not all. 2 weeks after he said that, I got my paycheck. I was looking at the numbers and realized they were lower than last week's. I was confused, so I went back to the theater and told the manager. He told me, "I'm sorry Alex, but that's the owner's orders." I was enraged, but I caught on. I went to my office in the back and I compared the other employee's newest paycheck to their older one. I found out the old bastard did a background check on all of the employees and lowered the pay of all of the people who were immigrants. So, the next day I told everyone, and by the end of the day, there were only 3 employees that didn't quit. This is a 50-employee business too. Later on, we decided we would sue him too. There were 10 of us that pitched in for suing him. We ended up taking his theater and $5.5 million from him. I asked for the theater and nothing else, so I got it. I have $2.7 million at my disposal and I'm 20. One last thing, his defendant for lowering my pay was, I wasn't going to give my money to some commie. Worked at DQ for about 6 months as a teen. The GM fired our only other day cook. Not sure why. Didn't give him a reason either. That left me as the only day cook, while there were 5 people up front doing ice cream. My manager didn't even know how to run the kitchen. I put up with this for 3 weeks, in which I lost 10 pounds and was nearly hospitalized due to my weight. Doctor told me I had to take a week off. I did. However, upon returning, nothing had changed. I quit. No sense in making money if I was going to possibly die for it. Apparently, 2 co-workers and 2 managers quit within the week. Both managers, not the one I frequently worked with who didn't know how to work the kitchen, quit because of how poorly I was treated. One co-worker quit for the same reason. The other one quit because they were now down 4 people in 1 week and our GM said she wasn't hiring anyone else. Talk to a friend working there now, 5+ years later. It's run the same way. TLDR, overworked a job, lost 10 pounds in 1 week. Doctor required me to take week off, return, and overworked again. 2 managers and 2 co-workers quit the same week I did. Mine was more of a chain of events. I worked as a contractor at a loan servicing company in the YID department. The company had just been bought out by a larger conglomerate and everything went downhill. First they said they were going to look into outsourcing to India to help with the workload, but the fact was that all the people were handling the workload fine. We knew they just were looking to replace the majority of us to keep costs down. I think then people started revising their resumes. Then a short time later we were told that our content management system was finally going to be replaced by a collaboration system. For those not familiar with each, you use a content management system to restrict access and control, while a collaboration system is used to encourage open access and control. Because of politics, we were stuck with the collaboration system. Finally, while it was recommended that developers get a 10-week implementation course by the vendor, our company only paid for 6 weeks. I started looking into my other options. The final straw came when one of my managers, obviously stressed out with how messed up the place had become, yelled at me and chewed me out over a simple issue and belittled me like I was a lesser person. That was it for me. I put in my 2 weeks notice, along with most of the rest of the id department. When it was all said and done, the company lost about 2/3 of their entire department in a 60-day span. They didn't last much longer and the conglomerate sold the branch to some other company. Not one that happened yet, but one that might happen in December/January. I work in an extremely difficult id support job. Our washout rate is fucking horrible and it normally takes 2 to 4 months to train a person on all of our systems, clients, and tasks. Our current starting rate is now below industry average, less than half of some of our pay. Someone in ours let it slip that the planned average raise is around 3%, well below industry average. Last year our bonus checks were 0.000001% of unexpected profit after expenses through the next year, the free money they didn't plan on. So far, having talked to most of the old guard in hush-hush terms, quite a few of us may just bail the moment the raises go out. This will probably doom the company. This is the largest source of income and indirectly brings in almost all other money. Our training, as said, takes 3 months when skilled people are training you one-on-one. If all the trainers leave, there's no one to replace them. Our documentation system went from passable to the most horrible thing you could use. They'd be faked. I kind of hope they're monitoring my internet activity, so they see this. This is a long story, and I'm gonna get bored telling it. Names have been changed to entice you to watch The Flash on the CW. Kitchen. This guy Alan is that guy you don't want to work with sheets and urinals, because it's funny to watch the dish guy clean it up facts with your food, so we all go hungry when he's there. Believes he is the best employee possible despite being the most difficult person to work with. That and his PTSD from Iraq. I support our troops, but this guy didn't have any proof of being in the service. His wife reminded him that there are no pictures of him in the service at any point. Boot graduation. Platoon photos. Not one picture anywhere. No discharge papers. No Purple Hearts from his 2 bullet wounds. He's very proud of his Hebrew heritage, not Jewish, as he was raised Catholic. This makes him more like Jesus in his mother's eyes, and she pays for everything. My friend Barry is insane. Does his job better than everyone in the room with him. Yells and screams. Talks shit on a level I've never heard before. He gets this look in his eyes. You just know he could kill you for bringing back a perfectly medium rare steak. Everyone knows he has the skills to turn you into the most delicious meal. He never does this because he does have a conscience. He is also Hebrew, raised as a Jehovah's Witness. So he's really faked up by religion. Scene. Barry comes in and works his ass off pissing on a bunch of people's pride, especially Alan's. And this goes on for months. Constant Jew jokes. None that I can remember, but along the lines of what do you call a flying Jew? Smoke. One day after closing, Barry is cleaning the cutting boards and uses a little extra bleach to scrub a swastika into the board. The board that Alan will be using the next evening. There's a masking tape swastika in the hood staring down on Alan. Everyone knows it's there, except Alan. He goes most of his shift without knowing anything. Barry just keeps looking down the line laughing at him. It's dinner time and Alan is sweating. He breathes deep, looks up to wipe his brow, and sees the masking tape of Hebrew hate. He knows it was Barry. Looks down the line and Barry gestures to the cutting board. Alan sees it one too. Alan picks up the chef's knife and points it at Barry mouthing I'm gonna fucking kill you. Barry gets loud, calling Alan out. How if he's gonna do something, he better not threaten it. Come down and do it. There are 3 people holding each of them back. The entire kitchen is chaos. Servers are crying because servers cry. I'm laughing because it's all been a long time coming. I have no idea they're both holding knives. After the yelling is done they lock one in the office with a manager, get the other to leave, before they'll send the other one on his way. In the ensuing aftermath and investigation, 4 people are fired and never allowed to work for the company again. Another 5 are suspended for existing knowledge without involving a manager. Our store manager is fired for letting it happen. Criminal charges get filed. TLDR. Hebrew hate crime exists in the Hebrew community. This happened at my job before I was working there, but it's still a great story. We are a government contractor, and we run a facility for the government. Due to the security on our network, all USB devices are banned, unless pre-approved by it. Any outside media that is brought in must be scanned by it for viruses, executable files, etc. all on a standalone machine. Once it's deemed clean, then the material may be copied to the network and used as needed. The rules are very strict, in that it doesn't matter where you got the media, it must be scanned and approved by it first. So a group of people of varying ranks went to a government conference. After the conference was over, everybody was given CDs that had all of the presented and related material on it. What they didn't say was that there was also a virus on the disks that was planted there by the security team at this particular department's headquarters. The idea was to test security measures at the sites. So the folks who had gone to the conference came back and thinking that, since they were disks handed out by the government, that they were clean and didn't need to be scanned by it. As such, the network became heavily infected and ended up being completely rebuilt from the ground up. Everyone who put their disk in a computer was fired immediately, which ended up being nearly 30 people in a department of 100 employees. The good news is that everybody now follows external media rules exactly as written. I worked for a fairly big insurance company here in Australia. One of the employees felt they were being unfairly treated by their boss. Our department investigated, and it was decided that they needed to get in an external company to investigate so there would be no bias. After doing a full investigation and trawling through the email archives, the company could not find enough evidence against the boss, but did stumble upon a large portion of emails from the employee that complained both discussing and organizing the buying and selling of drugs. The employee who was trying to get their boss fired was instead fired themselves, but it did not stop there. A mass audit was then done on what would have been thousands upon thousands of emails spanning a 6-year period, and about 50 employees were fired. In all honesty, a lot of people were getting up to no good, and had been for years, and it was known by a lot of people, but everyone knows you can't leave a paper trail. There were some people who had literally sent a one-word reply to an email thread, and were found guilty by association and fired. I think the moral of the story is, if you're gonna be getting hired work, then keep quiet, and don't bring any attention to yourself. I currently work for a medical communications company. This company was sold to an old company in a failing area of the industry. That old company brought in a new CEO. A month later, and they fired several long-term employees and even services with no warning apparently, because they made too much. They also decided to can their most popular, advanced, and dependable product suite, because the senior management couldn't understand it. They could understand the super simple economy product suite, so that's the one they choose to keep. People in the technical areas didn't take kindly to this, and more left on their own. In the meantime, they started hiring more and more sales/marketing people to sell software, but we technical people who have to implement the systems can't keep up because they haven't backfilled the positions of those who left. I've gone from traveling 1 or 2 weeks per month to being lucky to get a week at home once per month. Support and services are at half the staffing level they were last year, and there's the same amount of work as before. Add to that, sales constantly lies regarding what the product can do, so they get their commission and leave us technical people to deal with upset customers. For the 2nd year in a row, ours delayed the yearly reviews by months and then give miserable raises. I've been stressed and gained weight. I'm hesitant to quit because I'm very good at my job and the only one in the company that can integrate and really understand the critical medical paging system. Because of that, if I quit, patient care somewhere will be impacted. It's running from one fire to another, and at the end of day you just get so depressed because you don't see anything being done to fix it. TL. Doctor, management doesn't understand the product, sales lies, ours won't hire anyone, technical people aren't valued, being dependable sucks. I worked at a certain club, stripping, for about 9 years. I was good friends with the owner and his family and they were good people, not the type you would stereo them as club owners. Well, our DJ ended up with a drug problem and our manager got married, and they hired this dick, we'll call him CB or Creepy Bob, and things started to change. CB got more and more power over us dancers and the manager was beer around to see the abuse. At first it was just verbal, yelling about dress code and quotas. Then it was the sharp enforcement of threats. If you don't get in the back, I'll take you there. We are good girls and don't want to put our livelihood in jeopardy, but he's yelling at us in front of guys and then pushing us around, and if someone complains, they find themselves fired. I was tired of him touching my ass and telling me how good I look. Really? You're a bouncer? And I complained to the manager. He's also the owner's son. He brought me face to face with the creep and asked us what this little fight was all about. So I told him about it all, but couldn't get very far because CB started screaming about how that was all a lie and I was making it up. The manager threw up his hands and walked away, as if we were two girls fighting over which light bulb is best for your skin. The next day, CB gladly let me know that I wasn't looking so good lately and I should take a few months off. So I left and went to another club. Well, shortly after, 5 more girls from there have followed me out here, and the last I heard the old place is struggling. I work at a professional proofreader business. Yeah, it's a thing. People send in their books or scripts, or whatever, and we proofread them. We charge depending on how long it is, and we have a few regulars who are high schoolers and college students who pay us $10-20 to proofread their papers for school. Not really relevant, just a fun fact. So, naturally, we are all grammar Nazis. We are also all big Redditors at my workplace. I don't mean big as in well known, just that we are really into it. The only subreddit that every single one of us is subscribed to in common is Ask Reddit. So one day, a post hit the front page, at the very top of Ask Reddit. And you know what it said? What event or incident happened at your job that caused a mass firing or quieting? Let's zoom in on that. Quitting. We were shocked that this had reached the top of our one shared subreddit. We immediately ceased all proofreading efforts and began furiously downvoting the thread, creating new accounts to downvote with, posting complaints, and contacting both the local authorities and Reddit mods. All to no avail. It seemed that the rest of the internet was willing to overlook this small mistake, and upvotes kept coming. The cops told us to stop wasting their time, and the mods ignored us. In protest, we shut down our business and boycotted Ask Reddit, thinking, what will they do without their resident grammar Nazis? They'll be begging us to return. You didn't. You didn't care that we were gone. In fact, posts stating man, those grammar Nazis were getting really annoying, began cropping up here and there. First we were shocked. Was this really what the world had come to? The standards of grammar ignored and desecrated. This was our passion, our livelihood. But eventually, we realized that yes, no one else cared. So we dejectedly reopened our business and returned to our everyday activities of proofreading and grammar Naziing. But we didn't forget. And we never forgave /u/Brian_Young for what he had done. Years ago I worked at a British company Fresh and Easy. We had this program that every night anything that expired would be given to the local food bank. We also had this unwritten rule from some managers that you could take these things home. Well, randomly one month we do our inventory count on our wine aisle and we come up with a $5,000 short. We recount and recount, finally called corporate. They come in the next morning to do an investigation. Then you find out for months people have been fudging the inventory counts. As they are trying to find the reason for this $5,000 short, 3 other stores call because their counts on wine are off a similar amount. Finally they find it was the delivery driver stealing. But in the process of finding out 3 stores were missing roughly $15,000 worth of wine, they reviewed our tapes. All of our tapes. That unwritten rule was a very written rule that it would lead to termination. I was off for a week, came back, and of our 30 people staff, including me, they fired 20 people in one afternoon. That was awkward coming into work. I was the senior software developer for the in-house software team at a manufacturing company. They hired a project manager. She drove everyone crazy. She'd throw shouting tantrums at us in meetings. She refused to allow us to speak to each other unless it was a scheduled meeting taking place in the conference room with her mediating. Seriously, we used to have all our conversations via IM, so she couldn't hear, or we'd get shouted at, and then she'd tell us all what great work we are doing, but tell our boss that we are incompetent and should be fired. The only person in the entire team who remained even slightly willing to work with her was me, until one afternoon, she threw a screaming tantrum at me because I wasn't prepared to do something she hadn't asked me to be prepared to do, and claimed, at the top of her considerable lungs, so everyone in the entire company could hear, that I did it on purpose to bother her, because I hate women because I'm gay. I'm gay. I don't hate women, and can produce a long line of testimonials from women I've worked with who will tell you I have superb working relationships with women. I sat down to write an angry email to ours about the hostile work environment, threatening to call the state labor office. While I was writing that, the entire software development group, about 10 people at the time, showed up at my cube to say so. We are planning to all quit on Monday. Would you like to join us? At that point I decided this was enough and called me boss, who was on vacation, to say if you don't cut short your vacation and come back to fire this lady, your entire department is quitting en masse on Monday and filing legal complaints against the company. The project manager was promptly fired and she stole the company laptop. A year later, the company was doing a lot more software work, to the point that customers were saying the software was over 50% of the value proposition of the company's products. The company, while they employed hundreds of people in their factory, staunchly refused to recognize the fact that they needed adequate staff for their software side. They let their contractors go and maintained only 3 permanent software developers for an ever-increasing workload. At this point, the boss, who was being forced to manage 2 departments, quit. I applied for the job of managing one of those departments. In interviewing, I told them bluntly that if I got the promotion my first task would be to replace myself, and that we needed to hire several more programmers. First, they tried to screw me over on salary. I refused the position, which shocked them, until they upped their offer by about $20,000. At that, I was taking a lowball salary. I then got and took the job. I started interviewing replacements for my old position. We eventually selected one. As I was walking to my desk to call the recruiter to say yes, we'll take him, the president of the company came by to tell me I couldn't hire anyone for 3 months due to a hiring freeze. This left us with only 2 software developers, tackling a very major software project handling hundreds of millions of records daily, supporting billions of products annually, with the entire company relying on it. At 3 months, the 2 developers were holding on by their fingernails, were having to work overtime to get things done, and important projects were being pushed off in favor of panic deadlines. I repeatedly told the boss that we had to have more staff or disaster would occur, but the hiring freeze kept getting extended, and things got harder and harder. I was told I should spend part of my time programming, but 100% of my time was occupied with mandatory meetings with business people, all of whom wanted to heap more work on my team, and demanded to know when it would be done. The hiring freeze continued. Yet, somehow despite this hiring freeze, which they said was due to financial constraints, they found the money to hire a project manager to micromanage my people from under me, and a VP to micromanage me. Also, the president of the company started attending my staff meetings and giving direct instructions to my team behind my back. So now we had 4 managers to manage 2 developers, but we couldn't hire another developer. At 10 months, the more senior of the 2 remaining developers quit, and I was told that I would have to start programming full time again. Also, the VP started throwing angry shouting fits at me and berating me for my communication skills, which all of my other employers in my 25-year career have told me are superior. One employer even gave me a $25K raise on the basis of my communication skills. At that point I quit, because my stress level was so high I was becoming physically ill from working there. A pile of deadlines were missed. Their biggest clients were furious. The company had a massive panic. The one remaining guy, being the only guy left who knew how to keep the software going, because of course they never let us have time to document our work, demanded, and got, big money to stay, as well as a commitment to hire a substantial team, and he went from being junior developer to technical lead, with the commensurate pay raise, overnight. The board fired the president and a number of other executives. This was a university class, not a job, but 20 out of 24 people dropped out at once, so it might be interesting for you. It was a media art class, and we had an openly feminist and lesbian teacher. I have no problem with either of those things. I'm a feminist, and have no problem with gays. What I do have a problem with is a teacher shoving their beliefs down their students' throats. This teacher would interrupt students in the middle of a presentation to correct them when they said something like man-made or mankind to human-made or humankind. I don't believe that anyone used those words in an anti-feminist way, just as terms. It made students nervous to speak and uncomfortable in class. She would deliberately only show us extreme feminist art instead of a wide variety of work and favor projects that catered to those interests. Everyone was tired of her bias, but couldn't drop the class if we wanted to finish the program on time. But then a miracle happened. The program decided to make the graduation requirements 3 credits less, which meant we didn't need her class after all. So almost everyone happily dropped out. The worst part was that the program coordinator and faculty wanted answers as to why that happened, so a fellow student and I put together a report for them with quotes from all the students that dropped out and presented it to the coordinator. Only when we met her did I realize she was also an extreme feminist lesbian, so yay, more bias. We presented our report, she listened, and then told us that our complaints had no effect on the teacher or class because, since we dropped out, we weren't her students anymore, and only her students can lodge a formal complaint. So nothing changed. We spent our time and effort on the report they asked from us for nothing. It was a very frustrating situation. Backstory: the year was 1998 and the place was a video/PC game store. See, in 98 there was not easy access high-speed internet nor digital ROMs outside of development. So if you wanted to pirate video games it involved burning a CD from an original retail copy. So my local video game shop was the same crew for years, same 3 managers and the same rotating part-timers, as seasonals came and went, even the same district manager. I have lots of stories, but the one pertinent to this thread happens when the assistant manager decides he will start using the employee checkout program to burn copies and sell them to the local college kids. There was multiple shops shipping PlayStations in my area at this point, so the district manager gets wind and contacts the FBI, who convinces the company to hold off firing everyone and see if they can bust the guy in the act. Well, word gets out, how I will not say, and everyone quits. 10 or so people, and runs like rats. Turns out only one guy is left standing, and it's because he was an awesome dude, plus his dad was loaded, like 100 mil plus, and convinced the FBI his son had nothing to do with it. I to this day believe he was honest and suspect he is the one who did the right thing, and reported it to the district manager originally, although most blame someone else. The few weeks the FBI was investigating were awesome once it was all over and I knew what was going on. People who did not work there and were only customers were randomly getting knocks on their door and being asked weird questions by black suits about PC, console, and handheld gaming. It was the craziest thing. I want to tell more, but it will have to be on a sub with less restrictions. A new sales manager came in who had a reputation for having zero tolerance for fuckery in the workplace and was so proactive it was unbelievable. Nice guy. If you were a hard worker you became friends with him fast. The home theater department was run by a giant man-child who basically goofed off with his staff and ran it like a frat house, complete with mock homosexuality with his most senior employee in the back. Lots of girly screaming between them and mock touching. It was shameful. How this never got an hour's complaint is beyond me. His numbers in the department were shit and his motivation to improve was non-existent because past managers liked him for weird reasons. The new sales manager came in and asked him to have a private meeting with him and the also new GM in a room. He was basically told his department was terrible and they were putting him on a 3-month plan to improve things, and if he wasn't at a certain level by the end they would have another meeting. The guy quit on the spot, and when his staff found out they all quit as well. All because the party was over. Can't say I missed that guy. I quit about 2 years later because my degree and certification came in for another career field. I had just started working at a well-known steakhouse chain. The environment was fun. The staff was even more fun. Everyone had a party or an event and everyone else was always invited. It was my first glimpse into restaurant life, still in the business. I'm a trainer for an awesome bar, and I bartend on my free time, and the staff really seemed like a family. I had figured out by my second shift that half the reason the staff was so fun was because they drank for the entire shift. When you're hired, they gave you a white bottle with a straw and the company logo on it, like a little present. Yeah, well they filled these with Jack and Coke, or whatever they were drinking. I was only 19 at the time, and not a big drinker at that point, not to mention I had only been working there for a week, so I wasn't drinking. So about 2 weeks after I started, I was scheduled to do an opening shift. I was worried for traffic, so I had gotten there about an hour early. I decided to go in anyway. The kitchen prep guys get their hours earlier to prep for the day, so the kitchen was open and start my work. I'm cutting lemons and getting the line set up, and I see 3 guys in uniform walk out with a bunch of cables, wires, toolboxes. I wave hello, and they nod and walk out the side door. I assumed they were some hired people fixing or working on something. My manager comes in about 20 minutes later to start the day. Business begins as usual. A week later, I'm scheduled again in the morning, not as an opener, but as the first server in. And I see a man I've never seen before at one of the back tables. 2 other men walk out from the kitchen with folders and stuff. After I clock in, one of the men motions me over. I introduce myself, and I'm wondering who are these guys? The man then introduces himself as our new general manager, and the other 2 men as our new bar manager and assistant general manager. I'm sure I had a really quizzical look on my face, so they explained the situation to me. Those guys in uniform carrying cables and wires and stuff? Yeah, they were installing video cameras all over the restaurant under the guise of a security system. The cameras have caught the general manager faking multiple employees around various places in the restaurant. The assistant general manager has been throwing parties with the staff and drinking the restaurant's liquor, then filling the bottles with water or cheap versions of the alcohol. They caught the servers filling their bottles with liquor. The cameras had been installed because the bar manager had approached the regional manager with concerns about the other 2 managers, but didn't really have any physical proof. And these were pretty substantial claims. The restaurant needed cameras anyway, so the regional manager signed for them to be installed. They watched the videos after TH first week and were floored. They fired the general and assistant managers and more than half the staff. They pulled in staff from surrounding branches of the restaurant until they could hire and restaff the restaurant. The new managers were awesome men. I worked there until I moved out of the state 2 years later. I worked at a shitty chicken wing restaurant as a cook while waiting to hear back on my resumes from real restaurants. I had the day off. I come back in the next day and it's all new people in the kitchen. I mean all new people. I thought I walked into the wrong restaurant. Turns out 19 of 25 staff members in the middle of dinner service the night before my day off decided to go out back and smoke weed. Manager comes out of the office after doing some paperwork. He sees a restaurant in shambles and customers unhappy and without service. He goes looking for everyone and finds 80% of his night staff all standing out back in the smoking area getting stoned. He fires every single one of them on the spot. Has one of the remaining employees stand at the front of the restaurant and inform guests that we are no longer open tonight as our water main broke and we can't wash dishes, so we can't stay open. He and the remaining employees take care of the customers left in the restaurant, then sends out an all call to the other restaurant managers saying he's going to need help for the next week. It was a tough week, but by the end of the week we had an all new permit full-time staff and I got promoted to head cook. Years ago, I worked in banking, at the branch level. One day, I was accused of sexual harassment by a female employee who wanted my position at the new accounts/loan desk. Specifically, she claimed that I was viewing porn at work and forced her to watch. I was not viewing porn, as a quick search of my browsing history would reveal. Unfortunately, my management staff, all female, opted not to investigate this in the slightest, merely taking the accusation at face value and treating it as gospel. I caught wind of my pending termination and initiated the investigation on my own. When the day came for my termination, I presented them evidence exonerating me and calling into question the validity of the accuser. Then, the regional manager called to mandate that I not be fired. I was in a fast-track management program hosted by the RM. My management team were none too happy to have their decision upturned. And, like most offices, news of the whole situation had traveled like wildfire. Most of the women in the brand were suddenly uncomfortable in my presence, and the men were all on edge. They feared being falsely accused, as well. And to top it off, my manager had already begun paperwork to have my accuser start working my job. The decision was made to continue this promotion for her, with me as her direct supervisor. That was the line in the sand for me. I quit the very next morning. The only male teller quit an hour after I left, followed shortly thereafter by the final male in the office, the investment officer. TLDR, I incited an all-male walkout of the bank I worked for when they falsely accused me of sexual harassment. Ugh. This has happened to me several times. First time was at a startup digital ad firm. We were doing wonderfully, winning awards, lots of clients, typical Silicon Valley perks, awesome place. Then the dot-com bubble burst. All, and I mean all of our clients were dot-coms. They seemed to go out of business overnight. Then one day we came in, and a horde of private security guards were there to stand over us as we cleaned out our desks. They were afraid we were going to remove creative, client info etc. point to take with us. It was surreal given how close we all were. It was like a family. In the end, a couple of the founders sold off assets and launched a new company. The second time it happened was at another startup. It happened twice there. The first time was fairly early on, maybe 2 years in. All of the women in the creative department decided to band together and demand higher wages. I'd say there were about 7 or 8 of them, and they refused to work until they all got a bump. The founder fired them all immediately. They were easily replaced. The next time it was all of us in sales. We were acquired by a VC group, and they brought in a consultant Reed Hatchet man to look at the efficiency of our organization. The writing was on the wall, and they started firing people. Luckily for me, one of the founders asked me to join him in launching a new company, so I quit before I would have most certainly been fired. The next time they fired me and the other sales guys after deciding to revamp their entire approach. The next time they were acquired and closed my branch. I've had some pretty bad luck. It goes with the territory when you're in sales/advertising though, I suppose. Had some wonderful experiences as well. Previous employer, VP of manufacturing, and his management cronies had an apartment, girlfriends, drugs, and I think there was a little embezzlement involved. Eventually the internal auditors got tipped off and audited everything. One Friday in November it all came crashing down. I think it came out to be like 5 people were fired. No charges were filed though. I think they wanted to keep it out of the news. What really got my goat though was about a year earlier, my wife who worked there too, she had some sort of confidential meeting with some outside trainer and a few employees. Everything in the meeting was supposed to stay there. One of the things they discussed was ethics. My wife mentioned about the management and their parties, apartment, yada yada yada. This was well before the audit. The next day her manager came down on her like a ton of bricks. Apparently confidential was very confidential. That kind of tipped me off that the rumors were true. I was glad the asshats got caught and fired. But what sucks is the uppity ups from overseas basically put their foot down after that, and the whole US management culture changed. Some for the better, most for the worst. Eventually they let go the plant department. What was 12 was down to 3. I got moved from programming to general at plant support. I was the only one of the 3 left that had any idea of servers or phones. I was the generalist. I moved on. The 2 people who are left are long timers. They'll be there till they retire or die. Good at people though. I miss them. Now I'm back in my original planned career, programming. But I do miss some of the server support. TLDR, as hats management embezzles, parties, gets canned, culture change, people leave. My first job was at a locally owned theater. It was a lot of fun, and very lax on rules. I can quote my boss as saying, "Can't let joke, stop working and come play Marvel vs. Capcom with me." One of the owners, there were 6, was an elderly fellow who liked to run the projectors, both because he loved movies and to make a little extra money. The other owners eventually decided that they didn't like giving him a paycheck on top of his cut of the profits, and forced him into retirement. Soon after this, it became apparent that he had been the only one making sure most of the staff was actually getting their job done, as it quickly became only 5 to 6 of us who would do any work at all. As luck happens, this was right around the same time we got Shrek 2, Spider-Man 2 and Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Those of us who were doing everything got fed up very quickly and all agreed to quit at the same time, right as the crowds were the largest they had ever been. I saw one of the other staff on the bus a couple weeks later and found out that she was the only one left, as every other person, managers included, had been fired when nothing was getting done anymore. She was only kept around because nobody else knew how to run the projectors. My previous place of work was a group of companies under a parent company. Let's call the parent company Trunk, to make it easy to recognize. Trunk had 2 divisions. Branch Fruitville made a lot of money. Deep Roots kept Trunk standing. Trunk was happy, but figured it was time to expand, so they created Branch Deadwood. As the name implied, Deadwood never made a penny and only sapped resources away from the rest of the tree. Trunk got scared. They were still making money, but their Deadwood plan wasn't working, so they brought in company Deep IV, figuring it looked similar to Deep Roots. What is the worst that could happen? Somehow the company was now losing more money, so they started selling aggressively, forcing Deadwood. Deadwood was bad for people, and they appeared on BBC Watchdog. Deadwood was disbanded, and 3 new branches were added in its place: Rottenwood, Vilewood and Brokenwood, with the same staff as previously employed Deadwood. With 4 branches now costing money, and Deep Roots not able to cover the required infrastructure, they brought in expensive consultants who all said the same thing: cut the dead businesses. Ignoring all advice from the consultants, Trunk made a new company, Heavy Store, a company that would make a load of money and be able to ensure the rest of the company would float. Heavy Store never managed to achieve anything. Before final legal approval for the company happened, Trunk collapsed under its ever-expanding branches, most of which lost money consistently. Luckily I got out just before the whole thing collapsed. The company finally files for administration a week after my last day, but over 100 people lost their jobs. My fiance has had this happen a number of times. A call center called everyone in his shift to come in early, an hour before they had to be there. Most people did not get the call, and when they showed up for their shift, were immediately fired for not showing up. There were about 14 people on that shift, including fiance. At another call center, there were bomb threats 2 to 3 times a day being called in 4 weeks. Every time they would have to evacuate the building for hours with no pay, while police did searches. Eventually the staff stopped telling employees about the threats and went against the police's orders to evacuate the building. They lost over half their employees because they didn't feel safe being there. At a restaurant my friend sings at and fiance joins him. The owner hired a front of house manager who basically ran the business into the ground in just a few short weeks. He fired all their best servers and hired nothing but dumb girls with huge boobs. Put out ads on the radio for the wrong stations, under contract. Spent so much money trying to fix something that wasn't broken. He'd do coke on his breaks and get drunk at the bar every night at the cost of the restaurant. A few months later, after many complaints from loyal customers and staff, he disappeared. He told everyone he was going back to Austin, Texas. We saw him a few months later at 7-Eleven just down the street. The look on his face was priceless. We haven't mutinied yet, but it's coming for a lot of reasons. No paid time off, no sick days. Vacations never get approved. I have one coming up next week and I've been waiting for a response after 2 months. All vacations must be covered by other workers, or else Also, you can't submit vacation requests more than 2 months in advance, so go fuck yourself if you need to plan/save for vacation. No talking allowed. Yep. We're in a call center and we're not allowed to talk. We were told we're being monitored for sound. Need to ask permission to use the toilet. No lights/heating/ack at night. They claim they can't control the lights/air in their own building, but yet they can program cars to drive themselves. We had multiple stairwells without lights for a while. When I brought up the danger aspect of this, the stairwells suddenly got light, but of course our area didn't. The schedule changes every week. Due to the way they play with it, you can end up working 7 days straight or more and still have it count for 5 days of work each week. If your day off is on a schedule change day, you won't get that day off. Must work 1 weekend day a week minimum. Not allowed to have clothes with the company's logo on it. We are at a temp job at the company everyone wants to work for. Can't drink at work parties, while everyone else can. Horrible benefits that are so bad I don't even use them. A 0.0095% chance of becoming a full-time employee. I calculated it. We are constantly scored and quality assured at our work. We can't see our score, we don't know how it's calculated, and the CAT team doesn't think there is any conflict of interest that the CAT team scores themselves. Governments and churches have been caught lying multiple times, but our company believes CAT is that trustworthy that they rat out their friends and relatives. Lies about pay. Certain crews get paid more, or at least they were supposed to. When that concept started, people didn't get the raises they were supposed to for that shift, and I don't know if they have yet. Oh, and tons of nasty customers all day. No matter how nasty the customer is, they will likely get free money just for complaining, while we get dumped on. I've been called names by customers, and they got 3 hours worth of my salary just for complaining. And you know the worst part? Some people in my group are so hopeless, clueless and brainwashed that they think this is the best job they will ever get. To companies I worked for did weird stuff. A fish and chips chain I worked for as a kid found that most of us were free feeding our friends and the rest were stealing from the till. They called us all in one morning and paid us to leave. They were right in doing so, and they are doing fine now. So are we. An electronics company I worked for was doing very well just before the .com happened. They decided to bring in a Texan VP, and he had them pay to move him to Calif, and they even paid to have his horses and Ferraris moved. The guy was a complete jerk and treated everyone like idiot slaves. A complete jerk off. Employees went to the president of the company and tried to complain, but he was being pushed around by the VP too and couldn't believe the rest of us. One morning, the personnel manager sent out a suggestion form to everyone and told us to write anything we wanted to on the form, that it was all confidential, there would be no retribution. She took notice of who turned in the forms and noted the names of each employee on the back of the form, then took those forms to our new VP, who fired everyone who didn't like him on the spot, including me. I was home, going out for interviews, when the president called to apologize, asking what it would take to get us back. I told him he would have to fire the Texan. He said he already had. I went back to work for a good bump in pay, but the Texan had skimmed off company funds in a large way, and it killed the company a month later. My first job was at a glass-blowing workshop. I don't mean to stereotype, but all the glass blowers I've ever known were just constantly high. These are the people who design and make bongs after all. The owner of the workshop was a pretty bougie woman who was a business expert and knew a lot about how to sell glass art, but knew nothing about the actual culture of glass blowers. So essentially she hated/could not respect about 90% of her employees. People taking fire safety meetings and going into the alley and getting hired work was becoming a huge problem for her. It wasn't actually affecting productivity at all, because these people were all such huge stoners that it just didn't make a difference to them. In retrospect, now that I'm a little bit older, I suppose she could have been worried about liability as well, in case of a workplace accident. Hot shops are a fundamentally dangerous place because of the 2000 liquid glass, but nothing serious happened while I was there. So anyway, a meeting is called. During the meeting, boss lady rhetorically asks us, can you think of any other job where you could show up late to work and get high on the clock and it would be okay? A guy in the back pipes up, Yep. Every other glass workshop in the city, like 20 people, out of a business with like 50 employees, just walked out right there. This occurred in the late 80s, early 90s. My company makes large welded steel gizmos for the sake of anonymity. They weigh anywhere from 5 pounds to 2,500 pounds and have large empty spaces inside. So at that time the HQ was in the US and many other small facilities were placed throughout the world. Some of these small facilities were in South America. Well, as you may know, South America has some fine illegal exports in the drug trade. So a network of individuals, mainly welders, from the US location get friendly with the South America locations and prepare a scheme of drug trafficking inside these large steel gizmos. The gizmos have a lot of empty space and are welded to be a hermetically sealed environment, making it near impossible to inspect save an X-ray. This empty space was a perfect place for illicit substances. So basically, the folks from the South would send gizmos up to the US, filled with drugs that needed special investigative work. Attention only Mr. Smith and Mr. Jones, etc. The network of folks went into every department including receiving, welding, failure investigation, etc. So someone along the way would always have some control over the gizmo's fate, never letting it fall into the wrong hands. Eventually the police figured it all out and raided the US HQ when everyone was there to arrest 25-50% of the workers. In total a few dozen were arrested and many are still serving time, 20 years later. I don't know how much they successfully moved, but given the size of the cavity in our gizmos I imagine one shipment could have set a handful of guys up for a lifetime of luxury. Farm manager here, with about 3 to 4 crews of 10 migrant workers. One Friday a crew asked me about getting a raise. I told them I'd talk to the owner who was on vacation until Tuesday. Then on Saturday they asked for a raise, and I told them I'd talk to the owner on Tuesday. Then on Sunday they asked for a raise, and I told them I'd talk to the owner on Tuesday. They refused to finish work on Sunday, and I told them what the fuck do you expect me to tell you? The 10 guys are standing around shrugging and not working, so I fired every single guy. Then I asked my other 3 crews for volunteers, offered them an extra 1/2 day paying cash to finish the fired crew's job. Now with migrant workers, all Mexican in my experience, they all have siblings, cousins, family, friends, looking for work. They all asked about the open positions on the missing crew, and I had 10 new workers training on Monday. Boss came back on Tuesday and didn't even notice or care after I told him. Unfortunately, laborers who don't speak English and have little to no job skills don't have much negotiating power. They were making $12.50/HR, $100 per day salary. Those wages are considered high in this area, given the type of work and surplus of migrant help. I'm currently the regional engineer for a company made up of subsidiaries. I currently look over 4 subsidiaries and 3 facilities. Processes and quality are my main areas of focus. In the past few months we have had 4 people quit. 2 salesmen, plant manager, safety manager. This is just the beginning of people quitting. The lack planning and understand of manufacturing processes/operations in this company is scary. The VP of operations used to be a salesman and has no clue what he is doing. The company does not have a 5-year plan. The business plan is survive. Basically meaning, don't spend any money, cut costs, and run on only skeleton crews. This has led to a decline in quality on orders of magnitude, which is my biggest issue besides the lack of parts. They have oversold what is possible to make with current operations and machinery. I have been waiting on parts from one of the subsidiaries for 15 months now. They have gotten rid of the plant manager position, which was the next promotional position for me. They have denied to reimburse for me to obtain my MBA, which I was promised, after they decided to get rid of the plant manager position. So I have no ladder to climb in the company at all. I'm currently looking for new opportunities to further my career. In addition, 2 area managers are getting ready to leave the company before the end of the year. These 2 managers are very well liked by their employees, who have said they will follow them if they leave. There are 22 of them who will follow these managers. A shop manager is on the fence about leaving. For fuck's sakes, our secretary is looking for other opportunities. All in all, 27 people are getting ready to leave, in addition to the 4 that have already left. This doesn't seem like a big number, but this is 62% of employees for this division that will have left the company in a year. What I have learned working for this company: never ask VPs why there is not a 5-year plan during a large meeting. Never suggest VPs to go watch How's It Made to help solve their operation problems. Last January we moved into a brand new building from our old, rundown, roach-infested building, and the boss decided this would be the perfect time to crack down on all the freedoms and creature comforts we had previously enjoyed. We basically could do whatever we wanted at the old place, as long as we got our work done, but in the new one we were suddenly being surveilled by cameras everywhere, and they'd nag us if we didn't look busy enough. There were no more drinks or personal items allowed at desks, not even our purses. We had to leave them in the break room or outside. We had to wear uniforms. We are not a business that deals with the public either. We had to leave our phones in our cars. They reserved the right to search our cars if they thought we were stealing, etc. For a while we weren't even allowed to wear jackets cause they didn't want anything covering up the corporate logo on our shirts. It was all just rules for the sake of rules and corporate ego stroking. Well, predictably everyone was pissed. One of the guys who actually helped found the company 8 years or so ago straight up walked out. Since then, we've had an almost complete staff turnover, and no new people last for very long thanks to A, the reckless way the boss doles out firings for the smallest infractions now, and B, the kind of trash he replaces the fires with. We went from a solid team of great people who'd been there forever, to an ever-changing group of surly temps with criminal pasts and gang affiliations. We are constantly training new people and it's exhausting. Rival gang members are getting in fights at work. The parking lot is full of ridiculous hoopties, and people sit in their cars blasting rap music at lunch, which makes the business look ghetto. It's awful. The boss just doesn't seem to comprehend that tyranny and zero tolerance doesn't produce good results. I stay cause I enjoy the work. The pay is decent. They've relaxed a bit on the rules over the past year, and because I don't want to go through the headache of starting another job and being new somewhere all over again. But boy, I'm tempted sometimes. Not me personally, but I had a hand in it. A friend came to me on a Friday night in the pub, circa 2009, with a problem. He was a math genius working for a bank, and he wanted to get a year sabbatical to go on a trip round the world. He'd been working for the bank for 10 years and felt he'd earned it, but he was fairly useless socially and didn't know how to approach the matter. So we got together the next day and hammered out an ultimatum letter, basically a give me the ultimatum or I quit type thing. On the Monday evening, I called him up. How was it received? I asked. I didn't give them the letter, he said. He continued. My boss was in before me on Monday morning and looked in a bit of a bad mood. I thought I'd leave it till the end of the day, leave it on his desk, and wait for a call to his office on Tuesday. He then told me at lunchtime the whole department, 600 people, was called into the canteen and told that the bank needed to shed jobs and fast, and they were offering a super special redundancy package for any volunteers that took it. If they couldn't get enough volunteers they would have to go through normal redundancy procedures and let management decide. His hand shot up. He took the money, around 2 years salary, went on his world trip and set up a backpackers hostel on the nicest tropical island he could find. A buddy of mine worked in a nursing home a while back. It was corporate owned and needed some improvements that corporate didn't want to pay for. It wasn't the nursing home from Happy Gilmore, but it wasn't a top of the line resort either. It was a nice place and a lot of good people lived and worked there. One day the lazy head chef, between cigarette breaks, called her boss a black bastard to her face because she wouldn't let her use the kitchen as her baby's daycare. She was fired. As she stormed out she declared, "If I can't work here, nobody can." A few days later state inspectors showed up on an anonymous tip and found the things that corporate didn't want to shell out the money to fix. Shortly thereafter, the place was shut down and all the old folks were shipped to new nursing homes. A small percentage of the residents died in the process either from the move or adjusting to their new homes. One of the residents with cerebral palsy had been in the home for 30+ years and cried during the whole process because that was her home that was shut down. so everyone was fired, and 100 plus people lost their home and caregivers. I was working as a server and a bartender while I was in school at the college's pub. During the summer I needed to get another job, so I started applying at other local bars. There was one that had a hiring sign outside, and when I brought in my resume, I was interviewed and hired on the spot, with my first shift starting the next day. I had another bartender on with me for the first hour of my shift, but after that I was on my own, with just the owner in the kitchen. Sketchy things started to happen immediately. The owner wanted me to work a full 8-hour shift unpaid as a training shift. I said no, I'm already trained, and if he wanted me to work I would be paid. I agreed to come in for 1 hour and learn the system, but I would be paid after that. On my first shift, I had a customer tell me to make sure he pays you. Apparently one of the former servers was suing the owner for back pay of over $1,200. Now at this point I blamed her as much as him, since waitress wage is about 60% of minimum wage, and it would take working weeks and a lot of shifts to rack up that much unpaid time. After that I asked the owner exactly when my first paycheck would come. I was on by myself for the 2 shifts I did work, and no matter how busy I got, if the owner didn't have food to make he would sit in a booth and read the paper or watch TV. I only worked 9 hours before my first paycheck was due, the date he said it would be issued. When I asked him about it, he told me he didn't have them, but would the next time I came in. I refused to work another minute until I was paid for my time. It took me 2 months to get a measly $90 out of the guy, and only then, because I threatened to take him to the labor board. He even had the audacity to ask me if I wanted to work I shift. I found out later that he just constantly had the now hiring sign out front. His aim was to hire young naive girls, get them to work as long as he could without paying them, and never call them again. Major sleazeball. I work in it. Horribly, like, comically horrible, out of their element. Manager had been with the company for 9 years, and was running a 1,000 person company like a 4-person shop out of a garage. Went through some turnaround at the CXO level and we came under new management. Manager went on vacation for a month and the new C-level boss had some consultants come in and do an audit, because we would have 2 or 3 major outages every month for about a year. Exchange down, firewall crapped out, you name it. Our team of 7 people had fired 3 guys immediately, one of which was a long time coming. The other was a literal star performer who kept the ship running. Most people in the company outside of it were completely flabbergasted with the one firing. Turns out the manager blamed nearly all of the issues we were having at a server level on poor performance from the desktop team, and that we would be able to function with only 4 staff, 4 guys to support 1,000. Yeah. A few weeks go by and another guy is let go for selling equipment on the internet. Time goes on, and it becomes obvious that the problems are with the manager who shouldn't have been running anything. He preferred to have physically separate switches instead of leveraging the switches we had for VLANs, because he didn't trust them. It's also found out that he'd been signing off on $500 toner cartridges that cost $80 for a printer that didn't exist multiple times a month for about a year. The next day there were police in the office, and he resigned immediately and left the next day. The last remaining guy other than myself really fancied himself as the next coming, and was so upset when he wasn't handed the manager position that he quit and tried to sabotage the network on the way out. I was the last survivor. Fast forward 6 months later, and we now have a completely new team filled with competent individuals, and our only outages have been caused by internet outages and trying to figure out the MIG of a way most systems were configured. Usually setting things up the right way breaks them in our environment, but it's almost awe-inspiring the changes that have happened. Here is one that happened about 2 to 3 years ago where I worked at. I work at a Walmart, and I work on the refrigerated food side of the store, when most of our product comes in on refrigerated truck, to keep it cold and everything. Well, because Walmart and Sam's Club are part of the same company, their frozen/refrigerated food also comes on the same truck sometimes. Well, one time we got a bunch of bratwursts, about 10 or so cases about, until after the truck left and everything. We didn't know they were Sam's Club product at all, for their deli/hot food counter. So before that, all those brats went to our Walmart deli/bakery, thinking it was a new item over there for their deli. After they finally found out those brats weren't those, but Sam's Club, they called over to our nearby Sam's Club. I mean it, we are basically right next door to each other, and see if they could have someone just bring over the brats to them. But, because of the cold chain, the temperature that the items are supposed be at to be sellable would be at risk, because it was during summer. They said they couldn't take it like that at all. So, after a deep discussion between the people of bakery and deli, a group between 8 or so people, with the deli and bakery manager also part of this, they decided that the best plan of action to do with the brats is to take all of them home between all of them. Before talking with a high-up member of management to find what to do how to take it over to Sam's Club, they just brought it home between the 8 of them. And because of that, all of them got fired and also got charged with theft of property from Walmart, and also basically left only about 1 to 2 people between bakery and deli. So for about 2 weeks other departments from the store had to help cover the 8 idiots that got fired because of stolen brats from Walmart. And that is the most stupid way that a bunch of people all got fired at once. I worked at a small homeschool place that focused on science and stuff that parents can't always teach their kids due to not having the chemical/animal/whatever. Well, about this time last year, the boss starts slowly succumbing to stress. I guess things weren't looking good for the state of the company, so she called everyone in for a mandatory emergency staff meeting before work on a Monday. No big deal, right? She's going to address some issues and concerns, right? Wrong. This lady made us all sit at one of the long tables meant for some of our 6-year-old students, while she began screaming at us. Every word in the book this woman shouted at us, calling us lazy and manipulative, blaming us for the fact that to make payroll she had to take $4,000 from her kids' Christmas present money. We were supposed to have a holiday party with the kids that day too, so it was a little tense and awkward for some of the students who showed up early expecting fun and costumes and party and games, but found all of their teachers in tears in the front room as a lady is screaming obscenities and crying. My job was to work the front desk, so I was dismissed to take care of the students and parents who were starting to file in. By Wednesday, 2 teachers had filed their 2 weeks notice and subsequently told to basically fuck off and not bother ever coming back, and a third was fired. By the end of the year, almost everyone was considering leaving. We loved the kids, but working in an environment where the boss throws a temper tantrum in the kitchen and destroys projects and glass containers in the process, then leaves it like that was just too stressful to have to work with. In the late 90s I worked at Funko Land, now known as GameStop, as an assistant manager. During the Christmas rush we hired a couple seasonal employees as usual, and also as usual kept a close eye on them, since seasonal help loved stealing. Sure enough we caught one thieving, and called corporate to inform them of the incident. Home office security questioned the guy who was completely honest about the whole thing to avoid charges. This was a pretty typical situation that happened at least once a year, and since we rarely had inventory loss at a location it really was never a big deal. Not this time. This little thief admitted to stealing. We had him on tape after all, and when they asked if anyone else was involved he said no. These guys are pretty proud of their track record. I figured they would catch me eventually. There was a long silence and the security rep asked him to step outside the office. As soon as he did, the rep told my manager and me that they had decided to clean house and we were all terminated effective immediately. No explanation or anything. My manager and I had run this store for 4 years. We had the lowest loss count of any store on the East Coast and had both gotten tons of awards from the company for our work over the years, so this came as a huge shock. When we pressed for a reason we were told to close a store at the end of our shift, and if we returned the police would be called on us. We had the awful task of informing everyone of what happened. Even the thief was pissed. I know we should have taken the high road and simply closed shop and left, but we were angry, so instead we put a sign up in the window explaining our termination, unlocked every cabinet, opened both doors all the way and walked away. This particular store was next to a very heavily trafficked mall with a lot of foot traffic. It took about 20 minutes for word to get out, and that store was cleaned out completely within the hour of everything. Even the shelves got taken. 2 weeks later corporate called wanting to hire me back as a store manager for an exorbitant amount of money. We knew every employee from every store in a 200-mile radius. When word got out apparently none of them would come to our store to run it out of protest and they were desperate. This was the first time I had ever been fired, and I loved that job. I told them I would happily return, but only if they could give me a reason for the firing. They refused to give one, saying they didn't owe me one, so I refused to ever work for them again. Years later I found out that the security person mistook us for another store in DC that had a major theft problem and decided to terminate everyone because of the ongoing problem. The long pause was because someone else was trying to point out he had the wrong store, but he decided to follow through so he wouldn't look like an idiot. He was fired 2 days later for it. It devastated young me. I take a lot of pride in my work, no matter what my job is, and that took me a while to get over. Not sure if it'd be considered mass quitting, but about 10 of us, of 23 or so, walked out on our job one night. About 5 years ago, I worked overnight shift for Walmart. We worked from 10 PM to 7 AM. We took breaks at 12 AM and 5 AM with lunch from 2 to 3 AM. Not an issue until daylight saving time came along. We were informed that we absolutely had to clock out for lunch before 2 AM. Understandable MO. The clock was going to be tricky tonight. So we all clocked out 10 minimums before 2 AM and took our lunch. When we got back, because of daylight saving time, we clocked in around 2 AM. No one had really brought it up, but a bunch of us started talking about it and figured that we'd either get an extra hour of pay or we're going home an hour early. 10 to 12 AM, work equals 2 hours. 12 to 2 AM, work equals 2 hours. 1 to 2 AM, DST/lunch. 2 to 5 AM, work equals 3 hours. 5 to 7 AM, work equals 2 hours. When I talked to our shift manager, she was surprised. She would shake her head and said we were only working 8 hours tonight. So I asked her if we were leaving at 6 AM, and she said no, we are working until 7 AM like always. I was confused and showed her above. She disappeared for about an hour and then started making rounds with a sheet of paper. Looked legit with WM header etc. that we had to sign telling corporate that we only worked 8 hours on that night. One of Walmart's big things is their employees get paid for every hour of work. This seemed like bullshit. They were getting 9 hours of work and only wanted to pay us for 8. At the time, I couldn't afford to work for free even for just an hour, and I told my manager that. She kept shaking her head and saying that I was wrong. I told her I wouldn't sign my name to something I knew was wrong, and that I was calling store manager, couldn't call ours until I had done so, ladder etc. Store manager was completely unhelpful, wouldn't listen, sign the paper. So I called ours and the very nice lady informed me that it was standard and that I didn't have to sign the paper, but I might face repercussions for failing to do so. I asked her what kind of repercussions, and she told me it could lead up to, worst case, termination. They could fire me for not putting my name to a sheet of paper saying I worked 8 hours instead of 9. I was livid. Some of my coworkers who hadn't signed the paper asked me what happened, and I told them everything. Now everyone was mad. A bunch of us sat on a bench outside store and smoked for a while. Bit of a last straw kind of thing. Went back in the store, got my stuff and walked out. Bunch of people followed me. Didn't know how much I fucking hated that place until I didn't have to deal with the bullshit anymore. TLDR, Walmart wanted to shaft overnight shift for an hour on DST. We weren't having it. I know a person that works for FEBM, Sao Paulo State Prison for Minors, in Brazil. That person was hired many years ago to a minor position somewhere. One day they needed that person for a particular job that also was good at showcasing a person management skill. That person excelled so much in the new position that upper management started to promote her quite frequently, many times against her wishes. The working hours and responsibility rise faster than the wage. So here it was, she was promoted one last time to be director of one unit. Her direct boss, I forgot the title, but it was someone that managed several unit directors in a single physical land, started to mistreat her a lot. probably feeling insecure in her job because the person I knew was rising so fast in the ranks that replacing her most direct boss was not far-fetched. So the direct boss finds out that my friend was promoting some of her most skilled friends every time she was promoted, for example to replace her in her previous position, and then do something simple, ask her to demote all her friends. This is a state job that requires a entrance test. You cannot be fired unless you commit a serious crime. She refused, not only because people being her friends, but because they did an awesome job. But that was the perfect excuse. Direct boss says, you refuse to follow orders, thus you can be demoted. And proceeds to demote her to the very first job she ever had there. Then since the director changed, because was demoted, the now former direct boss also had the power to demote all the other friends, and ended demoting 4 people in total, the unit director, and 3 coordinators, those are right below the director, and manage one particular aspect. For example, the security coordinator is responsible for the hierarchy of the guards. That would usually end the story there, because like I said earlier, people cannot be fired, and thus most people in a job like that won't normally quit. Who would quit a job where you cannot be fired? Except that the replacement for those 4 people were chosen to be people that did not threaten my friend former direct boss. Incompetent people. The new director in particular is very nasty. Example, don't allow a 80-year-old employee take a short break to take her meds. Told a cleaning lady she was a piece of shit and had no right to write inspiring phrases in the public chalkboard because cleaning lady job is just to clean. Writing is not for her. Then she tore down the public chalkboard just to be sure. Also accused a guy that has no vice at all of being a marijuana junkie, among other countless horror stories. Now several employees have quit, asked transference, demotion, or just don't give a shit anymore and refuse to work. This include people that should be watching over the prisoners, and then they tried to sue the responsible for all this shit without success, and now are considering just walking out in mass. Of course, this probably would result in the prisoners running amok and burning the place down. Some other units recently had problems with rebellions that ended with burnings, beheadings and dead prisoners and staffers. In my final 90 days as I was being not exactly fired from a job I'd worked extremely hard at for many years, the company finished a multi-million-dollar build out, more than doubling their facility size. This facility included things like a gym that employees had to pay a monthly fee for, and game room, and, inexplicably, a tiki bar facade for a set of offices. Many employees were conflicted about this. The amenities were nice, but the company paid far under the average, and most employees would rather had a raise. The company celebrated a major anniversary with 3 fancy expensive parties. Only one was for employees. We were invited to the others, but were expected to be present mainly as advocates for how awesome the company was. Those parties were for local dignitaries and major clients. Approximately a month before I left, it was announced they were revising the raise system. No longer would you get a raise at the anniversary of your hire date. Now it would be done on a company-wide basis, once a year, starting in a month. 2 weeks before I left, they announced a pay freeze. There would not, in fact, be raises. The official line was, well, we hadn't looked at the bank account for a while, and it turns out we do not, in fact, have as much money as we thought. This is while marketing materials were boasting about our multi-million-dollar profits, and the owner of the company bought 2 additional homes, in addition to his 2 existing large expensive domiciles. I was on my way out anyway, but I've kept in touch with people who still work there. In the month after I left, I heard approximately 20% of the employees had quit, and at least another 5% have approached me to see if I'll be a reference and indicate that they are one half decent job offer away from walking out the door. This is a weird one, cause sheet was falling apart at the company, yet many staff members had coincidences that forced them to leave unrelated to the company imploding. Basically, entertainment company, some office staff, and the entertainment were subcontractors. Owner, and a type personality, mixed with too many self-help and leadership seminars. Similar to David Brent. In fact, now that I think on it, the day I left was the day I realized he was too much like David Brent, was constantly complaining there was no money in the business account. We were making sales, and the margins were huge, so the staff didn't get it. After the owner got several loans, and more debt accrued, we got wind that the company was being audited. Then we find out the feds want in for tax evasion. To sum that part up, company was going down in flames. During the week of these revelations, we find out the VP had been embezzling money for over 10 years and continually did it until the moment she was caught. I want to add she was a devout Christian and acted all saintly when she worked. But, also, during this same week, the receptionist was told by the owner to go get his dry cleaning and a sandwich. She said no. He fired her. Another guy came in wrecked on heroin. Good worker for 2 years. Suddenly arrives to work strung out and demanding a pay advance. He quit/was let go that day. The two main ops general manager types were then suddenly asked to sign a no-compete clause. They quit that minute. 2 salespeople quit because of a commission discrepancy. I quit because the owner asked me to watch his house while he left town, then cancelled me last minute. So, in the week that the boss discovers he's being audited and then investigated, his entire office staff was gone. He finds out $250,000 was stolen by his best friend. I worked for a large managed hosting provider for 3 years in their Bay Area data center. There was 12 TCO admins, all with varying levels of experience. I was underpaid by $30k, but I had been out of work for almost 2 years when I landed the job. I was promised a raise in a year. Everything was going good for the first year, and then it started happening. Then out of the blue one guy quits no reason, just gone. We were 1 person down on our shift for 6. Then one of my co-workers, who was working to his CCIE, told our manager that he was 3 tests away from it and that he wanted a raise or promotion to networking or he was leaving. Guess what? He passed it and was told no promotion, so he quit just after we got the 3rd person on our shift filled. Rolling on to year 2 with no raises, no cost of living adjustments. Nothing. A couple months later, the manager tells us we are required to do some training and get a certificate on Juniper firewalls. Most people were happy for the experience, and I passed the exam with no problems. Then people started asking about raises and cost of living adjustments. We were told no. That is when everything started falling apart. The manager went micromanage crazy, telling us we had to complete a bunch of training and then being an ass about small piddly things like people taking stuff off of desks, and when employees asked about it, he would yell stop over and over. It led to a verbal reprimand for me for caring too much. I was done and started looking for a new job. 3 days later, I had a FTE position making 3x what I made before and a manager. Once I was gone, everyone else quit within 6 months. Some people went out in glory with, now infamous, emails to the executive teams. Some just didn't come in. The data center was crumbling. They finally announced that it was closing due to cost issues. So in total -1 year we lost 5 people. The following couple of months everyone else was gone. Corporate changes items that are discontinued to $0.05. Why they don't just take them out of the system, who faking knows. Anyways, they changed this set of mechanics gloves to 0.10, normally roughly $18-20. So we got the brilliant idea to order a massive quantity of them. Between all of us, we ordered roughly $15,000 in these gloves between 3 stores. So to say the least, we ordered a fat ton. All the gloves come in, and no problems about any of it until a month and a half later. All 3 of the general managers, including me, are called into a meeting with the regional manager, VP, president, CEO, CFO and about 25 people from loss prevention. This ensues a 2-week scandal. Essentially they tell us that we can get all employees to return all the gloves or we're going to pay full price for them. We get all employees that ordered into the meeting and essentially tell them hell no, you're screw ups. Not our problem. Then the final week they say that if we want to keep any of them, we will have to pay roughly $7.50 per pair. Still tell them no. End up getting it worked out that we can return them all and no one will be fired for this. Most of them come back. Think between all of us, we kept roughly 15 pairs apiece. Ended up paying $5 a pair. Still an awesome deal. Everything goes fine, then about a month later 3 GMs and 18 employees are called into the same meeting and all of us are fired on the spot without notice. The district, regional and a few other managers in the area quit on the spot also without notice. In total they lost about 35 employees that day, 28 to 30 from the 3 stores in my area. Worked as a designer for a startup company with just 2 employees, myself included, and the owner of the company. We were renting office space, then the owner had enough and decided to relocate. The company never paid for software, ever. Need Photoshop? Get it off the Pirata Bay. He rented a huge 3-floor building, turned the top floor into what was essentially a 1-floor apartment. The second floor was his office and boardroom. Seriously, this guy kitted that place out with a designer kitchen, a bathroom that I could only dream of owning, brand new top spec IMAX on every desk, even a 50-inch television, and PlayStation in the boardroom. I got written up refusing to come in on my weekend off to help with the move, and got let go a month later with no notice. Last I heard he runs a company with staff that he doesn't have to pay by offering work experience to anyone who is willing to work 50+ hour weeks for nothing. That, and his company is a laughing stock in the local business community. Design work for clients clearly created from 2 or 3 free Photoshop templates thrown together. Websites created from templates with little or no modifications made to them. I keep hearing on the grapevine that every few months he goes away on extravagant holidays and has recently bought a brand new Mercedes-Benz car. Gets you can when you don't have to pay your staff or pay rent because you live above your office. I've told this story many times, but never on Reddit. Basically here's what happens. I'm a lead of a team of 3 ops guys for a new virtualization project with company X. This was before virtualization became big, so it was new concept stuff. I won't say names, but this is a massive company. The group was assembled with the most talented people I've worked with in my life. The company has put some of its greatest talent on this project. People who've been with the company for 20+ years. Guys who are still working but multimillionaires. How do I know? One of them occasionally drives his Ferrari F40 to work. Anyways, it starts up with 40 to 50 servers and we expanded to about 1200 by the time of my departure. I was the first ops guy hired on, and then put over a team of 4 guys. One of the guys I'm supposed to be leading is a real cock-hulk bag, blatantly ignores requests, essentially does his own thing. I'm a contractor and I keep reaching out to my account manager for assistance. This is the standard process for contract/full-time relationships. He keeps giving me one-liner responses that really provide no guidance for dealing with this guy. I'm just waiting for you to flex your management muscle. This goes on for months, and anyways one day the situation reaches critical mass. We go back and forth on an ML thread. The company calls my account manager down and he schedules a one-on-one with me and the guy. He chews me out, and then at the very end of the meeting he says, alright, well I guess I need to take some of the blame because I did tell the guy that you weren't going to be managing him. Waiter faking minute. So 4 months, when I've been asking for your help, reporting numerous issues with managing this guy, and you've been telling me I need to flex my management muscle, all the while telling this guy that I'm not managing him and this is my fault. So fine, I don't say anything. I take it, and my account manager brings in another guy to help me out. Little does he know he's my closest friend. So this account manager is trying to very discreetly get as much information and get my closest friend to take my position as a lead so he can demote me because he basically sold me under the river to the client. My friend tells me all this shit that the account manager is planning, and I'm stressed/pissed. After several months, basically my friend and I are at ends now. We are not getting assistance and the onboarding process is hawked, so we have all these animalistic clusters in the environment we are expected to support. The workload is crazy, the pressure is intense, and we are basically hating life. One day this guy who's a corkbag burns the wrong bridge and gets outed, so it's just 3 of us now. Maybe 2 days later the situation between my friend and I reach critical mass and we get to a point where we are both like, fuck this job dude, let's leave. We both search, and within no joke 24 hours we had a job lined up to leave in short order. He calls in and basically says, fuck you, today is my last day. The third guy leaves a day later for a better role because like I said our jobs are tough and we are not getting support, but expectation is wild. I'm sitting alone now and my account manager comes over and says to me, "Hey man, how are you doing? Are you getting everything you need? I want to make sure you're happy." At this point I've accepted a new role. I tell him, "Well, I need to talk to you about something." He says, "Can it wait? I need to go have a conversation with the client because they're concerned about the attrition." I tell him, "No, it's pretty important." He gives me kind of a chilled look and we walk to a conference room. Feels like it takes years as he doesn't say a thing. We get into the conference room and the second the door closes he says, "Please, don't tell me you're leaving." I sit down, look across the table, and don't say anything. He looks across the table after sitting down. I nod my head yes, and he puts his face in his hands. There's a long pause and pulls his head up to look at me and he's crying. This is a Linebacker looking guy. I basically told him there was no way I was staying. 2 weeks later the client dropped the contract and I'd find out it was on the table for a negotiation for 3 meters. He was let go shortly after and the client moved to a different vendor and expanded the footprint to the tens of thousands. TLDR, manager doesn't provide support, freaks out when the inevitable happens. When everyone leaves and I'm the last one out he cries. Cost the vendor between 2 and 3 million. Boss spent 2 years only popping in occasionally, and when she was there was a horrible person. She loved to yell, and public humiliation was her specialty. She played favorites, and pitted people against each other if she could. She herself was the biggest distraction to work, yet imposed micromanager rules designed to keep us from being distracted. At the same time, she brought her dog to work, made loud personal calls, and would get bored with work so quickly that she took about 17 smoke breaks daily. Her other favorite non-work thing to do was get out the Windex outdoor and use a high-pressure hose to wash the windows while you tried to work. It makes a terrible noise. Anyway, 2 employees put in notice as things were steadily heading to crazy town. Boss came in upon hearing that news and decided to have a team building meeting wherein she forbid the employees to quit their jobs. Told us how she had suffered in her lifetime, starting with her slutty high school days and including her mother's death 4 years prior, and briefly touched on a few work-related things, but culminated in her drawing a picture of a turd and saying it was her life. She then wanted us to fill out weird questionnaires, and when one of the employees who had already given notice said she was not going to do this and indicated she was simply going to leave, boss lady went ballistic, slamming the paper down in front of her and being very threatening. We all thought she was going to hit the employee, and we all said we were going to go. She fired us on the way out, chased me to the parking lot to get keys, and said don't talk shit about me because I have the fire in me. A bit later, we had to fight for our unemployment benefits because she tried to block our getting them by saying we quit but deserved to be fired and presenting completely unrelated evidence. Judges ruled in our favor and the judgment I received mentions her rude behavior during the trial and leaves no doubt as to the judge's opinion that she is batshit. It's happened to me several times. The first time, a larger post-production facility bought a little mom-and-pop post house. They wanted the contracts, contacts, and equipment. We were supposed to be part of the deal. We were supposed to keep our jobs. But within a month of the deal closing, they made my boss fire each of us a few at a time until all the people from the mom-and-pop store were gone. Then they fired him. Next time, I was working for Sony Pictures in the Blu-ray department. Sony lost a bunch of money due to the 2008 to 2009 recession. So, at the beginning of 2010, they fired 6% of their workforce across the board. It was more managers than engineers at that time, so I survived and kept my job, but easily a dozen people I knew were gone. Then, Sony Pictures sold my division to Sony Music. I know, that's a weird one. Complete restructuring and they put an incompetent boob at the helm of the company. Lots of quitting, and lots of firing within the first year. I held on, as long as I could, but I got let go by a fresh out of college megabyte douchebag. The last time was when I was working at a production studio. This place tended to hire people and keep them from project to project. Some people had been there for 10 or more years. They were usually pretty busy, but everyone noticed that the work was slowing down to a crawl and there weren't any projects coming up. They gave everyone out dates, even people who never had them, like the clearance department. I hear they are still in business, but everyone I knew there left as soon as possible to find other work, even before the end dates they were given. A couple of jobs back I started the exodus of, or senior sales staff. It was a financial peripheral company that was impacted by the 2007-2008 market collapse, but not too bad. A few offices had bad numbers and kept us from hitting our company goals. However, my office killed it. For every existing client we lost, we picked up 2. Our numbers were phenomenal and it really came down to the top 7 or 8 people in our sales force of about 20. The whole time we were killing our sales goals, some of our other tasks would fall behind. They expected 10 outbound calls to existing clients per day, and any meetings need to be documented in Salesforce within 24 hours. Most of us were not making our relationship maintenance calls because we were making sales. My team was coming in at 6 AM and not going home until 6 PM. Most time in between was spent in sales meetings and new product development meetings. Our head of sales was writing us about not making those maintenance calls. While we expected to see our bonuses reduced because of the company goals were missed, our individual goals had been crushed. Oh, how wrong we were. The way our bonuses worked, they would build on your prior year bonus. So if I got a bonus of $10K last year, that was my baseline for this year. It was their way of justifying our low base pay. Any given year could have massive ramifications to future pay. I was 4th or 5th to go into our comp meeting, and given everybody prior's body language, it wasn't looking good. In my meeting, my boss said that because I wasn't making my outbound calls and we missed our company goals, my incentive was only 5% over the prior year. That worked out to my gross pay being about $60K. It should have come in closer to $85K. I told him to go fuck himself and walked out mid-meeting. I called a couple of clients and had an interview later that day. I signed with the new company to start 4 days later with a base of double my current pay. I left before our bonuses were paid out because the new offer was so good. Most others waited a month until bonuses were paid out. 4 quid won the checks cleared. The next 6 were gone to clients and competitors within the next month. All in, they lost 13 senior salespeople with a combined duration of over 80 years into each company in 2 months. The office was left with 8 salespeople with less than 1 year of sales experience. Only 2 senior salespeople, who were not team leaders, stayed. Both got raises of almost double and given massive amounts of flexibility regarding in-office appearances and were bumped up to the next level of sales. They had to bring in replacements from other, including international offices, to fill the void. In a relationship business, that means starting over again. It took 3 years for sales to come back to 2008 levels. I personally walked away with our relationships to an entire market sector that only came back a year ago. The head of sales was moved to a group that was nothing more than the last door before you leave. It was brutal. I was an RN on an oncology unit. My manager was hired, having been a nurse for 0 days ever in her life. She started as a waitress and then became a tech, which there is nothing wrong with. However, turns out she was BFF with someone in corporate. Manager then brings along her friend to act as assistant manager. The whole situation was BS to begin with. For 2 years she maintained that position, while slowly alienating quiet hard-working types, myself included, and elevated the catty gossipy nurses to be her minions. Then, it gets fun. She fires a nurse from Nigeria for incompetence, and that nurse immediately files a racism lawsuit. Some months pass, and tensions are high at work. I'm pursuing work elsewhere unsuccessfully. Dat job market. So then, one of my coworkers is a year from retirement, having been an oncology certified RN for 40 years with that company. Her parents both just passed away, and she had returned from grief vacation. Super experienced and very intelligent. An asset to our team. Gets fired by my boss for being late, being off too long, and for giving a wrong medication. Essentially, some cork and BS so as not to pay her pension or something. This hospital is notoriously stingy and cuts corners. A month later the manager resigns because managing is too hard and that she wants to be a nurse practitioner now. Good gravy, God help her patients. Turns out she had a ton of lawsuits against her from employees and patients. Before her official resignation, half of the team, myself included, handed in letters of resignation. Everyone had secretly been looking for a new job the moment she stepped onto the unit. I'm happily working in New York City now, and I have horror stories about that woman to tell my new nurses. This happened in the office next to mine. My building rents to different companies, but we all run through the same server system for logins, badges, etc. points, so in the end we were all affected. I work for Verizon Fios, and next to us Dell used to have a space. They were bringing in a new training class, and it was super secretive for some reason. Trainees not talking about training, usual smoke shack gossip, shit like that. One day while at work, while transfers and the new trainees were about 6 weeks and the front door slammed, and you could hear furious stomping of multiple people, the clicking of work shoes and someone screaming, "Shut it the fuck down. Where is that trainer? Because I'm going to bring his asshole back to my dog. Shut it all down now." I was on the phone with a fellow network tech in Ohio when all of a sudden my VoIP console went down and computer screen locked. We all stood up and looked around confused and could hear click 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 of the keycard door locks throughout the building, locking us inside. My boss went over to try and open the door and it denied him access. He called over to Citibank, 2 doors down, and they were locked inside as well. Soon the door opened and a man in a suit walked in and told us to sit down, wait, and we were being held for investigation. No other details. We were locked inside for 9 hours and then told to leave. As all the companies left the building, the trainer for Dell and 2 kids from the training class were in handcuffs, being put into a police car. The whole secret training, everything was for a new gaming computer Dell was going to release that hadn't even cleared patents and was designed to knock Alienware on their asses. They were trying to hold their own in the gaming PC world and wanted to avoid the merge. The computer was amazing for the time. Granted, this was about 5 years ago. Absolutely top of the line, new technology made by Dell and a video card in conjunction with NVIDIA that was years ahead of its time. The trainer that had originally come from a different department, as well as some new hires and other transfers, had one of 3 models of this new computer and were going through training for tech support for when it would be released. They all signed disclosure forms and all that shit. It was supposed to be locked away in a safe with the door locked whenever anyone left the room. The trainer had left the computer out, and 2 of the kids in the class took pictures of the computer inside and out and posted them to Facebook. Alienware, Acer and Vigor Gaming got a hold of the pictures. The project was ruined and everybody listed under Dell's employment list up to and including the cleaning lady was fired, with 6 people serving jail time. That incident is what tumbled and led to the whole Dell/Alienware thing. Dell wasn't able to stand on their feet anymore for the market they were trying to focus on. They lost out on God knows how much money in research, development and contracting to NVIDIA. This will probably get buried, but I worked for a non-profit handling its support. Basic dumb, easy work. I always suspected that the president was corrupt, and one day I got tired of it when I did some digging because of a new VP he hired to run a department. So I started a blog. I hate blogs. I never do them. Everyone knows this about me. I started posting what I found. First, the VP the president hired instantly moved 100% of her department's business to a new company. Upon some digging I found out it was to move to this new upstart company which handled the service. We would be their pioneer customer. This company was also owned by her husband. She married him and did not take his last name. I thought this was a huge conflict of interest and smelled rotten. So I found the org's tax returns and posted them in charts explaining the way they lied about pay scales in the company. They say every year everyone in every position gets the same $1,000 bonus. When the tax returns showed the president received a $400,000 bonus on average, the CFO got $250,000. And on down as such. The president as a result was making about $1 million per year in a non-profit which lowballs all employees under the "we are a not-for-profit, so we cannot afford to pay industry standard" but the president makes double what a for-profit of the same business in the same city pays their president. I also linked, with evidence, the new VP sending all of our business to her husband's new company. It was so damning that she was let go about 4 months after my blog was getting about 1,000 hits per day and had a huge community of employees furious about it. I closed the blog, I got done what I needed. She was gone, and everyone was pissed. It caused a mass quitting, not so much mass firings, because CEOs and presidents do not really care what low-level employees think. Well, it's kind of on topic. My mother is a medical professional who owns and runs a small medical practice in my city. Not a big city, about 100k people, and her practice has about 20 staff, by far the largest of its type in my city, and about 25 years of goodwill. Very well respected amongst the medical community here. All of the good doctors know her and will primarily refer to her. Anyway, about 7 years ago, when I was in high school, times were tough for her because it was really difficult to get new employees. There just wasn't enough new graduates coming out, and she had heaps of work coming in. Without her knowing, her business manager was going around behind her back attempting to poach her employees, offering them greener pastures at a new practice he was starting. The new practice was going to be in a brand new medical center, spearheaded by a few bigwig doctors and wealthy investors. They accept, and soon enough mum has 4 medical staff resignations. These were the hard ones to get back, and plus her business manager, the one who poached them. My mum came home in tears about all these staff who had left and didn't know what she was going to do, but as a 15-year-old I couldn't do much. Anyway, I went to school with the business manager's sons, and they would always give me dirty looks and talk shit about it, but I couldn't do anything about it. Fast forward about 6 to 12 months, the entire medical center goes out of money because everyone in town knew what assholes they were, and no doctors referred to them. The medical center consisted of many different types of medical specialists, all of which had been poached in the same way as my mother's staff. Oh, I should add that these guys stole many ideas from their previous places of work, such as referral form designs, and attempted to bring their clients over to their new practice. Old business manager goes broke, has to take his kids out of private school, and move back in with his parents on the other side of the country. Medical staff who used to work for my mum ask for jobs back. Mum tells them to go away because she already filled their jobs. TLDR, don't fuck with my mum. Worked in a telecom call center. They added a separate sales queue and moved people over to it, meaning that the rest of us basically became a billing complaint line. At the same time they increased our sales goals 30% and reduced our commissions per sale to reflect our new goals, while increasing the commissions for the sales queue. Within a month of that bullshit they also changed us from taking regional calls to all regions of the company. The problem was we were a company made from the merger of many other companies, and the different regions still had different software and account systems, so we couldn't even look at the accounts of half the customers that called us, even if they did one service. This was because there are regulations requiring that we answer calls with a human within a certain period of time or we get fined. We'd answer them, realize we couldn't help them, then put them on hold with the right half of the company for 20 minutes. So I went from earning about 4k a month to less than 2k, and I wasn't the only one. They changed the weekly bonus incentive for reaching our sales goals from $150 on a prepaid gift card on top of our commissions to a faking beach towel, and started firing people for not reaching their goals. Within 2 months at least 70% had left or been fired. I've worked at the same company 4 years in 4 departments. The first and second departments were gravy jobs. I loved that second department more than I can say. Very laid back, jeans every day, 2 15-minute breaks, and 1 45-minute lunch guaranteed. The best part? I've never been a morning person, so I was working the night shift, and for that I got a 10% night differential per hour. Also, the managers weren't there at night and the night supervisors gave 0 facts, so I was able to watch Netflix on my phone. Life was grand. And then it happened. They took away night shift. My 10% differential was gone. I was there with the awful daytime supervisors and the managers, which meant no more Netflix. It also meant no more talking and joking around, as the day shift was very strict. To be able to work school into my schedule, I had to go in at 7 a.m. My other night shifters, and I had it. We all put in for other departments with night shifts. By the time we all left, that department went into panic mode, hiring as many people as they could to take care of all the work that piled up in our absence. The bad news, the only other jobs in the company are call centers. There's a whole sub for the horrors of working in a call center. It was hellish. The good news, I'm now in an internet department, which means I talk to customers via email all day. Plus, I get my night differential and Netflix back. This is a long story, so I'll try to condense as much as possible. It actually wasn't a job, it was a job prospect. I had another job that I pretty much had. Let's call it job A, and I wanted something in my back pocket just in case it fell through. I applied to another job posting, and they asked me to interview with them at the local library. Not only did these people not have a website, this is for a multimedia company, you need a website, but they didn't even have an office. The interview went well, and they asked me to come in again for another interview. I showed up, and the guy was about 15 minutes late. He finally came and said, "I just wanted to test you to see what you would do if I was late." What BS. I found it so disrespectful he would come up with an excuse saying he was wasting my time. During the second interview, one huge red flag was he said, "You pretty much have a job here, so don't look at other companies." He also asked if I could come in to see if I was a good fit / meet the rest of the team, one who I went to school with, for 9 hours, no pay on the next Friday. Stupid recent graduate me said yes. Because I hadn't heard back from job A, I went on Friday for no pay. The entire time driving there it felt so wrong, and I wanted to just bail. So we waited about 10 minutes, and the boss finds out from the other manager that the artist isn't coming in because her check bounced. They start bashing her for not coming in. The rest of the morning they kept bashing people I went to school with that applied there, and they mentioned that pretty much everyone was bailing from the project. I knew within a few minutes that I didn't want to work there. In summary of that day, for 7 hours we only got about a 5 to 6 minutes break for lunch. They gave us client files without us signing confidentiality agreements, forced me to take photos outside in torrential rain and lightning, and forcing me to stay after my clothes were soaked completely through. Asked us to come in again the next day for another 7 hours. No pay. On a Saturday. We both said no. Asked us to do 28 pages of work by Monday, no pay. This is all without a job offer. I didn't contact them until the next Friday. They asked me to come in on Monday to meet the clients. I emailed them saying I couldn't accept a job offer there, and good luck. Within 10 minutes after, I got 4 phone calls from them, which I ignored, and an email asking why I'm not working there anymore. 1. I wasn't formally hired. 2. None of their business. I never responded. I then got an email going over the project details, as if I'm working there. It pretty much stated that I wouldn't get paid for the first month of work, but out of their generosity they would give out loans to anyone who needed it. Never responded. The following Sunday I got another email from them, pretty much begging me and 3 others, 3 people that they initially turned down, to work there, and if they don't hear back they will stop pursuing me. They outlined we will actually be paid. I didn't respond. I guess they were really screwed. And they emailed almost all the students I went to school with saying they were a registered company with my college, looking for hires they weren't. So my faculty, knowing my story, sent them a nice letter saying they can't claim affiliation, as well as contacting others about it. Last thing I knew about them was a friend found a job posting about 1 to 2 months later that was saying urgent. Hiring immediately. I've always wanted to drive by their new office and see if anyone's working there or if it's closed. Have you ever heard the saying that people don't leave jobs, they leave managers? I was working as an ops manager for one of the top 3 retailers in the country at their largest distribution center. The job wasn't great to begin with, but when they brought in a new GM, it became unbearable. Job security went to zero as people were fired for reasons outside of their control. What had been an environment where you helped each out turned into a political blame game with everyone constantly playing sire. As people were let go, those of us who remained were told that we just had to pick up the slack and take over the responsibilities of those who had been fired. My 60-hour work weeks immediately became 85 to 90 with me receiving calls from work at all hours of the day, being on call, and expected to drop everything and drive into work because of an event anywhere in the country that would create sales demand for emergency shipments and all scheduled vacation days cancelled. When we complained about the insane increases to our workload, we were told that we needed to show more commitment. Keep in mind, no one received extra pay or even a promise of extra time off in the future to compensate us. One guy was shelling out $2,000 a month in daycare because his wife worked and was in school. People began going out on stress leaves as they just couldn't take it anymore. This went on for several months, 6 to 8, and as the company had earned a reputation for being a burn and turn environment for their MGMT staff, they couldn't find replacements. Anyone who had the ability to find suitable employment elsewhere waited for our yearly bonus to pay out in April and then left. They lost 33% of their MGMT staff in a 45-day period. Considering that they were already woefully understaffed to begin with, this was a huge blow. It took another year, that GM to be fired, but it finally happened. Since I left, I personally have helped at least 4 other people find jobs outside of that company. The only poor sobs still left there are those with 15 plus years of services/no degree, so they cannot find a job making what they are making now. When you try to explain to them that they are making less than minimum wage, when you factor in how many hours they are working, they just say it might get better. My company is kind of in the middle of a slow mass quitting/firing. We had a bit of a rough first half of the year with lots of projects and negotiations, but not enough getting signed, so the company decided to tighten its collective belt and cut a few people, then gave the whole company a 10% pay cut. That caused a few more people to quit. Then they bring in a confidentiality agreement that is 10 pages long and only mentions confidentiality in one section on page 1. The rest is an IP grab. If I had signed the first version and then made a cell phone app in my free time that had nothing to do with the company, then the company would own it completely. Basically, the contract said that anything that comes out of my head is their property. Now it's a little better, and it says anything that has something slightly to do with the industry that comes out of my head or ever had come out of my head is their property, and when I leave the company, I can't use any of my know-how from working there anywhere else, ever. There is also not a single protection for the employee in the entire thing. There is zero benefit to me signing it. They've made little subtle threats, but until it's a stipulation of my employment, I'm just going to ignore it. I sent a long email about it a couple weeks ago, and it appears they have backed off, but there are still people jumping ship. I used to work at GameStop when the PS3 was released. If any of you can remember, there were 2 systems, one for $600 and one for $800. When our second shipment of them came in, about a week after release day, 6 of the 10 systems went missing overnight. Within a week, 5 of the 8 employees either quit or were fired. The actual store manager stole the systems and was caught doing quite a bit more than that. This taught a good lesson. When you're selling anything to a store, check your receipt before you walk out the door. When someone would bring in 10 plus games to trade in, he would use the 1,2,2 method. He would stack the games up and go down the stack scanning them. He would scan the first game, the second game twice, and then skip to the fourth one. He would continue this pattern all the way down. Since you are not able to trade in 2 of the same game in a transaction, the computer would reject the trade. You would hear the same number of beeps as games that you are trading in, so you would assume that all games were hung up. At the end of the night, he would have a stack of games that he essentially stole from little kids. All of this happened under my nose, and I had no idea, but still feel bad about it from time to time, even though it was about 6 years ago. All in all, quite a few people working there knew about it, and were eventually caught by people from corporate either partaking in it, or at least knowing about it. TLDR, apt complex owners overwork beloved manager, then overwork his staff after he quits. Fat cunt they hire to replace him is so incompetent she gets fired for forgetting what a lease is, or why it's important, and makes whole staff, who've been working on location longer than she's even been working, hate her so much, they all quit. All. Sorry for wall of text, but I harbor some resentment here. I worked as a resident assistant for 3 years at an apartment complex for students attending my university. At the start of my 3rd year, both in school and working for the app company, the manager quit. Leading up to this, the owners had progressively added more and more work to his job until Albert was working full-time for the apps, was a full-time student, 12 plus hours of classes a week, and because the app company only gave him free rent and $150 a month, he had to work 3 part-time jobs to cover his food, gas, tuition payments, electricity, etc. The 5 RAs and 2 part-time security guards, who the company stopped paying the previous year due to lack of funds, were all very loyal to Albert and watched his life fall apart until we were driving him to the hospital every 3 weeks for nervous breakdowns and had to make sure he didn't die from his newly acquired binge drinking habit. That October 1st, he quit. He left no instructions on how to do anything, no help, nothing. It made life tough for the staff, but we understood. Through the year, the owners asked more and more of their RAs, until the 2 of us who had been there the longest were working 20-hour weeks for them. We felt more loyalty to the students we wanted to look after than the owners who suddenly started asking us for rent payments and did not want to be bothered with doing silly things like their jobs. In February, they hired a company to manage the property, and we thought there'd be less work for us. Amy, the lady who was sent to help us, was the most incompetent, annoying, ignorant, naive person I'd met. And she was our boss. For example, we had a meeting between the RAs, Amy and the 2 owners. We dressed in our work uniforms to be professional. Amy's first words to us were, "Oh, how cute, you guys have matching shirts." Amy did absolutely nothing during her time working there. She was fired by the parent company for sheer incompetence back in August, mostly for never writing a lease or getting payments from anybody who was meant to live there this year, but there were other things as well. By May, out of the 4 of us who were returning to the campus this year, only 1 would work for the company, and that was only because his parents refused to cost in a lease for any other location. He quit in September, after a month of working for Amy's replacement. Thankfully, he had never signed a lease and is now technically squatting, but has places to live if the company raises an issue with him. Bonus info: Ron was so pissed at Amy's replacement and the company that he called state code enforcement when he finally quit. The company is now facing over $4.5 million in fines just for non-functioning fire alarms, let alone the lack of firewalls, expired fire extinguishers, contract violations, bad plumbing, mold, and a host of other issues. I was told a story that blew my socks off one time. I cannot mention the who or the what, but you'll still get the gist of it. You'll see why at the end of the story. A very large company had a manufacturing plant with probably around 600 employees. That plant produces widgets. Every year the company has a budget for broken widgets during the manufacturing process. All the plants of this company had a fairly scientific method for how many broken widgets should happen, and all of the plants broke about the same amount of widgets every year except one plant. Let's just say the amount of broken widgets that was over budgeted amount was worth about $80 million, so this was worth investigating. I don't really know the amount, but it's a lot, so the company hired undercover investigators to see what was going on. The investigators discovered that this entire plant had been corrupted and selling the widgets to suppliers that were also on the dole. Now here's where the story gets interesting. If the company was to prosecute these individuals, they would have to acknowledge that they had $80 million worth of these goods sold on the black market, and the government would force the company to pay the taxes for however long this was going on. And this was a sheet pile of money. This might not make sense, but you also don't know what they were selling. So the company just fired all 600 employees of the plant. All of them. Because anything else they did would require them to pay $100+ million in taxes. So this was the easiest way to get rid of the problem. They all got away with it. However, they were never hired by anyone ever again because the industry was in the know. I started at a web design company that made sites for small businesses. Most of the sites were just pre-generated sites with phone numbers, photos, and addresses plugged in. When they hired me on, they told me they were behind on paychecks, but were catching up. Being naive and in serious need of a job, I didn't recognize this red flag. 2 weeks in, some of the long timers had disappeared. I didn't recognize this red flag either. 2.5 weeks in, I asked for my first paycheck. My manager said he couldn't give it yet, but he could give me a check for $100, which I accepted. I didn't immediately deposit or cash it. This was probably the first red flag that got my attention. 3 weeks and the upper management gathers everyone in for a big meeting. They announce the company is going under. Everyone printed out their hours and left. I went to the bank to see if the $100 check was any good. Bank teller told me there wasn't enough money to cash it. Icing on the cake, this was a couple weeks before my wedding. Most everyone who had lost wages sued, myself included. 8 or 9 months later, I finally get an explanation and a result of the lawsuit. The owners had filed for and gotten bankruptcy. Their financial officer had been cooking the books, which not only screwed over the company and employees, but had cost the owners pretty much everything they owned. I don't know what happened to the book cook, but none of us who lost wages ever saw a penny of them. About 5 years ago, I worked for a 40-year-old, old-school, employee-centric company. The original owner sold it to a group of senior managers within the company. Those owners sold it to the group of senior managers that replaced them. The expectation was that the latest ownership group would follow suit. In fact, the next wave of senior managers had been told in no uncertain terms that this was the owner's exit strategy. There were 5 or 6 senior managers making up this supposed next wave of owners, all of whom had been there a minimum of 12 years, and a few of them for more than 20 years, and all of whom were counting on this eventual ownership stake as their last career move. But then, surprise, without anyone's knowledge, the owners negotiated a sale of the company to one of its biggest competitors. Every one of those senior managers who were expecting to eventually own the company and had been planning their affairs, finances, etc., accordingly, was blindsided. A couple of them, including one who had been there for 25 years, were let go with mediocre severance packages, considering their long tenure. The ones who were left were demoted. One entire division, the only one driving any real innovation and new ideas within the company, was shut down, and all of its employees were let go. There were probably around 20 people laid off throughout the business, which represented between 15-20% of the workforce. I have never seen employees go from being so gung-ho about their company to so incredibly bitter in such a short period of time. The senior managers who had been tooting the company horn for decades felt betrayed and humiliated. Their employees felt lied to and taken advantage of. It was ugly. While I don't know the exact number, I heard the owners netted between $40-50 million each in the sale. Based on what I knew about the company's valuation, that seemed about right. My husband was the manager of a team of people. They did the computer systems at this golf company, like tea time reservations. The owners were morons who opened the company with dad's money and had no clue what they were doing. They ended up making my husband fire nearly his whole team. I forget why. This was about 13 years ago. So hubby decides, if he has to lay off his whole team, he is now working in a nearly empty building. He is taking a better office and moves himself into one of the biggest empty offices. A few weeks later the owner tells my hubby's manager that my hubby has to move out of that office. They want to give it to one of their bookkeepers. Hubby says tell them, if I move my stuff, it will be to my car. Another week goes by. They say no. Tell him he really has to move. Hubby prints out his resignation, puts it on their desk and moves his stuff to his car. Sorry, this is long, but this is the best part. They tried to withhold a bunch of his pay. We'll spare the details. Hubby tells them to pay him, or when he gets off the phone with them, he will be making a few phone calls they won't like. They refuse to pay. So not only does he go to the labor board and wins, he had told them multiple times in past meetings that a bunch of licenses on computer software was out of date. He called whoever handles that. They ended up paying thousands and thousands of dollars in fines. I will ask hubby later and edit this with the amount. It was a lot. The company didn't last long after that. TLDR, never mess with your computer guy or just read it. The story rocks. Old company folded. New company bought the assets. Skip the italic bits if you don't care about the facility. TLDR, new company added off the wall procedures and rules. I basically said fuck off to the stupidity, was somehow still one of the best employees even with the disadvantage of being from the old company. Decided not to return after a few months away. No employment stuff transferred, new company anyway, didn't think much of it, they didn't technically buy the company, just the physical assets. Had to reapply, was a strong enough employee that getting hired pretty much anywhere isn't an issue. This knocked out about 2 people who were working there previously though, but since they were people who I wondered why they were there anyway, it didn't surprise me. I should have seen what happened next, just based on how the hiring process went. For starters, it was about a 20-person group interview, which basically just consisted of something similar to this test. I finished it in under 30 seconds, since I knew exactly what it was, and just flipped over to the final instruction to verify. This thing was pretty much the basis of whether you got hired or not, no real considerations of past experience, or how you would fit in. Seriously, part of the job required talking on the microphone. 2 or 3 people, including one manager, got hired who absolutely could not do public speaking to our little crowd of 40 people on a good night. We were given one uniform t-shirt for however much we worked. It was a somewhat physical job, especially guard, in a building with questionable climate control, heat or cool. Work every day over the weekend. Have fun in your sweaty t-shirt. Oh, did I mention you would probably get pizza sauce or who knows how old dust on it depending on what you are doing? Not to mention in the winter you had to guess whether you would be freezing or sweating, and the most you could do for sweating was something clean that you could fit under the shirt you got. Also, not only the employees, but customers aren't exactly treated the best, not to mention several questionable safety things. Now, upsell all the things. God, that's faking annoying. Also, the electronic things are sketchy. We know they occasionally freak out. However, if a customer complains, we had to test them, and if they work, when we test them, the customer is out the $0.25 or more it costs to use. Similar with the lockers. There were also several safety issues that I go through in the italics bit, but that's all lack of maintenance on the facility, which the old owners weren't any better with aside from at least recognizing that stuff was wrong and should be handled accordingly, since they didn't have the money to fix it right away. Next, the faking equipment racks. They've always been sheet. We recognize they've always been sheet. They are so sheet that you cannot properly put equipment on them. And yet, we had to crawl in them and climb on them to unjam equipment. Even the faking ones that were not sized properly, so you literally could not put equipment on them properly. Their attitude was basically fuck you, figure out how to violate the laws of physics. Also, the top shelf, which was one of the sheety slot offenders, would be a OSHA violation for having us climb on it as far as I can tell. I'm also fairly sure the lower ones would count as a confined space. That could have been fun if I felt like it, but they appear to be doing a good enough job of driving themselves into legal issues. This section about the floor may not be true. Supposedly it was being replaced over a summer while I was away. I have not returned to verify, and I will not be returning for a while also. The floor was literally falling apart. As in, I was tasked with grabbing some contact cement and gluing carpet tiles back down a couple times, and the main floor had water damage. I have picked chunks of the floor off of the floor. There's also the fact that there are /were screws and other sharp metal bits sticking out of the trim. All of this was brought to the owner's attention multiple times. Not much was done. A touch-up paint job was done on the floor a few times, but that did nothing for chunks missing out of the floor. Oh, the roof leaking everywhere was fun too. Can't forget the sketchy as fuck fire suppression system either. And the equipment itself. It was mostly brand new, I'll give them that, and most lasted a little while. Actually, I pulled a startling amount that wasn't even assembled properly. But damn, after a couple weeks I had a pile about 3 foot high on the repair bench. For an idea on how bad this is, that's about 25% of all of it by my best estimates, of sheet that needed stupid simple adjustments. I mean, stuff that would take me all of 30 seconds to do. I'm not entirely sure anyone was actually repairing it though, and they didn't allow the workers to repair them. I'm not entirely sure what they were thinking there. This is the first time someone actually got on my case for something I was doing. Didn't matter. I'm not going to let a sheet set of stuff injure someone. Someone also tried to put some of the less sheety stuff back. They just went right back on the repair bench if I found it again. Not like they could use the excuse that they didn't know what was wrong. I left a fairly clear note with every piece of equipment. Sorry, went off on a tangent. Back to the employees. So the person that basically got the thing working again was supposedly made a partner. Fired after 2 months. 3 original employees gone. Yup, that's how you maintain relationships. Next, one guy rage quit over all the new rules. 4 employees gone. Another quit/was fired. Not sure which. For who knows what. I know they were tired of the we were treated though. 5 gone. Friend of the previous quit a couple weeks later for similar reasons. 6 gone. Somewhere there was one other employee that quit/was fired, but I don't remember why or when. 7 gone. A couple more left/were fired for various reasons. After about 4 months I was the only left. And somehow, even though I was one of the people from the old company, and therefore a second-class employee who should be fired at the slightest provocation, I was considered the best employee there, even after throwing the idiocy back in their face, at least based on what I was told. Okay, perhaps I should go through the rule changes. Regular employee cell phones must be in locker. Even having a phone on you is grounds for immediate termination. Even if you are the guy sweeping the lot, which assaults have happened in before. That's why we all had radios, except they didn't faking work. Managers must have cell phones at all times, which led to some real slacking off and inattention in management, and part of why radios didn't seem to faking work. Leftovers must be pitched at end of night, no saving and taking home, even though we always made way to faking much per corporate instructions, nothing deemed extreme. This one pissed off so many regulars and dropped attendance so much at the beginning. All equipment must be put away perfectly in their slots, which would be fine if the faking racks would let you do it. Go back up to the first italicized paragraph for expansion on this point. They never repaired the racks. This doesn't sound absolutely terrible. I actually thought it was mostly reasonable until I realized the implication of some of this and the safety issues. And then, they absolutely refuse to work with you on scheduling anything. Have class and can't work a certain shift ever? Better hope you don't get scheduled for it. Also, put it on the calendar, except you couldn't just write, can't work this shift ever. No, you had to put it in every single date on the calendar. I had actually turned in my class and exam schedule, since I was told that would be okay. Then I got scheduled over classes and exams. I called and told them. They told me tough luck. I basically said it right back to them after reiterating that they said what I did with the schedule was okay. No clue whether those shifts ever actually got covered, aside from swamping the managers, who were generally good actually. I didn't really care. Fixed this by just jamming up their calendar with my class schedule. They learned fairly quickly that if I had my name on the calendar, literally nothing would make me come in for the time requested off, because I never requested off for anything. That job could possibly trump in any stretch of the imagination. Oh, side note, I worked 8-hour shifts with no breaks a couple times. Unfortunately, that's legal where I live. Also, emergency? Screw you. Either get someone to come in for you, or come in anyway. Nearly ran into that with a dying family member. Luckily I managed to either call someone to cover me, or got a hold of one of the really good managers who told me not to worry about it. I honestly don't remember which right now. In the end, I left on good terms with the local management, while despising the corporate guys who weren't there ever. Unfortunately, the corporate guys like to creep on the place remotely with the security cameras, so it's not like the local managers can really make anything better. They'll get in trouble with corporate, or corporate will just fire any employee that offends any of the rules they catch on camera without consulting the local guys. Not sure what is going on with the place now. I haven't checked in on it in a while. Perhaps I should next time I'm in the area. Not sure when I'll be back that way though. I've got bigger things to worry about, and other places to be. About 5 years ago I worked at a bowling alley in town. I worked the snack bar which was located next to the bar. My coworkers were pretty cool. We would hang out after closing, have a few drinks and smoke the finest herb. After I had been working there for a few months, I had to take a leave of absence due to a family medical emergency. I was gone for a total of 3 weeks. When I got back to town, and before I was supposed to come in for my shift, I got a call from my boss telling me not to show up, and that she would explain everything later. My boss was my best friend's mom, and she was also good friends with my mom. It turns out that, while I was away, the guys that worked in the bar had been caught stealing money from the company simply by pocketing the cash that was made off selling alcohol. The higher-ups noticed something was amiss during an audit and decided to install hidden cameras to see what was going on. After catching the bartenders in the act, they confronted them and had them sign some sort of form that would keep them out of jail as long as they quit and paid back what they stole, which was more than $10,000 or so, I've heard. The kicker? The people I thought were my friends tried to implicate myself as the ringleader, even though I had nothing to do with their scheme, and that they had been doing this before I even started working there. My boss told me that if I had shown up the day I was scheduled, I would have had to help pay for something I didn't do. They ended up firing everyone and restaffing the joint, which screwed over a lot of people who had no involvement in the bartender scheme. I haven't seen them around town since that day, but if I ever run into them, it will take every ounce of willpower I have not to beat the shit out of them for almost taking me down with them. Fuck you Hutch. Fuck you Garrett. Fuck you Anthony. TLDR. My friends try and take me down in their failed embezzlement scheme, but my boss saves my ass. We were a group of 5 to 6 unpaid interns running a tiny literary agency / publishing house. I mean literally running. At 3 months into my internship, I had the most seniority in the company besides the owner / president. Unsurprisingly, none of us knew what the fuck we were doing, and little was accomplished all summer. The president would come in once or twice a week, give us a flurry of assignments that we had no idea how to accomplish, since none of us had ever set foot inside a publishing house before, and disappear again. What things did I actually do while I worked for this woman? Babysit her 5-year-old kid one night for 3 hours after she brought the kid into the office, disappeared somewhere, and didn't return to pick her up until 3 hours after close of business. Worked out an extensive publishing schedule covering the few books we actually had under contract. Not that I could find hard copies of those signed contracts, they may not have actually existed, that the president proceeded to ignore. The final straw was the day that the president asked a couple of the other interns, 20-year-old girls in high heels and business clothes, to move some of her personal furniture from her Upper West Side apartment into storage in Chelsea. She neglected to give them the keys to the storage unit, and after they had hauled the big glass table across town on the subway, because she wouldn't pay for any other kind of transport, obviously, they had to track her down to get the keys, while the other girl waited alone with the furniture in a creepy neighborhood. Turns out that the president was having a spa day at the plaza. We all rage quit in protest. I was the last one out, and I trained one intern to replace us all. I feel guilty about that, though she didn't stay along either. I ended up providing a statement in support of the one paid employee, the editor, who was claiming EI after quitting the place herself shortly later. Turns out, the president was also trying to get out of paying her employer contributions to EI, and was trying to deny that the editor was entitled to any EI at all. I used to work on a military base as a civilian contractor. My department went through several managerial turnovers, at least 6, over the course of my employment. After a manager, whom we all liked, respected, and who was overly competent at their job, was fired, a replacement was brought in from another base. This replacement was incompetent, didn't know how to properly manage the department, and basically had the employees do all of the managerial work, before taking all the credit for the successes, and laying the blame of failure directly on us. But that's not even the half of it. Here's a couple of the manager's greatest hits: not scheduling enough staff, then threatening to fire us if we didn't drop everything to come in, accepting my leave slip well in advance so I could be someone's prom date, then revoking it 3 hours before prom, then writing me up for disciplinary action when I didn't ditch the girl for work, adding clauses to our work contract stipulating a new, spanning job description including landscaping, despite having a whole other department for that, maintenance, insisting that a limber application of duct tape and WD-40 would fix everything, then throwing us under the bus when sheet broke down and fell apart, and my all-time favorite, hazardous material disposal, which nearly ended up hospitalizing a coworker. Because we were gov employees, we had to sign away outright to unionize. Any unionized behavior would have resulted in termination. Plus, the manager was the department head's golden child, so that door was always closed to us. After the hazmat situation, we all went to the dept head and said we would walk out, which would leave the department financially crippled unless the manager was replaced. Apparently, since I lead the mutiny, I wasn't loyal enough for the position, which I absolutely didn't want anyway. That job has a way of turning you into all kinda of crazy. Instead, the department head decided to pull double duty. After about 2 days, the dept head can't hack it, so one of my coworkers, who happened to ride the pine on the whole mutiny uprising, got promoted. Needless to say, that pretty much turned out the same way. TLDR, being a civilian contractor sucks, because you're Uncle Sam's beach without any of the perks. I worked in a small graphic design firm in 1994. New office, new network, all new computers and peripherals. Must have cost a small fortune. There were 4 of us, the 2 founding designers, myself, id/prepris/designer, and another designer. All of our NetWare server, which was filled entirely with publishing documents and loggers, was backed up to dad tape each night, on a rotating basis, 2 tapes. Don't ask me why the company was too cheap to have more tapes than that. They may have been expensive back then. We were not expecting the server to explode or anything, and 2 DAT tapes with all the documents and loggers would be sufficient fallback. The company that installed the Max and NetWare server were highly regarded, and literally directly across the road from our studio. One day our server would not come online, and we called them over to fix it. The hard drive was corrupted, and they needed to use the DAT tapes to restore it. They used one DAT tape to do the restore, and instantly backed up to the second DAT tape. So we had another recent backup in case of disaster. It was only then that we discovered that the server and both DAT tapes did not have the thousands of loggers that the company had produced since inception. Not a single one. They were all in a single directory on the server and linked from there. I gave 2 weeks notice on the spot, as did my fellow designer. The following fortnight was a nightmare, recreating loggers endlessly from shoddy scans or from memory. The loggers created in a rush were horrible, and with every logo recreated, I could sense the eventual client exodus. I left after 2 painful weeks, and heard that the company folded shortly afterward. I would have liked to have sued the company that installed/supported the server, but they went bankrupt shortly afterward as well. Note, I discovered the following week that the hard drive in NetWare had a documented bug that resulted in data loss. This had been known for at least 6 months before we had the server installed, and was easily discovered by searching Google for hard drive name plus NetWare. They were also authorized NetWare distributors/installers, so they should have known better. I'm glad the NetWare guys went belly up, but I miss the studio. It was a really great place to work when we had our loggers. I worked at a spa as a massage therapist. Owner brought me in, did well together for 2 years. I had 40 to 50 regular clients and was banking. Anyways, we started having problems with the landlord of the place and they wanted more money. So I went from a 70/30 to a 40/60 split. I can handle that. I started noticing small changes around the place, thought the landlord was nice, and started making cosmetic changes to the building. Next thing I know, the owner brings out a new contract and asked for rent money for the room I'm using as well as the 40/60 comp. Rent for room was $400/week, which is absurd compared to the other places. I gave it some thought and decided to talk with our marketing guy. He told me he was leaving because she's incompetent with finances and that the money she was getting from our massages was used to fancy up the place and she owed the landlord 3 to 4 months of back rent. I was the top LMT at the spa, another LMT was second, and owner was third. It took me a week to silently tell all my clients I'll be moving soon. The day I brought in my resignation letter, she had just purchased a brand new Toyota 4Runner. After math, I left and took 50 to 60 clients with me, which was about 70% of the business. The other LMT also left a few days after me. Business went under in a month and she ended up having to sell it. Last I heard, she left the massage industry and became a nutritionist charging $400/hours. to help people eat correctly and is struggling again. In the company as a whole, we used to have a branch in India. It was closed down because of low efficiency and quality. Oh, and also half the computers went missing monthly. The best part? When we got the hardware back, we are sort of the hardware hub of the company. We just threw all of it out because of how faked up it was. There was everything in there, from dust and sand to dead ants, bird nests and snake shedded skin. At this particular branch, there's a relative few. None of them affected more than 20 people, but when it's 5% to 10% of your workforce at the time, we now number in the thousands. It's significant. There was this one time where a dumbass took out his cell phone in the open and took pictures of confidential material. After they discovered that, they asked security to go through the last 2 months of footage. 12 people were fired for doing the same in the end. On a slightly less fortunate turn, a year or two ago we saw and short on contracts, and so about 90% of the employees quit. They requested temporary termination so they could hit unemployment checks, but they never came back. It actually did the company good. Mostly only the good employees stayed, and we could afford to be more stringent on who the company employed from then on, which increased the quality of our services, and now the company strives again with many excellent clients. During 2007 I worked for a large multinational consulting company in Dubai during property bubble. In Dubai office we were around 800 staff. The whole company with all its international branches was about 1400 staff including us. We were generating over %80 of the company's income and profit alone. Fast forward to 2009. Property bubble bursts. We lost almost all our contracts. Clients went bankrupt. So basically they start mass firing of engineers and designers who had no work to do. I had 9 people in my department. Each month ours would send me a mail to nominate 1 or 2 staff to lay off. They can tell I have people doing nothing because they check the time logs spent by employees against projects. So when we lose couple of projects they can filter which employees were logging top time on these projects and check with their managers if they are still needed. My team went down from 9 to 1 and trust me, the most difficult decision you can take is selecting which employee to lay off. I remember when ours first approached me to select the first 2 I actually called my previous manager for consultation, although he was never put in such situation, but I didn't know what to do. Should I look strictly business and pick the worst guy who happened to be recently married and his wife is pregnant, or should I pick one of the good guys because he is single and can hopefully find a job anywhere as he has no liabilities? Anyway, 3 months later my team is down to 1 member only, and it was only a matter of time for ours to ask me to fire him. So I had an idea. I contacted my previous employer and he was happy to hire me back. This way I have saved that guy's job because he was the only one left in the department. He stayed working there till last year, that's when he found a job somewhere else. As for the company, they went down to only 250 employees globally. Later on they were bought by one of their competitors. About 8 years ago I got a job as a projectionist at a second-run movie theater. The manager there had, over the last couple years, pulled the theater out of debt and was now making the cinema company surprisingly good money. A lot of this was due to the loyalty she inspired from the almost entirely high school/college age staff. Everyone worked their asses off without complaint, despite the low pay, because we knew she truly cared about us and she let us have a few little perks. The assistant manager was allowed to use the facilities to run D&D sessions after hours. We could invite friends to help us screen a newly built up movie for errors. There were holiday parties and the break room always had toys from the gag gift exchanges. Sadly, I had been working there only 2 weeks before she announced that corporate had decided to move her to a failing theater elsewhere in the hopes that she could pull off the same miracle again. A week later she was gone, and in her place was a new manager who we all quickly grew to hate. He micromanaged simple tasks, hovering over us and correcting everything. He tried to mix up employee tasking, scheduling mechanically incompetent people for projection, and once scheduled me in concessions. Despite being good at mathematics, I'm terrible at counting quickly and should never be trusted to handle people's money accurately. I don't know how badly I screwed up, but he was pretty angry when he counted down my register that night. He only scheduled me for projection from then on. The assistant manager was no longer allowed to run the after his D&D sessions in the theater. Friends were no longer allowed to help screen movies, though his friends got free private screenings. He threw away all the silly toys in the break room without warning. He demanded that employees come in already in uniform instead of changing in the break room. The only employee he didn't speak rudely to, he vaguely flirted with, and gave unwanted preferential treatment. He demanded that projectionists wear black dress shoes in the projection loft, despite the fact that customers only ever saw us from the hips up. And he did all of this in his annoying whinny voice. The breaking point came when he tried to micromanage a guy cleaning the popcorn room. I don't know the exact details, but the gist of it was that they argued, and then he intentionally poured popcorn salt on the floor and demanded the employee sweep it up. The guy didn't say a word, just stormed out muttering angry sounds. 5 minutes later he stormed back in, threw his company vest down on the floor in the middle of a busy lobby, yelled "I faking quit," and stormed back out again. He must have eventually cleaned the salt mess up himself. None of the staff did, and it was still there when we all left for the night. We all started seriously considering quitting too, but the assistant manager used the incident to finally get corporate to look into the manager being generally an ass. We stayed on. They sent an investigator who asked everybody a lot of questions. The results of the investigation finally came back. Corporate would do nothing. The new manager was there to stay. Over the next week or so the entire staff gave notice, starting with the assistant manager and the senior projectionist. Some of these people had been working there for over 5 years. None of us needed the job bad enough to put up with his shit. One single employee stayed on, the old World War II vet who did maintenance and tour tickets. He had been doing that job every day for at least 20 years and simply didn't give a shit about management. I had worked there for only 2 months. Aftermath. I haven't lived in my hometown for a while, so I don't know how the theater is doing now, but I know that for a year or two after I quit, the same guy was still managing it, and employee turnover was always unusually high. A lot of the former staff got jobs at a new pizza joint. I ended up working there too, on and off, through the rest of college. The original manager ended up hating her new location, but did manage to pull it out of debt. The assistant manager now owns a successful line of hair cutteries. In 1994 I worked for an LA-based, now defunct cell phone company. It was absorbed by Verizon. When O.J. Simpson went on his famous white Bronco slow speed attempt to evade prosecution, one of our call center reps looked up his cell phone number and called him and had a fairly long and chatty conversation, the details of which were never made public. Cell phones were fairly new and relatively novel at the time, and the company spun this later into a use of cell phones to thwart crime story, since they did provide the number to the LAPD, and they used that to contact him as well. But the first person to talk to him was a CSR on a goof, and I surmise that seeing O.J. on the phone from the TV coverage gave the cops idea to call him as well. I don't know if there were mass firing for that, but there were certainly a lot, and funnily enough neither the CSR nor anyone else who was involved in the initial contact was subpoenaed, but the company security people were, and after they testified they became minor company celebrities, which is funny, because the entire exercise was an example of a security failure, not a success. This also caused the company to crack down on the then common practice of noting on a big whiteboard in the call center the names of famous people who called about their cell phones, Jack Nicholson, Tom Cruise, etc., and putting in place checks on record access by the CSRs. When I still worked at Mart, we had at least one mass firing. So Sears Holding Company, SHC, owns Mart, Sears and Land's End, and all of them share a rewards program called Shop Your Way Rewards. For how shitty of a company SHC is, a rewards program was actually pretty nice. You had a card and you earned 1 point for every dollar spent, and it goes on the card right away, and you can use it as soon as you want to, and they don't expire. The managers were required to keep good metrics with the cards, so that meant they wanted every employee to sign up every customer or at least scan a card on every transaction. What a lot of employees were doing was they would ask customers if they had a card, and if they said no they would scan their own card that they had next to the register where the customer couldn't see it and get their reward points. I'm not sure exactly how long it went on before the corporate management caught on to it, but I do know that one of the front-end cashiers got up to something like $8,500 worth of usable rewards points when they finally caught it. They ended up firing like 8 or 9 people for it. The rest of the time I worked there would be a handful of new people every couple months that would get fired for it because they thought they could beat the system, but everyone got caught eventually. That first group of people that got caught doing it was definitely the biggest though. This is both mass firing and quitting that followed. I worked for a large multinational supply chain. They were big enough to be in the Fortune 20, let's say. Well over $100 billion a year in revenue. They lost a contract with one of their key customers. That one customer changed them from a $100+B/YEAR company to something significantly lower than that. At best, they'll be Fortune 30 or so next year. At any rate, you don't take almost $30 billion in revenue away without having some kind of impact. It started offshoring/outsourcing as much as possible, and at the expense of cutting heads back to the bare minimum. Keep a few really smart people around who can direct the outsourced folks was basically the idea. Well, if you've dealt with offshore/outsource folks, you know they can sometimes be a bunch of real fuck-ups. We had one guy who had 2 brothers, his grandmother, and 4 cousins die, all within a year. The turnover is terrible. You get one trained, just in time for him/her to start posting their resume for another $1 hour better salary, and they leave. In the end, the outsource/offshore folks are a real pain, and nowhere nearly as reliable as necessary to run a large company infrastructure. As it turns out, with those few FTEs left behind to manage this, they all started getting pretty fed up with this, and they started leaving along with the fired/laid off ones. As in fact, I'm leaving even without a severance package. So, after firing/laying off a bunch of folks, and more folks leaving anyways, this became a pretty big problem, and they tried to start hiring people back. No one that left wanted to come back. Now they're hitting up all the local staffing companies, and now my inbox gets a handful of messages that say something like fantastic opportunity at big company, your skills match perfectly, to which I tell them they're full of shit, because it's not a fantastic anything. If they ask further, I proceed to tell them why I wouldn't go back, and I politely suggest to them to stop lying to potential candidates about how fantastic it is, because it's not fantastic. Not at my store, but when I worked at one of the big box home improvement stores, one of our stores a town over had a huge theft ring going on. They had an overpass crew that was taking freight that they were unloading and either placing it in boxes that they would then throw in the trash door that went outside to pick it up later, or sometimes if the truck driver didn't park straight, there would be a little gap between the truck and the building where you could slip products through. Well, after enough video evidence was collected, corporate came in and pretty much cleaned house. The entire overnight crew and manager of them was fired, 6 to 8 people, as well as the store manager and a few of the assistant store managers. It was a pretty big shock to our district because that store had only been open for about 8 months. After that all went down, there was a ton of changes in loss prevention, and how was had to handle the trash door. We used to have it unlocked all day for people to throw away whenever they wanted. But after that it was locked, and a manager had to be called to unlock it, and then the manager had to look through all of the trash before it was thrown away to make sure there was no product in it. I worked at a national ISP that is now defunct. The company was doing well, slowly expanding into new markets, and overall was performing. I started when these were only about 30 people. Almost 2 years later they closed the doors and fired a few hundred. The big killer that led to the mass firing was the development of an next-gen modem. The modem we were using was solid. It worked for almost all of our customers without any issues. Customers were happy, and support was easy and cheap. The higher-up managers didn't think that was enough. They wanted to develop a modem that did all sorts of things we could charge for, namely VoIP. At every step of the way support told them that the modem was a bad idea and was just going to be a nightmare to support. Every version they gave us to play with was a hacked together shitstorm. Ever after a half dozen revisions I never used one that functioned, even just as a modem. All of this would have been well and good and just would have cost us some cash in development, but they spent all of their reserves on this project. Towards the end of things, rumors of trouble turned into open comments and email chains between employees and managers begging and pleading the company to stop hemorrhaging money trying to develop something nobody wanted. The very last day was surreal. Suddenly the phone stopped working and networks all dropped in the office. Managers walked down the halls, yelling that there was a company-wide meeting in the break room. When we arrived, we were told that they were declaring bankruptcy, closing the call center, and only a dozen people would be staying behind to deal with shutting things down. Before managers were even able to finish with their speeches, people were pouring out of the building. We were on the second floor, and on the first floor was a branch of the employment department. Hundreds of people flooded the office and we were eventually asked to come back another day if possible. A few years back I was doing office administration for an engineered lumber company. Sales were steadily declining, 09 to 11, due to new home construction not being huge at the time. With no warning whatsoever, some suits show up to our rural location and notify all office staff to be available at a moment's notice to meet with the bigwigs for announcements. They then spent the day meeting with people one-on-one, and everyone who came out of the conference room was pissed or crying and immediately left the building. I had no clue what the hell was happening. 4 designers and 1 engineer, who all had been there much longer than I, were laid off that day with 0 notice due to a massive nationwide corporate reorg. We lost over 60% of company personnel that week due to the reorg prompted layoffs. I wasn't given any info about my position. With no designers or engineers at a location, I wasn't sure how an office admin would still be needed, so I immediately began looking for another job. A few weeks later once I'd found a new job, during which time I still never got any info about my job security, despite repeated requests. When I called my supervisor, 5 states away, to give my notice, I was told that I would have been fine if I'd just waited, and even told that if I'd been patient and stayed with the company, my position would probably have gone to a work from home position, something I always wanted. I still gave notice and moved on to my next job. No regrets. They had no qualms letting me twist in the wind for weeks, and I couldn't forget that.